in the corner. You don't put baby in the corner.
I'm going to sleep back here.
Yeah.
It's like a police officer, nobody turns back.
So we're just on audio, or we on video?
That's the boss.
We're on video?
Just turn it on.
I'm not finding it.
Video and audio, right?
Looks what show he found on her.
Sit up, video. I can't lie.
If you're sure
I'm ready for a mobile picture.
watching language, it's not actually.
Yeah, the language. I'm on the order from the website.
Okay. It's 8 o'clock. Y'all ready to get ready?
No.
All right, we'll go and call today's, I guess you would call it quarterly retreat work session to order. The record reflect all council members are present. Is there anyone that wishes to address council in public comment at this time? Seeing none, we'll move right into our agenda. First up, we'll have a presentation on a wage rate study, and I'll hand this over to Leah for introductions. Slide down.
Council had approved back, I think, the end of last year for us to have the Dr. McGrath and her group do an analysis on the existing compensation plan that we have, just to kind of see if we needed to work on any areas, just to refresh the plan. 2019 was when we last did this, and we implemented it in 2020. So it's been a few years, and thought it was time just to have another look at it to see where we are and where we fall. So it wasn't as in-depth as it was when we first did this. So, we didn't talk to employees, and we didn't have to do individual meetings with everyone. Just did a review of the job descriptions and compared to other cities and towns and what they're doing. So Dr. McGrath is here, and she's got her final report on that and what her findings were.
When did you say our last one was?
2019.
19.
Well, thank you for having me today. I'm Dr. Victoria McGrath. I'm CEO of McGrath Human Resources Group. The last time I presented in this room, I was living in Illinois, and I never thought that several years later I'd be living here in Tennessee. So I'm in Jamestown now. I absolutely love it and don't regret the move at all. So it's one thing nice about this area is people wave with all their fingers. So anyways, I'm going to get right in. So what we decided to do was that, as Leah indicated, this was really just to kind of make a market update. So we wanted to take a look at the positions in relationship to the external market. We'll talk a little bit about that. We did a little bit of internal equity, which means if we moved a position, we looked to see, okay, does that affect any other positions within the organization? But this was not a classification study where we looked at all the positions and rearranged them. And then obviously make recommendations to the schedule and develop any type of fiscal impact. These are the organizations that we went to. They were the same organizations that we went to back in 2019. We had two that did not participate, Rockwood and the Tennessee Department of Traffic. So other than that, we got very good data from a vast preponderance of the organizations. When we look at the data, we develop something called a comp ratio. A comp ratio says, okay, what's your salary or what's your minimum in relationship to the average market rate? We use the average market rate, which is what we did in the last study. And what we say is if it's a 45% comp ratio or better, the position is aligned with the market. If it's less than 45, we need to take a look at it. Has something changed in the market with those positions that we need to adjust that position within the salary schedule? So looking at your current salary schedule, 32% of the positions are less than a 45% comp ratio. Now that sounds like a lot. It really isn't because of the small number of positions that you have here. But there are some positions that did need to have some adjustment based upon the market. And we took a look at those. The maximum is where it looks worse. You have 92% of the market. You have a very short salary range. You've got right now 10 steps. There's only 2% apart, which means you have a 20% range. Ranges can usually be anywhere from 20 to 45% is what a typical salary range is. So you folks are getting to the top of the range much faster than a lot of organizations, and some organizations have more room to grow beyond that. We are going to make a slight adjustment based upon that, but I think you're really in good position at this point in time that you don't have to do a lot for it. Especially since you have been annually keeping those salary ranges up. And I need to applaud you for that. Because of what you did, you really are not in a very bad position at this point in time. This looks bad, but it's not. What we do is we look at what's the average person making here compared to what the average person is making out in the external market. In this case, you have 58% of the positions that are under the market rate. And in your case, the market rate is step 5 of that salary schedule. However, if we drill down into that and we look at your demographics, right now you have 69% of your employees have 5 or less years of service, which means you have a very young workforce. And so the question is going to be is how do you keep them? Because in addition to that, 46% of your workforce is under the age of 40. We call that the more mobile population. One of my clients a year or so ago called that the shiny object generation, because if it's $2 more, it's a totally different job, I'm going to run to it. So something that you do need to keep in mind. So even though 58% of your employees are, quote, below step 5, they should be because they have 5 years or less of service. So they're going to slowly move into it since you have that step system. You do have 9.6 years as your average tenure, which is very good. Right now, the Bureau of Labor Statistics says the average tenure of a government employee is 6.4 years, so you're above that average. That average is going to start creeping up, however, because 30% of your workforce is eligible for retirement. So within the next 5 to 10 years, you're going to have a lot of brain power walking out the door. And so the second question becomes when you're looking at your compensation plan, not only how you're going to keep them here, and a step system is definitely one that promotes longevity, but also what's your succession plan? What are you going to do to replace those folks that have 10, 15 years of service within the organization and have all that institutional knowledge walking out the door? So currently you have a step model, like I said, it's 10 steps, it's 2% apart. Last several years you've been giving a 5% COLA to that plus the step increase. I need to applaud you again for that. Because of what you have done, you have definitely kept that salary schedule up to pace, and there were very minimal changes that we needed to do. Step 5 represents the average market rate. The average market rate means that I should get to that rate within 3 to 5 years. I'm fully capable and competent of doing the job. Anything beyond that is above the market. So you've got about 5 steps above that market. We did make some pay grade changes, very minimal. The customer service reps moved up, the administrative assistants moved up, the certified firefighters moved up to pay grade, the HR assistant moved up to pay grade, court clerk, and the IT systems administrator. Because we applied another 5% to that salary schedule, we had very minimal changes that we had to make within the positions. So again, good job, guys. So what we did do is, because you have only 20%, you do have a number of people approaching that top of that salary range. We did add a step 11. What I do not want to do is every year keep adding another step to the top, because once we did this study many years ago, you had what, 25 steps, which was, it's way too much. When you've got that many steps, number one, it takes forever to get to the top. Number two, you have a lot of overlap of positions. And so if I'm moving from one position to another, I'm probably going to be to the middle to the upper end of the range. So at your next update in 3 to 5 years from now, what I probably would be recommending is we add another step at the top, we drop one off at the bottom, so that we keep it between 10 and 11 steps. As I said, we did add 5% to the schedule so that we can align with the external market. Right now, when it comes to a crystal ball as to what people are doing with their salary schedules for 2026, I have no clue. Everybody's just kind of doing what they did last year, because we're just not sure about what the economy is going to happen, what's going on in the marketplace, and so everyone's kind of just keeping it, hey, we did this last year, we're going to do it again this year. And so I did that. And again, because I applied the 5%, I did not have to make more position changes within the pay range. For placement, employees were placed on the same step that they currently are at, obviously with 5% higher, and then I advanced them a step when your anniversary. Budget change, sorry about that. That's what happens when you have more than one client on this, and you're getting old. Forget which one it is. Now, for the positions that moved here, what we did is one thing. A, we put you on a step closest to what you were currently making, or at least as close to 5% as we could get. Because obviously you're no longer, if I wasn't an E and I'm now an F, I'm not going to put you on the same step as F because it's already 5% higher. What we also did is that there are some positions where the increase to that step was greater than 7%. And if that was the case, we did not give you another step increase on that. So it was just placing you on that step. So the greatest amount people got was 7%. So basically, keep doing what you're doing. Keep annually looking at an economic indicator and increasing that salary schedule. As you've already got yours for the 27-28. Well, if anything dramatic changes between now and July, we might want to adjust that 5%, but I don't think you're going to need to do that. Keep making adjustments to those salary ranges. Keep going with your step increases. And I say a market date every 3 to 5 years. The reason why I say 3 to 5 years, it depends upon what's going on with the economy. If it was the last 4 years, if you weren't updating that schedule every other year, every 3 years, you were falling behind big time. Other years, some of you are not old enough to remember 2008, 2009 when the economy kind of crashed. Well, then you're better off waiting 5 years because there's not that much happening within the market. But just look at what's going on with the market, with your competition, and say, hey, do we need to do it 3 years, or we need to do it 4 years, or we need to do it 5 years? So with that, I will answer any questions. This is a short and sweet one.
I would like to note the number once we added in the 5% and then went ahead and forecasted the 2% step increases. So just forecasting that for July 1, if we were to do that right now as it stands with these changes implemented, would be about $750,000, which is on trend with what it has been for us in the past because we're sticking with the same numbers. But that number could go up, could go down a little bit between now and July, depending on movements, changes, retirements, things of that nature. So it could go backwards or forwards, $20,000, $30,000, $40,000.
So Don, just a couple questions here. I know in the last paragraph before you get to the summary, you talked about the part-time seasonal individuals. And I didn't know if there was a way for you to look at, I know you looked at retail in Cookville, but do you know if other cities or counties are paying around the same rate that we are, or should we look at?
I'd say most places around here, I shouldn't say around here, are paying higher. Usually $15 is kind of the minimum for the part-time. But what I did do is I did go on and I looked up some of your, because your part-time seasonal folks, okay, do I want to do this, or do I want to flip burgers at McDonald's? And even McDonald's is close to $12 to $15 an hour. So
I just was wondering, because I was one of the kids that through high school and college that worked as a seasonal person for a city of, what we're paying right now, honestly, is what I was getting paid back then. But I just didn't know if there was a comparable rate or if there was a suggestion.
I think I did make a suggestion to go up to
like
14
and then 13.
13. But if you can make it higher, I would.
You're not offering benefits, right?
Right.
It's just a straight.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. I'd look at $14 to $15 as your base.
Is that kind of what you're looking at implementing, or suggestion?
Yeah, I think we need to increase that a little bit because yes, they do not get benefits. They don't get paid time off. They don't get holiday pay. So paying them that higher hourly rate, just as long as we're not getting close to what the entry level on our actual full-time employees are.
Which is what?
16?
Yeah, it would go up in July to 1738, 17.
Okay, so then,
That's for your full-time.
Yeah, full-time.
And I'll tell you right now, most salary schedules that we build, $17 starting for your first full-time is actually a little bit low. It's usually $20 an hour.
So, yeah, I get it. So, I was curious that there wasn't any type of water or roads or facility maintenance. I was surprised that none of them.
You were good with those. I was surprised too, because those are the ones that I usually see are problematic. But with the 5% added on,
Okay.
very good. Because, yeah, those trades, the trades, public safety, administrative assistance are the 3 classifications that where you normally see problems with. Now, we did not do the private sector. So the only private sector I did was for your seasonal. So, we didn't look at any of the manufacturing or things around here. I shouldn't say it's not just manufacturing, but truck drivers and stuff like that. So you might be a little bit low compared to privates, but we can do privates.
No, you're not low. We're not low compared to private.
Okay.
I'm private.
Okay, yeah, and I didn't look, so, but you were, actually, I was surprised that you were spot on.
So you feel like if we continue the trend, and I know historically, we've not always done the pay increases that we know. We've been doing what since I was.
Since you're mayor, we've done between 5 or 6%, and then also included those steps.
Yeah.
Okay.
You do need to, it may not be 5%. Again, we have to look at what the economy is doing. A couple of years ago, if you didn't do at least 4 or 5%, you were going to fall behind.
Yeah.
Nowadays, I think government's going to have to go a little bit higher than what CPI is. And the reason why I say that, and I'm not trying to be political here in any way, shape, or form, but if all this manufacturing and AI and technology comes back into the United States, I think there's going to be a push for people to move towards the private sector versus the public sector, which is going to put us in a world of hurt. And so, they're going to take those trades positions, they're going to take those IT type positions, and we might have to be trending our salary schedules a little bit higher than CPI to keep them, or look at a compensation philosophy. Right now, your compensation philosophy, these are at the average market rate. What the average market rate means is I go through each position and I look at the market data that we have and I throw out any outliers. I throw out the highs and the lows. My saying for the last 25 years, because we've been in business for 25 years, is that elected officials want me to keep all the low-paying municipalities in, employees want me to put all the high-paying municipalities in, and I don't make either one of you happy. I'm looking for a tight salary range here. But you might say, hey, what we might do is go to the 65th percentile. So I'm seeing more municipalities going higher than average to try to beat out that private sector market. Because private sector not only has, in some cases, equal to or better compensation, but right now the private sector is also beating us out in benefits. You used to work for government because you had average salaries and really good benefits, and now you have average salaries and average benefits, but that's just what the market's doing. And again, I'm making a broad brush with private because there's some privates that are less, there's some privates that are more, it depends upon the profession.
So Leah, you said if we implement what she's projecting here, that's $750,000. If we leave it alone, how much is it?
If you don't do any increases whatsoever.
No, what's already, like the 5%?
If we don't do the changes that
But we don't move anybody around in the schedule.
I don't have that document to tell you. I mean, you're looking at, I think you might be able to help me, was it $8 million? We're looking at wages is what we pay out right now.
We're pretty close to $8 million out of general fund. It's half of our revenue, about $8 to $9 million.
Okay, that's kind of
So there'd be a 5% boost on top of that?
which would add the 700,000 to it, 750,000 to the $8 million.
So it's basically what you've done the last couple of years, so whatever the percentage is the same.
So another question I have is, we seem to have a lot of newer people, and then we have some seasoned people, and then we kind of have the middle part of this. And until these younger, or I wouldn't say younger, newer people get into a point where they have the same knowledge translation that some of these people that have been here a while have, what is your suggestion on incentivizing or a carrot to keep those people? Because I know, I'm under no illusion, their goal is to get their top 5 or top 3, right? And then they're gonna bounce, right? So if there's no other outside the 5%, which a new council can come in and all of a sudden go back to the old ways of not doing anything, right? Because I'm on the private side like James is, but what I found is bonus and incentives, what you can't, that's different. On the private side, you can do that, you can't play with that on the public side. So are you suggesting just the 5% should be enough, or do you think that there should be another step for people that have been here 15, 20 plus years? I know you wouldn't, I don't want to get into a 25 step either, but I'm just.
You know, right now you've got a step system, and the step systems are very nice systems because they're very structured. They're very easy to budget. You know, you add money to the budget, move the next step, and boom, you're done. Employees like step systems because they know what, they can see what they're going to get, and that is a motivation to save because I can see versus, even though I do merit systems can be sometimes fuzzy. You know, you've got a minimum and you've got a midpoint and you've got a maximum and you don't know how you're going to move through that salary range. I think the thing you may want to take a look at, and we didn't do it in this study, but what you may want to look at is, are there things outside of compensation that you want to take a look at? You know, do you want to give an extra holiday? Do you want to give different types of, there's all kinds of benefits that are coming into the private sector that we're looking at, you know, pet insurance. The one I laugh at, because I'm an old person, we have now lifestyle savings accounts, where that you can put money away out of your paycheck into a savings account so it can, you know, you can take vacations. Back in my day, that was called a savings account, but now the employer can do it for you. So there's those different types of things that you can do that I would take a look at. You know, you can do bonuses, but they're a little bit harder to do in government. You know, it's hard to measure productivity in some of these. You know, you don't want to do something where I get an incentive for the number of people I save or the number of tickets I get, or, you know, that's just not.
And I think that's probably the process that she was describing, to where we would add a step like this. We're recommending adding a step 11, so going past the step 10. So those that are at step 8, 9 right now, they see, okay, I've got a little bit further to go, and I like that. I like the way that looks. And then maybe next year or the next couple of years, drop the first step off. So we're staying within the 10, 11, 12 step range, but we're dropping the lowest paid off. And then that way we're starting at step 2, essentially becomes step 1.
And what I would do is, if you're going to do that, never change the numbers. So your schedule now goes from step 2 to step 12. Because if you change the numbers, if I was a 5, step 5, and I'm a step 4, I just got demoted.
People don't understand that.
But you know, you have room to add more steps on. You know, you only have a 20% range. So you definitely, in the next couple of years, as an incentive, as those folks are getting closer to the top, you can add another step 13 or 14, but then start taking them off the bottom.
Because really the reality is that that's 15 plus, almost 10%. It's really close to 20 plus. So my fear is you're going to lose knowledge that will take years to make up, either through certifications or training or just luck, right? So that's my concern.
The other thing you can do is, on top of this, and I don't want to make it complicated, but you also can look at incentive pays. You know, if I'm in the trades and I get, you know, in water, wastewater, well, you already have the tiers for that, but I get a certification that it's not required for my job, you know, I take a class and I become the Excel guru in the department. There could be an incentive pay for that. It could either be one time or added onto your base. Just don't make it really complicated.
Do we have 401k now?
What we have now with TCRS is called a hybrid plan, and that hybrid plan is a split account where it's a pension account and a 401k. So we do have a 401k that the employee contributes to. The city also contributes to that. And whenever we do process a new hire, they're automatically vested in that 401k. So that means from day one, all the money that goes into that account is automatically theirs. If they leave on day 20, then they can pull that money out if they want to. The 401k pension plan works a little different.
What do we match, what rate do we match at for that?
Well, it's not a matching.
don't match at all, okay.
We don't match anything, but we have a set rate that we contribute. So the 401k, the city puts in 5%, and the employee can contribute whatever number that they want to. So if they want to put 20% in, they can.
Okay, so they get
Yeah, so, but
5%.
we're locked in at 5%. And then on the pension side, we put in an automatic 4%, and the employee is required to put in 5%. So technically, the city is putting in 9% into this retirement account off the jump, and the employee is only required to put in 5%.
It's a pretty good deal right there.
And keep in mind, it is a very good deal, but you've got, what did I say? You've got 69% of your population that's up to 5 years or less. They don't care about that. They don't care about that.
I try to make them care about
Yeah,
that.
they don't care about health insurance. Now, they will as they get older. But, what incentives is that generation looking at? It's time off, and, show me the money and time off. There was just a video that one of my consultants sent me, was like, employees need to be felt that they're valued, and that doesn't mean a pizza party, it means what's some of my paycheck. So, and that's what that generation cares about, show me the money.
Well, you were mentioning a few minutes ago about certifications, maybe employees going over and above what they are required to do. A lot of our, especially essential public safety employees, have certifications
Yes.
that are not elective, they're required
Yeah.
for their job. And that's prompting some municipalities to carve out those essential public safety employees and almost treat them as a different salaried or pay group. What's been your experience with just across the board? Or is that a common thing to I know several months ago, Leah prepared a wage proposal, wage study, if you will, of what raises for our fire and law enforcement officers would look at going forward because of the certifications that they have that are over and above anything else. What's been your experience with that, please?
Sure. First of all, there's two sides to our business, which I did not say in the beginning. The other side is held up by the other Dr. McGrath, and that's McGrath Consulting Group. That's the parent company right now. And we do public safety consulting, police, fire, EMS, and dispatch. So we are starting to see public safety being pulled off the salary schedules, or you're not big enough a salary schedule where what we call job families. And so we're more concerned about what's happening in the job family than we are what's happening across the entire organization. So you'd have an administrative family, you'd have a trades family, you have a professional, and then fire, police would be in their own family. Because of the problems that we're having nationwide, fortunately, it's not as prevalent here in Tennessee of trying to get people to go into those industries. And, we're starting to play, especially with police, we're starting to play, okay, you raise your salary to this, and next door raises it to this, and then you've got to do this, and we're continually, and then, so as a result of that, you have to be a little bit more fluid with those salaries. But with that being said, even if you pull it off, you still have to watch what's happening with compression with the folks that are on the regular salary schedule. So once you get to your officer rank, you don't want to squeeze those positions so close together that I don't want to take a promotion because I'm taking a pay cut. So, but we are starting to see them split off a little bit more.
Because especially when it comes to not just recruitment but retention.
Yes.
It's one thing to have a limited number of folks apply, but the money that's invested to send them to courses, send them
That's
to
correct.
training. When one of them leaves,
Yeah.
you see a lot of dollars and knowledge walk out the
Yeah,
door.
yeah. They usually say, for turnover, it's, if you look at the entire total compensation of an employee, that's what the cost of turnover is. Well, we actually say it's almost 2 times that if it's the cost of turnover in public safety. Because of all the
Especially if
training.
your organization is being a training organization to train them to go somewhere
Yep.
else.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Dr. McGrath, you mentioned that 30% are eligible for retirement. Is that an unusually high number, or is that's about average?
No.
And what was the criteria? Was it age? Was it years of service?
We did age.
Okay.
Yeah, age only. And so what we're seeing in a lot of organizations is, whoever said it before, you've got this big chunk of brand new employees, you've got this big chunk of older employees that are going to walk out the door, and there's a gap in the middle. and that's pretty typical. So that it makes compensation or total compensation a little bit more difficult because the folks under 40 have a whole different mindset of what they want versus those that are, 50 and older. I care about the pension. So I care about health insurance, although I'm old. So. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the time.
That shopping mall, they, people will be doing it. Where are they? The ones that have been here long and the ones that are new. There's another group.
So before we move on, is there anything that you want to say or
I'm
discuss?
happy
Or what do
to
you?
answer any questions if y'all have any additional questions with regard to that.
So look,
I'll do my best.
we got budget coming up here, so these are questions we need to be asking her while we have her. So do you all have any further questions, conversations, thoughts before we move into the next thing? It sounds to me like we are going to make some changes with seasonal.
Yeah, and I think that's appropriate. It does get difficult to recruit seasonal and part-time employees just because it's an hourly rate and nothing else comes with it. And then when it comes to part-time employment, we can only work them 30 hours a week. So if we exceed 30 hours a week on average, then we move into a position to where we have to offer that individual benefits. So we work really hard to make sure that we look at those periodically. Summer and I try to look at those about every three months. That way we can average those and make sure that we're not getting into any trouble and getting into a position where we have to offer benefits. Now, when it comes to seasonal employment, the way that's defined is that those individuals are only allowed to work a certain number of months per year based on the seasonal definitions for our organization. So we can work them about 7 months out of the year, but we can work them any number of hours. So they can work 40, 50, 60 hours a week. And then, of course, anything over 40, they earn overtime for.
Before I ask another one, do you all have any?
Leah, I don't know if you calculated just the pay grade changes separate. I know you gave us the total amount of $750. Did you calculate just the?
I do have the recommendations for the
Yes.
pay grade changes. Well, it's going to be very minimal because those pay grades that we're recommending changing, I think there were 5 or 6. We're putting them as close to that 5% plus 2% as we could get. So I think there are a couple that might have been an 8% change, but they're still going to fall in line with the recommendation for the plan as a whole. So even though we're moving their grade, the reason we did that is it will extend their top out. So they'll go from, if they're, just for an example, if they're an I-8, then they'll go to the next grade at a step 3. But that'll give them the increase, which is 7% to 8%, and then they have a longer duration before they hit step 10.
So just to clarify, roughly 8 to 9 million off the general fund is roughly what our salaries are. That includes everything, including matches and insurance and all that, or that just?
Yeah, but that, we will know that's just the base salary.
Yeah, that's salary.
Not including the retirement, workers' comp, doesn't include Social Security taxes, it doesn't include overtime or anything like that. That's just base. If you start including all that stuff, you start hitting close to about 11 to 12 million. So about half of our budget is pretty much salaries. Just to put it that way. When you start adding all the benefits and stuff, it's about half of our money on salaries.
Okay. And then, just to clarify, you're saying if we go with the recommendations that Dr. McGrath suggests, plus if we continue on the 5%, 2%, we're looking at roughly a $750,000 increase to our general fund?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Just wanted to get all that kind of hashed out. Any other questions? I'm asking budget questions, knowing we got March right around the corner. Do we have any other conversations? You know you can, Joe. What are you doing?
I'm not in the circle, I'm just making sure.
Well, have a seat. We got some seats open up here.
Yeah, right here.
Here, try this one out.
I don't want that. You're on camera over here.
Yeah.
So a lot of utilities
Joe Curley on the mic.
do, this don't affect my department, but do extreme hazard weather pay. She was talking about incentives. And just for instance, The other night, Billy's crew was out 9 hours fixing a leak behind the police station, 8-inch main, middle of the night. And from 8 or 9 o'clock till 6 a.m. in the morning, it was below 20 degrees all night. So I know, you can't compare us to VEC, but there's just one instance that I know that does it. They have, when they're below freezing, their pay goes up, and they have to keep specific records, which they use the local weather service for their hours. I know this is not going to be a headache to me, it would be a headache to somebody else to figure out, but I just want to throw it up. She was talking about incentives, and I hear these guys talking about they got to go back to the shop after fixing that leak for 8 hours in 4-foot water to thaw their coveralls off because they're frozen and they can't get them off.
Yeah.
You know, so just wanted to ask that question. I mean, I've thought about it for years and brought it up a couple of times, but that's what we're talking about. Incentive phase.
Are you asking, or are you, I don't know.
I'm just throwing it out there.
Curious.
Yeah. Just curious.
Yeah. That's probably just a conversation to look into, right? The DEC does that?
I know they did. They got a couple of different ranges, but
Gotcha.
different temperatures. Below freezing, their pay goes up. Below 20, it goes up. And it goes up very, I don't know how many different steps they got there, but.
Okay. You guys have any other questions, conversations? This is the time to do it, y'all. So get everybody in the room. Now, I mean, typically someone's going to have their set hours they work, and if they go in and do that, are there people then get paid overtime for that? Or are they allowed to be able to say, well, you're at 38 hours, you only need to work 2 more hours? Or I mean, how does that?
If it's an emergency situation to where they're called back into work, it's automatically time and a half. So it's call-out pay to where they automatically get overtime regardless of the hours that they've worked that week. So if they're called in for an emergency situation, then they're going to get that time and a half. And we pay time and a half, of course, exactly what it says, their hourly rate plus half.
So they get that regardless of how many hours they work that week, if they get called after hours?
If they get called out, yes.
Okay.
For a line break or something like that, that's an emergency situation that requires them to report, then if they didn't work but 2 hours the entire week, those hours are still going to be time and a half. And then we do a minimum of 2 hours for our call out. So if our crews go out and they work 1 hour, we pay them 2 hours.
Are they taxed for overtime now, income taxes? Because Big Bill took care of that.
Okay, so the way that works is that in that big bill, individuals are still taxed when they receive their paycheck. So their paycheck is exactly the same as it has been in the past. Where they have to claim that is when they file their taxes.
Okay.
So when they go file their taxes, their W-2 is going to indicate the number in which they earned in overtime. But you don't pay taxes on the half pay.
Right.
So the time pay, the full hourly rate, you still pay taxes on. It's the half. So if someone makes $20 an hour and they earn $30 an hour in overtime, it's the $10 per hour that they're not taxed on.
Okay.
I got her in the hot seat. Let's keep asking. Let me look here. All right, are y'all good? I think we're moving into the next section. I didn't know if there was questions you wanted to ask before we moved into yours. Are you good? Okay. You can hang here for a little bit?
Question. That's a really good slide, but that's not, I think in 19 we had that kind of a breakdown for everybody. I think that would be beneficial.
Sure, I'm happy to send that out.
What slide is that?
This is for Dr. Fox's conversation.
Oh, you already pulled up. Okay, I need to move back over. All right. Are you using the lead? Is that what you're gonna do?
Sure.
It's on the agenda.
Yes, sir. Several months ago, back in October, to be specific, we have prepared a spreadsheet for fire and law enforcement that would reflect raises, that could go into effect, and this was back at the time when we were contemplating our transport EMS service. And there was two benefits to that proposal. Obviously, the community benefit of the transport EMS was one side of the issue. Another side of the issue was our essential public safety workers and the job that they perform, dovetailing into what Dr. McGrath's conversation was earlier about the recruitment and retention. These are proposed, and I think there's a couple of slides for each, but these were proposed salary increases for fire and law enforcement that were based on input from the chiefs, and our finance director contributed to this and rightfully pointed out that, again, the family of essential public safety workers includes fire and law enforcement. So these were proposed raises based on very specific categories of their job descriptions and their progression through advancements. So I wanted to submit this for consideration and ask that it be obviously looked at by Leah to see how this would compare and fold into what the proposal is already, because obviously the bottom line difference would not be as great as what's going to be predicted if there's already some raises taken into consideration. So that's what I wanted to bring this up for discussion and input, and request consideration for that.
So this that I had prepared in October showed the existing salaries for everyone in fire services for the 25-26 budget year. And that was once we had finished the budget where everybody landed. Also illustrated the benefits, what the work comp insurance is, and what the retirement contribution is for each individual. And you might see some numbers that vary here. So where we've got the 9%, those are the individuals that are on our hybrid plan right now. Where you see the 13% for retirement, those are individuals that are still in the legacy plan for TCRS. So those are the people that are still in that plan. So this was just kind of a snapshot of what the existing salaries are, and then this was the proposal. So based on some conversations with Chief South and what he forecasted the individuals would need to go to, and like Dr. Fox indicated, it was when we were having those conversations about EMS. I tried to illustrate what it would look like to move those individuals into those positions. Also add the benefits in again, because it would of course recalculate the retirement, the longevity, and the work comp ratios, and then what the difference would be current versus adding this in. So this red line number here would be the cost to implement those changes without benefits, and then that's the cost to implement changes in fire services with benefits. And then I also had one for police. So
She's going to furnish us a copy of that, James. She's going to give us a copy of that. Are you going to give us a copy of all that later right there, council?
We can.
I have it right here.
She's got it.
Okay, good. I want a copy of it.
Yeah.
Before and after.
And then same thing right here, just what the current salaries were for the police officers and the positions that they were in. Again, benefits added in. So this total annual is with all the benefits. And then taking a look at how those positions would compare to positions in fire services just in other cities, and making sure that everything lined back up with police officers, SROs, and ranking officers, showing what they would need to go to in order to stay comparable. And that's your bottom line on the difference in salaries, and that's the bottom line difference if you added in the benefits. And I do have copies for everyone of that.
So if I did the math on that, that's almost an $800,000 increase.
Yes, but also, Leah, would you clarify what's the difference in those total numbers versus your predicted numbers based on the proposed 5 + 2? What
Yeah,
changes that would-
so the only changes that Dr. McGrath had recommended as far as placement for moving grades were the entry-level firefighters. And I didn't know what was,
I've got one.
going to be discussed today with regard to this, so I apologize. I haven't got official bottom line numbers on what the difference would be, but I'm happy to prepare that. I'm happy to prepare a comparison.
Okay, I think that'd be, I appreciate that, I think that'd be.
Yeah, sure.
So I just request everybody take a look at that, have some feedback later. Obviously, you're just getting that right now, but that's because clearly all of our essential public safety workers, they, just because they are that, the certifications, everything, the retention for them needs to be so critical to try to keep that knowledge from leaving and having to train some more people at the academy. So this group, this family, as Dr. McGrath called it, is a segment of our employees that all municipalities are treating as separate in terms of their package. So that's what I'm asking folks to consider, you guys to consider.
How many employees have we lost in the last year, fire and police? And I don't mean the ones that've been arrested.
Not the ones that we've gotten rid of.
Yeah.
The ones that quit.
Fire has
Once
done
quit.
really well in retention. I mean, they have done very well. We've lost maybe in the last year 2. So they've done good. And then police, we do struggle a little bit. We struggle with hiring police officers. I don't really see it being more of a problem in salary as just the idea of what a police officer has to do. And yeah.
What's a G2 admin associate 2?
So that is going to be an administrative assistant in that department. Whenever you see that G2, H2, I2, that's our grades that don't really mean a whole lot to anybody, but probably me in summer. Because we can look at those and we'll automatically know where somebody falls on a scale with those codes.
Anyone have any questions?
But I do appreciate you making that comparison. That'd be very
Absolutely,
helpful.
no problem. And I will, just to kind of build upon what Dr. McGrath said and what you had asked Dr. Fox, I have seen in some towns are moving to a different scale for police and fire. I haven't seen it a lot, but I haven't asked for it a lot or haven't had to. But for instance, I know Crossville, they have their own scale for police and fire. So it's kind of separated out and it's not combined in as a compensation scale for the entire town. So I have seen that as well.
Yes, ma'am.
Lee, I can speak to that as benefit for our department, and I know it would probably be for Chief Brooks as well. If you look at a firefighter position, you know, we look at our scale currently, it shows rate of pay and all that. Well, that's not going to be the same for fire and police because they work more hours. So they can only look at the end number where they're going to have to work, you know, a lot more hours to attain the same number that someone who works a 40-hour week is. So having that separate would be beneficial because it's like the group we talked about earlier, these young kids, they want to know, what am I getting per hour and what's my end result? And, you know, it's something that we can't see with our current pay scale. I can say, well, that's what you're going to make, but your hourly rate's not that. Because
And I try not to show them the hourly rate when it's in the
their hourly
departments
rate
because it's not a pretty number.
It's going to hurt them.
It's the bottom line
It hurts them
number.
bad. Yeah.
Just to clarify though, on the scale we currently have versus this, wasn't the assumption though that those people, more so on the firefighter side, were going to be more paramedics and their job roles were going to change and they were going to have to do more EMS runs on the ambulance?
This right here,
Yeah.
this was when we were still having those conversations.
Do understand though that the fact that they don't provide, the city's not providing the ambulance right now for them, that doesn't change their liability, their certification requirements, or the care that they're called on to render. You see what I'm saying? So if they need to ride in now, they're still performing, they would have still been performing what they're doing now, it just wouldn't be accompanying the patient on all the calls like they would if we were doing our own transport EMS. But their requirements, their training, their certification, their ability to need to provide those services is totally unchanged. Okay.
How many firefighters do you have?
28, about 28.
Well, we have 30 technically with the administration.
Yeah.
Terry and Penny.
What departments are we having attrition issues with? Sounds like fire's not, but is there other ones?
Having what?
Attrition.
Loss.
Turnover.
Yeah, people that are, that are electively leaving, not that we're getting rid of them.
Police is a big one. Police is going to be probably the biggest. And then our labor positions in maintenance and utilities.
Yeah, that's what
But police is going to be your highest.
And usually those individuals, the last one, are the ones that are going out doing snow removal, doing trees, fixing pipes. They're doing, well, while we're all sleeping, they're making sure the roads are open, water's running.
Yeah, and they're the ones also that are, it's easier for those individuals to go out into the private sector and find a job similar to that for.
I was really surprised that Dr. McGrath didn't say more on those.
Well, when you looked at, and I had looked at other cities too through MTAS, we're actually really, we seem to be performing really well when it comes, again, when you start looking at private contractors or construction companies, that number's going to vary greatly, but when you're looking at other municipalities and towns and counties, we're pretty good.
How many policemen you got?
49. Well, I've got 49 positions.
So on police, the throwing money at it isn't necessarily the answer, so it's just the nature of the beast. Is there anything we can't do differently?
Schedules.
That, I think would probably be, as far as scheduling goes, as far as just throwing money at it, I've seen towns try to do that, and, I mean, there's some towns out here that's paying ridiculous money, and they still can't keep a full staff.
You got any ideas? Are there any ideas that we need to worry about? I would put it as.
I think one thing, you've got a competitive range of people, higher salaries in Cookville, Oak Ridge, Maryville, places like that. One idea would come up, maybe, if somebody's already certified, that's a big expense, you know, if you send somebody to the academy and get them certified as a police officer, things like that. Maybe some kind of bonus, you know, that was something we played with. Right now, you know, I don't know what's happened to the world, and I've talked to every police chief in the country, and they're just not applying. And some that you're getting applying 10 years ago, we wouldn't even looked at. And I've got a sort of a stringent standard that I try to stay with, but no, I don't have any solid ideals that would, believe me, I've tried everything that might work. It's, right now, I can keep the ones I've got. You're gonna have some, I've got one retiring in March. Some is, you know, some reason or another, they want to go someplace else or just quit. And the county, though, for a while when the county was, they was paying a little bit more than we was. I had a few to go to the county. And
Fairfield? Fairfield?
Fairfield. No, Fairfield, I've not lost any to Fairfield. They have been some that used to work at the police department, but they didn't leave under me.
That's not just a police problem, that's a problem with employees, period.
You might not. You and I might not want to go down that road, being on the private side.
I gotta go see my surgeon, I'll be back as soon as possible.
But I didn't know if outside the police, you know, my concern is Leah is just making sure, you know, people like those and Joe's and Jeff's and Billy's and Steve and Kevin's, you know, I think a lot of them are losing because from the conversations I've had is, you know, the family time. So if they go out this time of year and they're having to work crazy hours or on call, like how do you keep somebody like that? So and I know a lot of them have to have water purification training, CDLs, heavy equipment operators. I just didn't know if we can look at that for them as well, if we're just going to have this conversation about Because
Dig down deeper into that.
I consider those departments just as essential as anybody else. I want to just make sure we do our best to look at that as well.
And obviously, as a department adopts certification courses and training and classes as minimum standards, then suddenly that expectation and ability to reward somebody for going over and above, that window starts getting less. Because there's a lot of the things that might have been over and above are now suddenly minimum standards for the job description.
They're expected.
Required, yes.
All right, thank you. Anything else, Steve? You good? Okay, all right, I'm
I think
kind of
BJ's out there.
busy, okay, I was kind of
Yeah.
having this conversation, but I saw him come in, so. Oh, okay, hey, bud, sorry, what do you need to do to set up? You need to come on?
All I need to do is HDMI cord and I'm good.
All right, let's go ahead and do that. We get coffee? Yeah, have a coffee, bathroom break. We'll start back here in about 9 o'clock, 5 minutes. Give that away, then?
I'm gonna give away, not this, but I'm gonna give away, I got some t-shirts and stuff.
Apparently, I saw.
If we get into this, you have.
If you are liable, there's little things being done with the grass landscape. And I saw I can't believe how many coffee places are around there.
Is that the Crossville Hospital? Is it open yet?
That's what we're just talking about.
I'm not asking you.
Was it working out there? I haven't seen anything.
We're the coffee capital of the world. We're like Seattle, right?
I don't know.
I'll say like per capita, we have more coffee than Seattle. They say they have more, but they don't have many capita.
My kids drink the blue coffee.
I was just thinking, I wonder if it's got.
I wonder if it is too. We won't know until we get there.
Can you start the spec building discussion?
For the what?
Spec building discussion.
Yeah, absolutely. What time's that?
Who we missing? We missing James Bailey Ray?
He said he'd be back.
Okay, we're missing Bailey Ray.
She's back. She's coming.
She's on break.
We don't need her.
No break.
Well, she stopped it.
No break, let's just wait.
That's my break.
She's at the smoke.
I ain't got time.
She just stopped it.
I got candy time.
I hope so, but Art was saying a lot of things, I hope it's not on camera.
She can make her Irish coffee, she said.
It's red, so I think it's on.
So Chris went back there and had her make sock good for him, like Irish.
Good, all right. All right, we'll go now into presentation on the impact of tourism. We'll have PJ go ahead and give that presentation, sir.
Awesome. Yeah, good morning. So a lot of you all probably do not know me, but my name is PJ Barnes, and I serve as the Director of Tourism. I've been here for almost a year, but as well as the Executive Director of our Main Street program, which I'll go into a little bit in this presentation. Lifelong resident, absolutely love this place. I was fortunate enough to be able to move back in June. My wife teaches at Martin, and I'm never going to leave, because if you've ever been anywhere else, this place is way better. Right? I lived in Cookville, lived in Nashville, and I was itching to get back here. But I'm going to talk about tourism and some of kind of the perceptions that people have and some of the KPIs we have, so the trackable data and numbers that we have, and everything that we've got to do over the last year. And I want this to be very conversational. I just don't want to sit up here and talk. So at any point you all have questions, please feel free. If you know me, I love talking, but I love answering questions more. So we will go ahead and jump in. So what exactly is Explore Crossville? So we're the designated marketing organization, so the DMO for Crossville and Cumberland County. We got some state funds, and that's kind of how we've been able to do everything in this slideshow, as well as even more. I could put everything in here. But there's a lot of really good things. And then the Main Street program I'll go into a little bit later. But what we're trying to do is highlight Crossville to people that don't know about Crossville, because they're not going to come here unless they know about us and the things we have to offer. So what exactly do we do, right? So we manage the website and social medias. That's ongoing that we will always do. We support a lot of local businesses in more ways than one. So via social media, I have business owners that will come into my office, or I'll talk to them and just give them advice. So before I was here, I did some small business consulting. So I have some background in that. And I absolutely, that's probably my favorite part about this job, is getting to work with a lot of these small business owners and these local businesses, because I think they're one of the best parts about this community. We also apply for a lot of grants, which I'll go into later as well, through Main Street. A lot of times that's in conjunction with DCI or with the city, with other organizations, rather than just Explore Crossville by itself. And another big part of my job is community advocacy. So speaking in settings like this, with Rotaries, with schools, and kind of breaking down the barriers of tourism, because for a lot of people, tourism has a kind of negative view on it, but really whenever you start to break down what tourism is and how we can do it as smart as possible, it's really all good, right? I get asked the question almost every time, well, have you ever asked anybody if you don't want this place to grow? And I get asked that question all the time, right? People from Rotary, Lions Clubs, things like that ask me that question. I was born and raised here. I grew up 3/4 of a mile from Crab Orchard Elementary, went to SMHS. I absolutely love this place, and I think it's more about the strategic growth, but that is completely beside the point of tourism. Tourism is to bring people here to allow them to experience all the positives that we have in this community, in this county, in this city. And, you know, our goal is not for them to move here. Our goal is for them to get to experience and help support our small businesses and, you know, help fund organizations and, you know, departments just like yours. So just the total economic impact of tourism in the state of Tennessee. All right, so we have no state income tax. Of course, like I said, I've lived here my entire life, so I don't know what it's like to have a state income tax, but I've never heard anybody, you know, praise that. So I'm pretty grateful to be in Tennessee. I'm going to skip down here to the bottom. $766 tax savings per year for each household in Cumberland County. So the way that number breaks down is, so we were the 15th in the state in direct spending, so total economic impact is what that number is called. It was $212.4 million in 2024. These numbers lag by a year, just so they can get everything together. That was 15th in the state. To put that into perspective, Putnam County was $183 million. They were like 19th in the state. You know, I think this is really important because tourism affects more than just the people coming in. It also affects us, right? As homeowners, and individuals, as business owners in the community. And almost 1,200 people in the tourism industry in Cumberland County, as reported by the state. But you know, this is a big reason why I think that a lot of people just don't understand the positive impacts that tourism can have. I think these numbers alone kind of speak to that. So right whenever I started this position in the middle of March last year, and as I was talking to other DMOs, so this designated marketing organization, so Visit Cookeville, Visit Columbia, having internal conversations, talking to the state, I heard hotel motel tax and sales tax a lot, and those are super important, right? Because everybody wants to know what return they're getting. But something that kind of opened my eyes was over the last 3 to 6 months, what I've found is the hotel motel tax and sales tax is almost a byproduct of the impact we have on business owners and the citizens in the community, right? So a lot of what I do social media for Explore Crossville. Does anybody know where Casa Lopez is?
Which? Across the street, Kincaid? Is that
No, that's Los Torritos.
I was close.
So Casa Lopez is on Stanley and on Main Street, or just off Main Street. Awesome tacos if you ever get a chance. I'm kind of a food professional, just if you didn't know. But we posted a video, it got like 80,000 views. And one of the cool things was the comment section was just littered with, man, we have to put this spot on our list. We have to go here. Like, let's make lunch plans sometimes. And it's the impact that we can have on those small businesses that I think is like so profound. Grinder House is another example. So we brought in Explore Nash, which is their social media content creators out of Nashville. They do incredible work. We have a great partnership with them. They highlighted Grinder House. It got about 2 million views between Instagram and Facebook. And I could not get my caramel macchiato for like 2 weeks straight because the line was out the door. Those are the kind of impacts that we can have in tourism, especially on the social media side, but even outside of social media. So speaking of social media, like I said, I started in March, and we started about 4,600. We were the second smallest social media following in the Upper Cumberland, which shouldn't. We have way more to offer than a lot of other places in the Upper Cumberland. I think we can all agree on that. But we had just never branched out and looked into the social media aspect of things. So we've grown to over 11,000 now, surpassing I think 3 or 4 different counties in Upper Cumberland in total social media following. And that number is going to continue to rise and rise and rise, especially with some of the things that we have coming up the next couple of months. With some more content creators coming in, Explore Nash will be coming back for a spring session. It'll be a good time. So, kind of to quantify this, I'm one individual, right? I can only talk to so many people per day. But whenever you think about social media, the amount of reach you can have among different people is really important, right? I think that social media is one of the greatest tools you can have as anybody trying to publicize anything, just because of the reach it has. So we were about 72 million views, or sorry, 7.2 million views across all of our platforms in the last year, which is, that's a lot of eyes on Crossville and Cumberland County. A lot of those people are repeat visitors, a lot of those people are from here, but we're highlighting things that even people from here don't necessarily know about, which I think is cool. There were people from Crossville that had no idea what Casa Lopez was or where it was, right? Really, great tacos. It's a cool establishment, super nice owners. They're really good people. But just the impact that we've had on social media, the amount of eyes we've got on these businesses that maybe don't have social media, right? Gondolas has no social media. If you've been to Gondolas recently, you know they probably don't need any because they stay busy. I'm a frequent at Gondolas, love that place. But they had no social media. We're giving them coverage that they didn't have before to places like Nashville, Knoxville, Chattanooga, all over the states, really all over the United States.
You stop doing that.
So, do we have any Tennessee fans in here? I know we have to have a couple, right?
Sure.
I don't see a Tennessee hat right there. 68 Neyland stadiums. And Sanford Stadium, if you're a Georgia fan. I know that probably hurts my talking ability up here, but the amount of impact, right? With social media over the last year, we could have filled up 68 Neyland stadiums and views on our small businesses. And I think this is just one of the coolest visualizations, right? I got to go to Tennessee, Georgia a couple of years ago, and it was one of the coolest experiences that I've had. A lot of people go, right? When that place is packed, it's probably the best atmosphere you're going to have in sports. But we're giving, imagine Grinder House and Asa giving a presentation in the middle of, Neyland Stadium, and everybody being there, it being a sold-out crowd. And I think, that's kind of the eyes that we get on our small businesses that impact them, greatly. So we've also extended, I'm going to play these two videos if you all have not seen them. Is there a way we can turn the volume up?
Just 5 minutes off of I-40 is a coffee shop putting most restaurants to shame. This is Grinder House, a small-town cafe with big city flavor and a side of live music. There's plenty of space, and every Saturday night, the stage lights up with live music. It's officially part of the Tennessee Music Pathways, and it earns that spot. If you're already heading east, this is the stop to reroute for. Tag your road trip buddy who always says, let's just hit the next exit. They're about to be outvoted.
Going into the Reuben sandwich, the corned beef with the saltiness and the crunch of the sauerkraut. It's a great sandwich. Now let's go to the carrot cake. The carrot on this one's really, really bold. That packs a really nice punch. And then the cream cheese icing brings a nice balance to the rest of it. Now we're going to have this Monte Cristo. Wow. The saltiness mixed with the French toast and the powdered sugar. This Monte Cristo is one of the best I've had in the state of Tennessee. Got a little cannoli. It's like an overload of sugar. Maybe you need that sugar rush for your drive over to the Smoky Mountains. And they have a locally roasted coffee. This particular one is a white chocolate coconut. It tastes like an Almond Joy in a cup.
Comment Coffee and we'll send you a full travel guide to the rest of Cumberland County, just in case you decide the Smokies can wait.
Right, so we talked about the Smokies a couple times there, and one of our marketing pitches is halfway to the Smokies, right? Whenever I was a kid, we used to go to the Smokies and kind of like get away, almost like a staycation because it was very similar geographically to like Crossville, Cumberland County. After these guys left, that was the first trip they were here. It was last spring. They were like, I don't see why people would go to the Smokies. Like unless you're going to Dollywood, I don't see why they would. Like we have a Buc-ee's, we have like the real getaways, we have good food. They were very impressed. This has by far been one of the most important partnerships that we've created in the last year. Well, I don't know what's going on.
Most people drive across the county on their way to the Smokies, but they're skipping some of Tennessee's best-kept secrets. This weekend trip has better views, better food, and way less traffic. Halfway to the Smokies, just past the Buc-ee's in Crossville, lies one of the most slept-on fall destinations in the state. And yes, this is the same county with one of the best mountain views.
Okay, connection may not be good enough. I'll go ahead and move on though. So you can find any of those videos on Explore Crossville or Explore Nash on Facebook or Instagram. They did really well. We've created a really good partnership with them, and they've been so impressed with the amount of things we have to do here. I mean, I was just with them last week, and I'm kind of feeds into this. But those are the kind of social media connections and partnerships we can make to reach people that we've never reached before. They've never really heard about what Crossville is or some of the small businesses that we have. So the Tourism Summit is something that I got the idea from Visit Franklin, which is kind of I would say the standard for designated marketing organizations as far as how they've been able to impact Franklin and some of the different areas around them. If you've ever been down there, you're going to see Visit Franklin branding. They do a really good job. So this is something that we're going to do at the end of March 26th. It's going to be at the Palace, which is what that picture is with a little question mark. But it's completely free to the community. And what this is we're going to be celebrating kind of all of the positives and benefits that we've seen in the community from tourism over the last year. So we're going to have Explore Nash come, those guys that you just saw. Commissioner Zell from the Tennessee Department of Tourist Development is going to be here. And we're kind of just going to have let's celebrate. It's just going to be a big celebration of tourism and everything we've been able to do over the last year. In addition to some really cool things that Explore Nash has done. So we're doing like a 35-minute documentary with Explore Nash over Crossville and Cumberland County. And I think it'll be really cool. The first time it's going to premiere is going to be at the Palace that night. It's going to be the second show at the Palace after the new seats are in. I would love for every single one of you all to be there. Of course, I'll be sending out formal invitations. There'll be like a little VIP party just prior with Explore Nash. That way you guys can ask them questions if you want to. But it's going to be really cool. We're also going to be doing a lot of giveaways with branded merch with Crossville to take pride in where we're from. I think that's been a big benefit of what we've been able to do last year as well.
PJ, what time does that start?
So the VIP section, which all of you all will be invited to, is 5 to 6, and then 6 to 7:30 is the actual presentation. So I'm going to get up and speak for a minute, and then Commissioner Zell will get up to speak. Explore Nash will premiere the video. We'll do a quick Q&A and do giveaways. It's going to be a good night, though.
What day did you say?
It is the 26th of March, so it's a Thursday night.
Please put that on your calendars.
Wait, you gonna put it on the calendar, you said?
So the next thing I want to kind of touch on and get into is the Tennessee Main Street program. Who all knows anything about the Tennessee Main Street program? Not too many people. So there are less than 50 Main Streets in the state of Tennessee, and we are one of those. We got designated this in early fall last year. I think it was August or September, somewhere in that area. So one of the qualifications for Main Street programs, you have to have somebody in a full-time position for a city our size, and that was kind of the one thing that we were missing. So that's part of the reason why I was hired. And this has been one of the coolest experiences that I've had with how tight-knit this group is and how much good we've been able to see from it. So we work pretty much hand-in-hand with DCI, so Downtown Crossville Incorporated. They are absolutely wonderful. They're doing all the right things over there right now. I'm there every board meeting. I'm the vice president of DCI. Well before I was there, they've been doing some incredible work. So we did not want to take away from anything that DCI has been doing. We just want to give them more resources. So we're about to get into grant season for like specifically the Main Street side of things. And I think that's one of the coolest things about the Main Street program is how many grants it allows you to get and how many more it gives you visibility to. So there are grants specifically for the Main Street program, statewide and nationwide, for being a part of a Main Street. So one of those is Downtown Improvement Grant. It's $300,000. And a lot of these I did not fill out completely by myself. It's been in conjunction with the city or with another organization. I'm just a piece of this. So $300,000 downtown improvement grant, a $60,000 tourism enhancement grant, which is going to go towards wayfinding signage, which I'm very excited about. We will know next week on whether or not we got a $16,000 TN 250 grant. And that will go very specifically to some red, white, and blue decor for downtown. And then one of the coolest things, we had almost 1,200 responses on our downtown survey that we sent out. DCI sent it out, the city of Crossville sent it out. We sent it out to the different business owners in the downtown footprint as well. That was the second most in Tennessee Main Street program history. Murfreesboro was first. Over 48 different main streets. So we've got an awesome group of people here that are very involved in the community and want to see it flourish. And that's kind of what the Main Street program's for. It's not here to change anything that we're doing with Main Street or downtown. It's just here to equip DCI and equip even you all at the city with resources that we've never had before because we are Main Street.
Before you move on, we would not have had access to these buckets of money without being in the Tennessee Main Street program, correct?
Yep. Well, so
the first one at least.
The first one, yeah. So you have to be a downtown or Main Street, but we've already went through our downtown cycle. The second one, if you don't have a full-time director of tourism, you're probably not going to get a tourism enhancement, or you will get a tourism marketing grant, not tourism enhancement. And the TN 250 grant was open to any 501c3. So we did it under DCI, but I was the one who did all the grant work for that one.
And that's separate from the one that the city is applying for as well. So, but just want to get clarification though. You being a tourism person that we didn't have before, and also being in this program which we've never been in before, has given us within the first year access to $360,000 that we otherwise would not have.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we'll even see more of that. Yeah, we'll even see more of that in the next year, right? So we've only been Main Street since September, and grant cycle for Main Streets is end of quarter one, beginning of quarter two. So here in the next couple of months, where we're going to be hearing about these grants that pretty much we're only available to. And like I said, there's only 45, 48, somewhere in there, Main Streets in the state of Tennessee. So the competition for these grants is also significantly less than just an open grant for anybody. So we're a lot higher likelihood to get those. And we've also started doing some organizational stuff at DCI to raise our chances at getting some of these grants more and more often.
Before you go on one more thing, what is the matching ratio for these grants?
So tourism enhancement was 90-10, and then DIG was 75-25. Yeah.
With the 25 being provided by the property owner.
Yeah. Yeah.
So pretty much what you're saying essentially is that it's not putting any money really out from the city all that in regards to, usually it's 50-50 or it's a true.
Yeah. Yeah.
Fair to say?
Yeah, I mean, with the TN 250 grant, if either the city or DCI gets that, it's completely 100%. They just give us the money, which is really cool. And then the tourism enhancement grant is something that comes around every year that we've already got ideas for. I believe this is the first year we've ever got the tourism enhancement grant as well. I mean, that's going to cover our wayfinding signage in downtown, which will look great with our new branding. I think it'll kind of give us a more collaborative look along all of downtown. I'm very excited to see about that.
Which you and Bailey Ray.
That's what we were just chuckling about, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, we're working on design and placement.
Yeah, that's
great.
Yeah. So here are just some simplified benefits of a Tennessee Main Street. Just because a lot of people don't really know what the Main Street is, and it's kind of complicated because every Main Street runs a little bit differently. So for us, we're just trying to equip DCI with as many resources as possible, and we're allowing ourselves to be open for these grants and things like that. So for the downtown improvement grant, we receive 5 additional points on our application. That could be the difference in $0 versus $300,000 into the city. I think that's one of the coolest things because it's not an easy grant to get. We also get technical assistance from the state. Kim Parks is the state director, and she has an assistant. They're both absolutely wonderful. They've been doing this for a long time, and they have a lot of, just little nuggets of information that I can pick up on each and every time, kind of bring back to the city and see if we can use this. We're eligible for 3-star grants. We have preferred partnerships with Tennessee Entertainment Commission's program, so that also rolls into some more grants that have not came out yet. There are a lot of grants available through the Entertainment Commission. and we get additional points on those as well for being a main street in the downtown footprint. We're also eligible for TNECD rural development special projects. So the only one of those that I've personally been able to take advantage of so far is the Proof program. So middle of last month, I went to Cookville, and what the Proof program is it gives resources to specifically our food and beverage locations in our downtown footprint. So I'm in the process of sending all that information out now, and that, that's a 6 to 8 month process. But it's really cool, and we're kind of only getting to see the tip of the iceberg with this because we haven't even been in Main Street for a full year. So we still have 6 months of new experiences where we could get hundreds of thousands of dollars more grants or anything else. So here's some trackable data, insights, and some of the things that I want to mention. So we are working with Advanced Travel and Tourism, which became highly recommended to us from the state, from TDTD, which is the Tennessee Department of Tourism Development. So we kind of break this into 3 different categories, and it's going to be our social media. It is going to be so paid engine search, and then display ads. Those are kind of just baseline priorities for us, and what a lot of what we've got to do with this state money is to figure out what exactly works for Explore Crossville, because I'll go to Visit Columbia and they'll say, hey, this really works for us, but that doesn't work for Visit Cookville, or that doesn't work for Visit Knoxville. So we have to figure out what works for Explore Crossville, for us specifically, to actually see people come here and get to experience Crossville in a new light. So we broke it down to that 3 categories, but 2.2 million more eyes on Explore Crossville, on everything that we do. And I just think the amount of people that we're reaching is just kind of mind-blowing to me, truthfully. So we'll kind of break down. I didn't put the Google search ads up because we've decided to put less money in that after about a 3-month testing period. We switched over more to social media and more to display ads because we saw a lot more success in those. So here's some examples of some of our ads. So see 9 golf courses with 9 amazing views. See Broadway shows the top of the mountain. Your Cumberland Plateau Escape starts here. So one of the cool things about these ads, so we worked with Chandler Thinks, as a lot of you all know, about a year ago now, even prior to a year ago, and these were a lot of their taglines and a lot of the things that they had mentioned. Now we're actually getting to see those go into play in the market and see how well they do, and they're overperforming, to say the least. So those are some examples of some ad display creative. And then here's some social creative. So click-through rate, you'll see it as CTR on a lot of these. We're about double the benchmark, which is a good thing. So if the benchmark's 4, we're at 8 on both display and social. So with our branding, with everything that Advanced Travel has been able to do, we have seen a lot of benefit from that. 27% of our website traffic comes specifically through Advanced Travel and Tourism and these social media ads. So I think that speaks to the job that they do, how well our branding plays in together, how interested people are in stuff like that. And something I get to tell you all today is you'll see a lot of county natural asset focused things throughout pretty much this entire presentation. We've actually decided to invest the majority of our money, the rest of our money, to city and downtown specific things. So when Explore Nash comes back in the spring, it's going to be almost entirely city. We just signed another contract with Advanced Travel, and it is going to be almost entirely city, downtown focused. Because we believe that our downtown footprint is kind of the heartbeat of tourism, one, but also just our community. And we want to, provide and pour into that as much as possible. So this is something quick that I wanted to touch on. So this is a company called Sports Destination Marketing. So I got to work with Ethan Medley, Mason Fox, everybody over at Leisure Services, and collaborated on them with this. So before, right, so we can target some of specific markets with Advanced Travel, so the previous slides, to, I think our first run of ads was specifically to Chattanooga, Knoxville, Nashville. because that's more than likely who we're going to get to draw, you know, for like a quick day trip. Well, with this, so this is sports destination marketing. This is targeting specifically parents of athletes and tournament directors. So all these numbers are going directly to them. So after talking to Leisure Services, they said, you know, we're good on adult tournaments, but we really need to focus on potentially getting some more youth tournaments in. You know, youth, you know, 16 and under tournaments, softball tournaments in. So I said, okay, let's prioritize our marketing for that, and here's some of the numbers, right? So click-through rate's a little bit lower on this, it's 2.14. It's still 100,000 impressions, but it's very niche to those tournament directors and to those parents of kids that play. A lot of, you know, still 1,800 people getting eyes on specifically, you know, parks and leisure services. And, you know, from what I've heard, there are going to be a lot of positive changes and a lot of things to look forward to in that department over the next year or so. So here's another example of something we're doing with the ARPA money that we haven't actually got to do yet. This is something that will happen in about the next month. So we want to figure out, because like I said, with Explore Crossville, certain things are better for us, certain things are better for Visit Columbia, Visit Cookeville, Visit Knoxville. So we're splitting our money 50-50 on this specifically to, so this is WSMV, Channel 4 out of Nashville. They cover, bless you, they cover like, I want to say somewhere around 40 counties. We split 50% to broadcast, 50% to streaming TV to see what those trackable insights are and what works better for us, what we get the most follow through with. And we also got exclusive coverage on all of the golf tournaments that they have, which I'm very excited about. We're working with a company out of Cookeville called Matheson Creative. He's coming down to do 4 commercials for us, and we're going to get to promote. You know, they're going to be more evergreen commercials we can use over the next 3 to 4 years, and we'll be able to use it in aspects like this, or if we go to a show, we can just have them running, things like that. Very excited about this. They've been great to work with, and that will be something you'll see over the next couple of months as well. So just some other updates that I wanted to touch on. We're starting a vacation guide, so I also got this idea from Visit Franklin and Visit Columbia both. So unlike a magazine that sells ads, this is just going to be a free resource. There are going to be no ad placements. It's basically going to mirror our website of some of our top places to eat, a couple of itineraries, some of our top trips, you know, golf courses, anything and everything we can think of that is going to enhance somebody's stay. Very excited about getting that done, working with somebody local to get that printed. Brochures are also being printed this week, so we've not had updated with Crossville Play the Plateau, right? It is our new slogan, our new branding. We've, of course, not been able to push that out yet. You know, we've not even had this brand for a year. That's kind of what we're doing now, is we're getting that all across the state of Tennessee so it becomes even more recognizable than it is now. So we have kiosks. I said 2 more kiosks, but we have digital touch-play kiosks that mirror our website. Right now we have one at the Chamber, at the Depot, and at the Visitor Center on River Otter Drive. And we're getting to more at the Community Center in Fairfield Glade, and then the Playhouse. Both of them have been great to work with in getting those. But it just allows us to have an activation, and some of those more popular spots that people are trying to get, you know, information for their trip or for potentially coming here. It allows them to actually get eyes on the website, and that way they know, hey, here's a resource we can have while we're here. So community engagement, you know, I didn't really get to touch on that a lot, but I get to speak, and I'm very grateful that I get to a couple different schools, to Lions Clubs, Rotaries, things like that. Later this month, I'm going to the Morning Rotary, TCAT, and I just love getting to talk about this. I love getting to answer questions about, you know, tourism and what we do in the Main Street, you know, some of our plans going forward. It's just really cool. One of the other priorities that I had kind of going into this position was, how can we get more involved with schools and locally? So whenever I was here, I graduated college at 20. I got my associate's degree at Rowan State whenever I was still in high school. So I pretty much had to figure out what I wanted to do with my life. Whenever I was 18, walking on the Tennessee Tech's campus, because I was starting to take, you know, some serious classes. And I got a degree in data analytics. Awesome degree. I love numbers. I love the degree. I love my time at Tech. But within 2 weeks, they said, hey, you have to get an internship in something. And internships, whenever I found that, I just love small businesses. I love getting to help people. I get a lot of fulfillment out of that. So I wanted to give that opportunity to an intern from either SMHS or CCHS every year. It's paid through by the state, so it's free to us. They get, tangible skills. Layla Howard, she's from CCHS, she was our intern. She did an incredible job. She actually did the majority of the brochure, got a lot of information for that. But she also did a lot of social media. But one of the coolest things was, now she's a senior, she's going to graduate and she's going to have, almost a full year of experience in photography and editing and all of those things that she can go ahead and put on her resume as an 18-year-old walking into school as a freshman. And I think that's one of the coolest things that we've been able to do at Explore Crossville is be able to provide that for a local high school student. And I've talked about creating partnerships quite a bit throughout this presentation, specifically with the state and TDTD. They kind of get to see how every DMO works across the state, what does and what doesn't, what do they think will work, what do they think won't work for us. They also allow us to, they're a pretty big reason why I got connected with Visit Columbia and Visit Franklin. They've been two of the biggest reasons why I think we've been so successful in this tourism initiative. But also with Explore National, with other creators. We have a couple other creators coming in the next couple of months. I think that's been one of the highlights of this position is just how many awesome people there are in this industry and being able to partner with them, but also just to get to grow in that relationship with them. And then I think the last thing that I'm going to mention, we're currently planning what I'm going to call a birthday bash. So, of course, it's TN 250. It's the 125th of Crossville, and it's also the 100th of the depot. And we want to celebrate all of those, right? We want people to take pride in being from here and all the things that we have to offer. So I'm sure, how many of you all have been to Friday at the Crossroads? Right, so quite a few of you all. So essentially what this is going to be, the easiest way for me to describe it without taking up too much time, Friday at the Crossroads, but a little bit bigger. So traditionally Friday at the Crossroads is just in our actual square and we don't have any programming. Well, with this, our plan is to do some programming at the depot, do some programming at the AMP, the library, and the palace. So to where it'll all be either focused on Crossville or some part of the history of Tennessee or the depot. We're going to end up working with, I would say probably close to double-digit organizations and pulling this together. I think that this is a prime opportunity for us to really be able to take pride in our community and all the awesome things that we have to offer. It's going to be, we're aiming for September or October, I believe. So we're working with the Palace, with Melina to figure out what dates work for her, who we could potentially have there with the AMP and things like that. So it's something to look forward to over the next couple of months. There will be a lot more information available upon that. All right. Here, time for the questions. Anybody? I'm all ears. I'll try to answer it to the best of my ability.
When are we expecting the signage and all that stuff to happen?
That's a great question. So we've been working with Bailey and Valerie quite a bit on that.
We're in the design phase right now. So
7 years?
Huh?
7 years?
No, 6 months?
It's not.
I think because we're doing it in-house, it's going to speed it up quite a bit.
Yeah.
Because I've heard of other communities that will be in a 3 or 4 year process.
Yeah.
And I think we've got some motivated, awesome individuals here.
I believe that.
Well, we received a grant in the amount of $60,000 for the wayfinding signage. And that proposal was for design and fabrication and installation. When we sent out the RFQs to design firms, they wanted our full grant amount.
They laughed at us.
They laughed at us.
Literally.
Literally on screen, they laughed at us when
Yeah.
we told them our budget. So Bailey and I have decided to take it on ourselves and work on some design. And we're working with DCI, with Corey and Carolyn, to try to save some money and actually spend $60,000 on signage itself rather than paying the firm to design it, which we thought was kind of crazy.
And I think we've made good progress.
Yes. We have.
You know the first project DCI was involved in?
Saving the Palace?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Little trivia question.
Yeah.
Little trivia.
I tell you what,
Good thing you knew the answer.
I think one of the coolest things that we have is the Palace. I go to a lot of different downtowns. I mean, I'm going to, of course, this year, being part of Main Street. And having the theater that we have, it's so cool to me. Right? I grew up going there. I went on a 4th grade tour through downtown, and even getting to see the pictures of whenever they saved the Palace. If you've never walked through, the tunnel to the left of the concession stands where the restrooms are at, they have pictures of the condition the Palace was in. And, I mean, it's crazy to think that there were enough people that cared enough about that place to impact everybody else positively. Because, like, us now without the Palace, our downtown almost, like, it would just feel different, right? I'm going to be fortunate enough to potentially take my kids one day to the Palace to watch a show. And I think that those people that stepped up, it was late 90s, right?
92, 93.
Yeah. So early 90s.
It was, when I first became chief, it had been after 93.
It was 94. 94.
Yeah. So in the 90s, though, those people that stepped up and made that decision, now my kids are going to benefit from it. And I just think it's one of the coolest things, because I go to so many different downtowns that don't have a theater like that, and they're missing out. And you have an incredible, Moline is absolutely incredible over there. They're doing a great job. I'm excited to see those seats in and be in there for the tourism some as well.
I'll tell you, neat use of the Palace that's being worked on by some individuals is to start showing some, what I consider classic older movies that also have historical significance for elementary school and high school students.
Yep.
You know, for example, if they went to the Palace to watch The Sound of Music, not only is it a great movie, but it gives some historical background about what was going on at that time. And they can parlay that back into their education, maybe turn it in for replacement credit or something. So that's even being worked on, so that's very cool.
Yeah, I mean, I think we have a lot of unique opportunities, as that being, really our only theater now. I think it holds, quite a few people. 304 seats. That's enough to fit some high school students in there. So I think that's something we can definitely work on as a DCI front as well.
And just to clarify, the Main Street program, we could not do that if we did not have you in your position, correct?
Yeah. So the Main Street program has to have a full-time director.
And right now, we were fortunate enough that the Commissioner Ezell from Tourism has helped fund that.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
That funding comes to an end in November, and what you have to look at is the effort of this community since trademarking the Golf Capital of Tennessee and starting that effort, getting a Convention and Visitors Bureau started, and then working with the same small budget for decades. So you get what you put into it back. And that's been maintaining and growing. But when we brought in Chandler Thinks to do our strategic planning and our branding, we're more than golf. Everybody knows that. So we know we need to focus on outdoor activities, culture and heritage, playhouse, palace, golf. Of course, you don't throw out the baby with the bathwater. And so we know where we're going. We've had funds through ARPA to accelerate. November, we either make plans to keep our foot on the pedal and go forward, or we take it off and we drop back. So.
And so the biggest thing is we've been fortunate to have a beta test, right? The state's paid for it, and it's shown just in the grant money alone, not counting just within the first not even full year, you've not only paid for yourself, but you've accelerated some things that we otherwise could not have done. So I think that's important for us to know that, because we will be having a conversation at budget. So that's why I'm putting that out there to you all. I think you've done a great job. I think what has happened, we've created an ecotourism that it's not just golf anymore. It's now beautiful views, it's the waterfalls, it's the natural scenery, but you parlay that in with what already exists, plus gleam off hotel, motel, and sales tax. And as a mayor who does not want to raise property taxes, I like that. So I appreciate y'all's work in that. And are you have a rough idea on what you're looking at ask-wise?
We're roughly targeting 60 from the city and 60 from the county.
As is, or additional?
Additional. And so the county gives just over 30 and change to fund the CVB. And that's been the same budget since the start of the century, I think. So that will probably, when it comes down to discussions with the county, that will be figured into whatever they give, because it's earmarked for tourism. You know, they break it down in a different way than the city does. One thing I would love to emphasize, though, is that after we've had this Explore Nash success, you know, walking into Grinder House and having Asa effusively praise me, it shocked me, dropped my jaw, because that just never happens. And not me, but the organization, the effort. Like, you know, PJ said, they were slammed. Shirley's Cupcake Shop, Casa Lopez, anything that gets featured gets additional business, creates more tax revenue. The grants, being able to apply for them, I think even CBG, that one.
CDBG,
Yeah,
yes.
that one. You know, there's a 3-star box and there's a Main Street box. Every time you check a box, you have more points and a greater chance of getting the grant. So there's a lot of positives here that come out of this program. We're seeing success with it, and we need to make sure we can maintain the momentum and go forward.
And I'll just say this, and I'm kind of in the bubble. It's been nice to see, because before you came on board in your role, that was all being dumped onto Ethan. And what I've seen now is that we're able to separate that out to where you can focus on tourism. Obviously, he's there to support you, but economic and industrial development has really been able to kind of get, in my opinion, the attention that it's needed. And I mean, we're going to talk about it here in just a minute, but you know, I know you were instrumental in helping get the spec building in regards to the millions of dollars, being able to help us with that. So I think for a long time, our chamber has done great things, small but mighty, but we're getting to a point now, a pivotal point, where we need to have, I think, 2 separate individuals running together for this community, because I think we've got some really cool things coming up, you know, on the economic side, and I just want to make sure that the council understands that this is a worthwhile endeavor. Thank you, Commissioner Ezell, for the beta test and the amount of money. I mean, how much money did he end up giving us? He gave us
540, I think.
$570,000.
With no match.
$390.
With no match. And that was a conversation between Ethan, Val, and myself, working with Commissioner Ezell and Ashley, and then who's the other, who's the...
Melanie Beecham.
Yeah, who's from
From
here.
here, yes.
So I just want to make sure I lay that out there as thick as I can, so.
And you know, Ezell has been passionate about every community, every county in the state of Tennessee having a full-time tourism director. They're not there yet. Some counties just can't do it. But given our size and our assets in particular, we are underfunding tourism. And if you look at Lawrence County, Tennessee, Lawrenceburg, $150,000 to tourism every year. We're at a fifth of that right now of dedicated funding. And that's, you know, that's on the low end. So if you look at people in Putnam County, multiply that by 3 or 4. You look at any DMO, destination marketing organization in Tennessee, and we're per capita getting outspent, and we perform when we spend. There's this misconception that it's going fine, it's working itself. That's not true. Never has been. But even in the world of social media now, if you're not in people's screens all the time, you're not top of mind. And again, communities with equal or lesser size, or maybe slightly larger, are putting more resources into this, and they can't get the results we can get when we do the same.
You all have any questions? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. If you do have any questions, or if you want to meet one-on-one about anything specific, first door on the left in the chamber. So.
March 26th, please, 5 p.m. Onwards, please come to the Palace, bring people with you. There will be an RSVP link that PJ will send out to make sure, because Palace does have a limited number of seats. They'll be brand new. We hope that there'll be community excitement about at least getting in to see the seats and sit in them. But with the giveaways, with the content that's going to be presented, I think it would be a good time. And it's just kind of we need to be primed to move this year. This is a special year all the way around. Between all the birthdays we're having as a nation and a city, a depot, a chamber, et cetera. It's a good time for us to celebrate.
Well, Commissioner Zell will be there too.
Yeah.
That's Commissioner Zell. I think it's important to know that
So we need to show out.
Yes.
We need to show out. The more we show out to the department, the better we are when it
He
comes
feels
to
that
putting our
it's
hand
that
out.
important to actually take time to listen.
I was going to take a break, but we got to take a break. So let's do a 10-minute break. Water, coffee. Yeah.
We're ahead schedule. So we're not going to take
It's fixing taters,
Yes. Or freedom Banditos.
With chili? Oh, my God.
I almost made cornbread, and I was like, people probably won't eat that, so I didn't make it. I'm sorry, next time.
I can probably have it made by lunch. Make a phone call.
Even my brother.
If I know, I can ask him to bring us some beaver.
Yeah, Clydesburg.
Get them on.
Yeah.
If I'd have known, I could have Tim make a beaver.
Thank you.
He made something the other day, I thought that's meat you need. He served it like on mashed potatoes.
I mean, it's amazing, those beavers in his kitchen.
He brought that beaver in a big old pot, a crock pot. I mean, we eat every bite of it.
Really?
It was good. They eat like roast beef with mashed potatoes, rolls. It
I don't know
was good.
that I could do it, but good for you.
If you didn't think about it, you could eat it.
Yeah.
I even went to the store and bought beef, because I was like, I know somebody that will like beer, so. That for y'all.
We just missed an art.
He won't go walk his dog on.
Yeah, I was gonna say, did he go walk the dog?
Oh, is that what he was wanting to do?
No, they walk him. I've seen him.
You've seen him?
Yeah, come across the bridge.
Okay. I didn't know if you left. Yeah, this is different. It's a different dynamic now. You can't just let them run. You gotta be off over there.
We're still ahead of schedule.
11:30.
11:30.
Tell us a lot about Chris. Is it gonna be cornbread or is it gonna be cake?
All right.
Chili potatoes.
We're gonna do the update on Fire Station 1 and Interchange Drive.
Just have the zoning.
Don't make fun of us. We're doing the best we can. Unless you had her pretty close. Chat GPT.
If you're not using that, you're missing out.
That's right.
All right, guys, we're back in order here now.
This is the existing fire station one, and this is the addition here on the side.
That's on the same level, right? That's all.
Yes, sir. These bays are still, these bays are a couple feet lower than the main floor of the existing building. These three bays here will also be on that lower elevation. We're looking at a total of 6 bays, 3 in the front and three in the back, and eliminating the current bays that we have. This plan should be sent off to the fire marshal's office this week, should be uploaded to their portal. And within 7 to 10 days of it being uploaded, we'll have a better idea how the fire marshal is going to handle this addition. We've got a feeling that this is probably going to be a firewall on this side. These bays are 60 by 58, 60 deep on this side, and these are basically 33 by 50 on the back side.
When you talk about closing up the bays, what do you mean by that?
This is the existing base here. And in order to park in those 2 bays without this addition, you have to back in with a turn to get back into those bays. And talking with the 2 chiefs, they're planning on trailer storage over here. And it's a little bit difficult to back in from the road to put the trailers in those bays, the 2 existing bays.
What are you gonna do with that thing?
That will open us up for future expansion into that as a day room and some other space as we're obviously continuing to grow in space. We're limited right now, so that just opens us up with additional space without having to go upstairs.
What are you gonna do with the upstairs?
Probably gonna move workout room to that, because right now it's in about a closet. Just needs to be something that's not public accessible.
Yeah. So you have shower rooms and all that stuff? I'm just trying to look at.
We do. We have both upstairs and downstairs showers.
So along with the plan going to the fire marshal's office, we're currently working on the site plan, try to take care of the drainage. The drainage actually comes down the street right now in the area of the building. We're going to have a concrete area between the new addition and the existing building. We've got a few windows there. We've got to take care of that stormwater and get it around the building and keep it in the storm drains. We're going to have to do some type of retention. We've not figured that out just exactly at this point in time. Along with that, once the site plan is completed, this will go to the Planning Commission in March for site plan review, as all site plans do. We hear back from the fire marshal, we get the site plan review completed. We're hoping to have it out for bid in March. We might have it to the council, have a bid to council by April. I'm sort of doubting that because of the time that it's going to take the contractors to get a price from a building manufacturer. So we're shooting for April, but it's probably going to be May before we actually bring it back to the council.
Are we doing a formal bid process, or are we going to do kind of bid with the hangar?
It's a design build, and that's one of the reasons we're going ahead and sending it to the fire marshal now. We're spending a little bit of extra money on the front end because if we didn't have a clarification right now from the fire marshal's office, and we need that in writing, not just verbal, then there's probably a pretty good chance that contractors would mark it up 20%, just not knowing what the fire marshal's office is going to require as far as the wall there.
So construction could begin in July?
Yes.
Best case?
Yes.
Best case scenario?
Construction could start in July. Once we get the site plan completed, we're going to have some discussion with Public Works too. I'm not sure that we're going to have a contractor do all the outside work. So the city may do a portion of that. We don't know what we're doing there yet, so we can't really have that discussion. So we've not decided whether that's going to fall in the hands of the contractor or whether the city is going to do that work.
You're not worried about the stormwater, or are you worried because there's a lot of water?
Well, we're going to have to detain it somehow.
Yeah.
And we don't want to flood any of the other businesses, and we know more about the storm drainage around that building now than we ever did.
Yeah,
So we've been up pulling the grates, and we think we can cover it. I'm just not exactly sure how we're going to detain it to slow it down. And to me, this area here is the most critical area because we're going to have downspouts coming down, and we've got to make sure that water flows, or we're going to flood ourselves.
So this side is street level towards the bank. This is street level towards the Crossville Housing Authority, right? I don't have the street name.
There'll be a series of steps right here in this corridor to get down to this level. But yeah, you're basically at bay level, street level on the back side, and you're going to be at the same finished floor as the front door here. And we've got a little covered area out front.
So that's a difference of about how much between the Henry side floor level and the Irwin side floor level?
I can't tell you exactly, but it's exactly what those steps are right now going down to the fire bay.
It's about 3 feet.
Yeah.
And you all don't need is that going to be a solid wall between the two bays? So the two bays won't be able to, if I'm in one bay, I won't know what's going on in the other bay type of thing? Or is there going to be windows? Or
This is the first time I've saw
The only thing that will be the difference in the floors. So, but there won't be a solid wall in there.
Okay, so
you can see through.
So I don't do what y'all do, but if you need to yell over, hey,
Well, it's just one built in. It ends up being one space, basically.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, this will actually be a retaining wall.
Yeah.
Okay.
At least the.
So it's not solid, I'll assume it's solid wall, so.
Yeah, the lower 3 feet will be a retaining wall. This wall here will start out at 3, and then little daylight out towards the front.
So the only way to get from one day to the other is to go out the hall and go around, is there gonna make a step up or a ladder to where someone needs to?
Yes, no, we go out in the hallway to go,
No ladder on the side wall, like they could climb up and get over? I'm just trying to think of.
we're trying to keep it as simple as possible for the fire marshal's office.
I got you.
And the fire marshal's office didn't get to review the new fire station out of Fairfield EMS building. And he actually put a stop work order on those then last week. So,
I got you.
Yeah, it could get a little tricky if we start doing some things like that with the fire marshal's office. Any other questions? We'll move on to the spec building. So the contractor's got a live camera out there right now. As you can see, all of the front stem wall, all the stem walls are completed right now. This is your eastern wall, so the loading docks. The only concrete that remains, there's 3 piers that they misaligned. They're going back to fix those. Piers in this, I can't tell you exactly which 3, but they're going back to fix those, and there's some knockouts back here at the loading docks. And the knockouts are, once the doors are installed, they can put up a dock leveler, if they can knock out the concrete and put in a dock leveler. So, I don't know if you remember the plan, we have one garage door on the dock end, and we have one garage door on the eastern end, and a couple of walk-through doors at the corner. Currently, the entire building is there, all the steel's there. They plan on starting erection in the next couple of weeks of the building.
When's the estimate to be built?
September.
26?
Yes, September of this year. Shouldn't be an issue with it. We are expecting a change order. We're getting a lot of water into the corner over here of this foundation. You know, when we originally created the pad site, we had all of the foundation pre-blasted, the outer foundation pre-blasted. Well, everything to the east here, we have another 100,000 square foot building that we have pre-blasted the exterior foundation. And we think that it's acting like a French drain now, and it's dumping out all the water back here in this back corner of the building that we're building. So we're talking to the contractor now about installing a French drain over here to get that water back over into the ditch in the back. I forgot we can zoom in.
Is that going to be an issue for if it ever gets expanded? Or do you think that French
No.
drain will take care of that?
No, well, the French drain today, the current French drain that's causing the water issue is where the future footer goes.
Okay, so it'll be taken care of.
So yeah, once the footer's dug out and installed, they'll have drains away from the building there. So you can see the top of the stem wall here in the piers. And you can see the knockouts down on this end that they still have to install for the doors. So I'm fairly certain we're coming back with a change order. I just can't tell you exactly when for that French drain. We've not talked pricing or anything of that nature. And I can't foresee another change order anywhere unless we get a prospective client and we want to change something while we're still building the building.
And Ethan, we're already marketing this through
TVA sites and through the state.
And MTID.
MTID and the state and TVA.
The sales price, is it listed on the website?
7.2 million, yes.
Cool. Anytime you're interested in seeing it, let us know. pull up a camera and send you a picture or a short video. We can actually do time-lapse videos.
Nice. Anyone else have any questions for Tim? Thank you, Tim. All right. Are you going to be pulling budget up here, or what?
He has it on a flash drive.
Now would be a good time to take my break.
Rock.
You go on it, yes.
Who wants this boring stuff? Oh, God.
It's good.
You will have cornbread for lunch, too.
I want to be here for the city manager evaluation. I've been watching the NFL combines, and I'm thinking it could be a little bit more of that included.
Physical agility.
I want to see you on the shuttle reel. I want to see you do that.
Give me some time, I'll do it.
Run some down and outs.
Not my heels, though, I hope.
Are we ready? Let's let the fun begin. So we'll start out with the smaller funds first. Remember, this is based on the end of December. It's only about a half a year we get here and trying to project off of. A lot of things may change between now and end of June. I mean, we actually passed the actual budget. This is kind of just a rough idea of where we're headed for next year. I have not done estimates for the rest of this year on everything. There's still too much out there to get anywhere close to accurate. I did on some things, this one I can. So currently this year, this is the drug fund. We're looking at a projected deficit in the drug fund this year, but we did buy a new, actually 2 vehicles to use for, one for the detective and one for an undercover. So when we purchased these, that's the reason it's a deficit this year, is we did purchase 2 vehicles that are for drug use, and we paid for that out of the savings from the drug fund. So even though it shows that, next year, looking at a small surplus, we had a huge one in 24-25. We had some really large fines come in from some settlements nationwide, opioid settlements. That's not going to be on a regular basis, so last year was kind of unique in that. And I do see that our interest is probably going to drop a little bit, and interest rates are going down. So the drug fund is still showing a surplus for next year, anticipated. State Street aid, of course, this is based on our fuel, gas and motor tax. I have it estimated as going up some next year. Talk about that some a little bit. It looks like it's going to be about what I project this year. It does have a deficit this year, but we did spend additional money on paving out of State Street aid this year. Out of the savings, there's $149,000 that we're using for additional paving this year. So we're able to use cash for that, some of our cash build up for that. But again, I'm looking at a little bit drop in interest. Interest rates still, I think, still going down a little more, but we're still showing a surplus next year, and it's anticipated about $190,000. In that next year, if we want to do any more work, I didn't put anything in for traffic signalization this year. We added some last year for some projects. We may want to put some in there this year. We have some room to work with. As we prepare the actual budget, there is some room to do some additional stuff in there for our street roads. So economic development, I know that was talked about earlier. We'll look at it real quick. I will say that for this year so far, we are probably going to be above projections. Even though we did not get the extra increase in the hotel motel rate, we are still looking to be above what we projected as far as revenue goes. We will have a projected surplus this year of about $40,000 with some changes in, I raised our anticipated hotel motel some, not extensively. I'm projecting a surplus of about $29,000, leaving all the money we spend out to organizations as it is now. So I did not put any increases for anybody in there. We haven't got to the fund ones yet. So like I said, we have, these I've not changed any. So if anything gets changed, that will affect that number. But I anticipate, hopefully, as things go, as tourism goes up, hotel motel goes up to cover.
When are you expecting these outside agencies like the chamber, the playhouse, and so forth to start? When does that go out, that request or whatever? I know.
Well, that's one thing I was discussing, especially the general fund. I don't really know, and maybe that's better when I get to the general fund. We'll talk a little about that. And I mean, there's a reason for that. Now, it's kind of in general, and you can understand that here in just a moment. But normally they come in around March is when they normally send us their request with their financials and all that kind of stuff. But these are normally what we do on a general basis for those, like the playhouse we dropped back down. We did extra a couple of years ago. We dropped that back down. That's been pretty consistent. This is actually just all for tourism, so it's not paid out of the general fund money. It doesn't come out of taxes. It comes just out of hotel motel tax. It doesn't come out of property tax or sales tax. So these are paid strictly from that type of revenue. All the funds that we're going over today anticipate no raise, not a step or anything. These are all just like they are now, anticipating no raises. Look at Catoosa. There's no capital expenditures in these. The reason for that is, as far as water sewer goes, your capital expenditures don't really hit against you. The depreciation does in the future. So that's shown through depreciation. I actually purchased capital assets. This does anticipate a 3% increase in water sewer rates. I'm anticipating this year it's projected quite a bit of budget surplus, but that's just an estimate. Things change through that. I've only got about 121,000 showing for next year. That's for increased depreciation and stuff like that, knocks that down. As these projects start coming and finishing into the next year, depreciation is going to continue going up in that regard. That's why these numbers somehow have changed, or why they're higher. I can show you, like on admin is where the depreciation comes out of. If you look at depreciation, this is only Catoosa. I'm anticipating going up probably another $100,000 next year.
With that said, we've got 5 miles of new water and sewer on 127 that's going to be hitting. We've also got about a mile of water line over on Creston that we just finished up.
Yeah, so all that's going to start hitting
the books.
And I'm anticipating little increases here and there, but I'm anticipating having a small surplus, and that is with the 3% added additional revenue from an increase in rate. Let me kind of point out that these are no raises at all. If you were to do a 2%, just the steps, 2% raise, it's about a $15,000 difference. With a 5 and a 2, you're looking at about a $51,000 difference in the surplus on Catoosa. Just on Catoosa.
So you just remove that amount from the 121?
Yeah, and that'll get you basically what it would be with the raises in Catoosa. One thing I want to point out, and I'm going to point this out of water sewer as well. I know we've increased rates every year, but what I want to let you know is even though we're showing a surplus, that's not cash flow. Cash flow is different. Our cash, as far as, and when I say that, so for instance, the building in Catoosa, that's coming out as cash. That is not shown in these expenses because it's not till depreciation hits it. So we're actually spending quite a bit of money. Our cash in Catoosa since 2023 has dropped $1.2 million. Since 2021, it's actually up 1.9, but 2.3 million of that was loan proceeds. So it's actually down 400,000 since 2021, and it's dropped 1.2 since 2023. So even though we've been increasing rates, we're still spending out more, even though we're showing a surplus, because we're talking about cash. Cash is different. We're still spending out more than actually what this is showing. A lot of that is like our debt payment for like water, sewer is like $700,000. That comes out of cash, but doesn't show in our surplus. So when you start looking at the things we spend out that are cash related, that are not part of what you see here, we're still losing cash every year. So just kind of give you a heads up that even though rates have increased, we're still, cash is going down. So that's kind of Catoosa. Water sewer, again, this is has a 3% rate increase with no raises. Projected, of course, this year there's a 1.9 surplus. That's if everything comes out projected like it is. Next year, I'm looking at about 500,000. You know, I did increase rates some, but our interest is dropping, so you got to take that into account too. If you look at our other revenue, as you see, there's a $70,000 drop there. Most of that's interest. Then the actual rates for the water and sewer itself is increased there. Expense-wise, like I said, there's not been any increase. This is mostly depreciation. Again, water sewer depreciation. If you look at water, I'm going up 200,000 there. Leaving the sewer about the same. It's not hitting really close to what's projected this year, but the water side depreciation is starting to get really close to what's projected, and that's with a lot of projects that have not been put on there yet.
When you talk about water rates, 3% increase in water, is that also a 3% increase in sewer?
Yes.
And why does sewer cost more than water?
Sewer actually right now is covering all of expenses. It is actually covering everything. The sewer itself, so we've got, if you look at our biggest expense in there is our contract with Viola. It goes up, this year went up 3.3%. It's set to go up based on CPI calculation from the August CPIs. So, for instance, and I projected the increase in that, it's 300,000 on that part. If you look at sewer treatment, that expense is 1.5. That's 1.8 million of what we spend in sewer is Viola contract. So that's one of the biggest expenses. That is probably the biggest expense in the sewer side.
Well, let me ask you this, just to follow up, is Viola, though, if we didn't have them, we would be taking on that expense because, like, they're taking, like, people that work at our sewer are paid through the Viola, right?
Yeah, I don't know that we would spend that much on payroll.
Okay. So, is there a suggestion on?
Well, I mean, the contract's still good for that's another 4 or 5 years.
Well, I'm not saying now. I'm just saying.
I mean,
it sounds like a conversation we need to be chewing on.
Yeah, and it is something maybe to look at as it goes on. Like I said, this is increasing. Luckily, the CPI was down this year, so it's only I think it was a 3.3% increase. If that CPI were to jump back up, that rate could go up. I mean, it could be up to 5%. I think it was a couple of years ago. So that in as of itself is a huge expense out of our sewer. They do some repairs in there, but once they hit a threshold, we got to reimburse them for some after that threshold, like $25,000, we got to reimburse them. So there's still additional expenses we end up reimbursing them for out of there. Just like on Catoosa, the water sewer cash since 2023 is down $4 million. Since 21, it's pretty much dead even. So since 21, the cash is broke even, but in the last few years, it's down $4 million. Now, Brandon, we'll get some back through ARPA reimbursements and grant reimbursements, but that's time. But we knew we were going to spend more than what we were getting in on some of those projects. So our cash is still dropping, even with the rate increases we've done.
It's a project, so?
Yeah, because when you spend money on projects, that doesn't show in here. I mean, last year, so I haven't projected everything out, but so far this year, we spent $2.3 million in capital projects. That's so far, that's through December.
And most of those are ARPA projects.
Most of them are ARPA projects. But we won't get, but I think we're spending above what the ARPA money was going to give us anyway. So, but yeah, we spent 2.3 there. Last year, we spent $18 million in capital projects. So we have got a lot of money back, but still, we're spending in excess. And like I said, that doesn't include our debt payment, the bond payment on there as well. That's the reason cash goes down. So even though you're looking here at $488,000 surplus, and you add in a debt payment of $700,000, all of a sudden that surplus is a negative cash hit. So, let's see, general fund. The general fund, let's see if I can. So, I'm anticipating right now a budgeted deficit next year of $73,000. That's with no raises. Another thing to add to this, something that we found out. So, and I went back and has an impact to this, and you really, it's come back from the mid-90s. I don't know, I never knew this. We found out about this. So the airport itself has to fund itself, has to be self-funding. You can't use any income from the airport to cover any other expenses. So anything the airport makes is strictly for the airport. You can't use it to cover anything else. That is about $43,000 of this. So when you add that to that, anticipated deficit of about $110,000. A lot of the reasons for this, and I'll give you some other, some good news a little bit. If you notice, our local tax revenue I anticipate going down. A couple of things on that. Our property taxes are reduced what I anticipate getting, closer to what we're getting this year. We actually had our tax base drop last year because of the closing of the cabinet factory and Manchester Tank, so the tangible personal property part of those dropped off. So our tax base actually went down. Don't know if we'll have much of a pickup on that. So I put it in at about what we're anticipating this year is about 3.6 instead of 3.66. Another huge drop was wholesale beer tax has been going down. So I anticipated it dropping again. It started dropping back in 2017, dropped several years in 2020. I guess the magic year, everybody home, it actually went up. But since about 2021, it started dropping back down again. So I've got anticipated dropping down. Our interest income, I'm anticipating dropping down about $150,000 too. Just the changes in rates. I've left sales tax alone. Reason for that, 2 years ago, I'm still what we budgeted 2 years ago. And the reason I did that, and I'll try to get up here to it. So, sales tax is 13.1 is what we budgeted for this year. That's actually what we budgeted for 24-25, and as you see, we were really short 24-25. We budgeted 13.1, we only got 12.7. We only had a 1% increase that year. This year, we are right now, after the month of December numbers, I'm anticipating about a 4% increase. It's going to be really close. This is really maybe even closer to what this is going to be. We're right at on projection right now. The reason I say this might be good news, I'm willing to raise that a little bit because the month of December's come in. Last year, December was down $130,000 in sales tax. This year it's up but $14,000, so we didn't have another huge drop. I was worried about it having another drop in the holiday season because last year we were up the first few months until then, and then it dropped and did not recover through the rest of the fiscal year. So I've left sales tax alone. 1% increase might be go there now that I've seen December, so that would generate about $131,000. Of course, now this is a structural budget. Let me make sure I'm clear. This does not include grants or any capital expenditures. Those are not part of the structural budget. So this is just what we bring in and what we pay every year. This does not include any extra things such as capital projects and or grants. The You have some increases. Even though we're not increasing salaries any, I'll talk about a couple of the bigger changes. If you look, since we've talked about this morning, look at the police department and the fire. So we budgeted $3 million for the police department this year. If you look at their base wages, they actually exceed that every year just because of the way their hours run. So you look at your base wages, it actually is about $60,000 higher than what the base wages run because of the way their time structure is. That's not overtime, it's regular time. So even though I built in additional pay here, they're probably going to come close to exceeding it this year just on regular pay. So I went and added additional to that to cover what they're going to be able to. They have had raises through the year, different changes in positions, people got bumped. So I've added that there. If you look over at fire, I budgeted 1.8. That's about 100,000 more than what their base salaries are. They are looking probably to exceed that already by about 120,000 over their base pays. So I did increase that to cover what they make above their base pay anyway. And it's just because of the way their hours work. I went in and analyzed the entire payroll. That is just working their hours, but they exceed their base pays anyway. So between those two, that's automatically almost $160,000, $150,000 increase in expenses off of those two. Some other expenses that kind of have to look at is insurance costs go up for payroll. You have to worry about insurance costs. I know our liability insurance went up some last year. It's been going up. I've added some cushion for that too. So you look at some of those items, you can see that even though we're not doing an increase in wages, we do have increases in expenses otherwise. The BEC is doing, I believe what I understand is a 4% increase this year. I talked with their CFO about a month ago, right as they were going to their board to pass their increase. He did get that increase approved. So you have some increased expenses. The one thing about our revenue that it's kind of explained to you this way. So since our revenues, about 45-50% of what we get is based on sales tax. So the last few years, what is not good for the individual is good for government. It's going to sound weird. When inflation's going up, prices go up, sales tax goes up. So it's good for the government, bad for the people. If prices go down, sales tax goes down, good for people, not good for government spending. So if we've seen some decreases in pricing, our sales tax could start dropping if prices start going down. Even the gas tax, gas going down increases the gas tax. So it's an offset of whatever the economy's doing. So I do look at all these things when I'm looking at this to anticipate kind of what we're going to go. If you were to do a 2% increase in salaries in the general fund, that's about $200,000. If you do a 5 and a 2, that's about $720,000 in general fund. The one thing to add, when you guys are looking at things for payroll, is understanding that payroll consists of not just the insurance, workman's comp, retirement. You also have Social Security taxes. That's another 7.65% on top of that. So if your payroll goes up $800,000, add $60,000 to that to cover the taxes it's going to hit too. So all that takes an impact. But as of now, I might be able to shift a little income as the year goes on. Like I said, this is fairly early. I know 6 months you may think is a lot. There's a lot that happens the next few months. With revenue, could fluctuate, things could change. But I do have an anticipated deficit that we'll have to do something with. Once you change for the airport, about $110,000. The best way would be expense cuts. And going back to your question a minute ago, would that be outside agencies? We have, right now, on our outside agencies in general fund, and I'm not recommending this, any actual change, I'm just saying this is what we spend. So we give $10,000 to the rescue squad. There's $15,000 for Fair Park, Veterans Honor Guards. All of those have impacts.
Fair Park?
The Fair Park was $15,000.
And then what do we do with VSO?
I'm sorry?
With VSO?
What did we refer to VSO?
Veteran Services.
Oh, Veteran Services. That is under admin. Hold on a second, I'll get there, sorry. They're in a couple different places. So admin, Veterans Affairs, we give $20,000 to the Veterans Affairs.
$20,000 out of our budget. Do you know, is that common for city, or I always thought that was more of a county thing?
I'm not familiar, I haven't talked with Jennifer about what they do or anything on that.
I didn't know if you would reach out to IPTAS or colleagues in
I have
other
not.
cities.
I have not, to see if they cover any of that, I have not. We have two big things we pay to the county. We have the animal shelter, which is $150,000. We pay $550,000 for the 911 services. So when you look at that, you pay about $700,000 to the county.
500-something for 911?
It's $275,000 for fire, $275,000 for.
And we basically have no voice in it.
But we pay $150,000 for the animal shelter.
Well, I like to see us have more of a voice in it. A lot goes on.
But
we pay $275,000 and 30% of our $275,000.
Like I said, we are.
You said you pay $150K for the animal shelter, and that's what.
Well, we can do our own.
50, or do we know what they pay?
I have no idea what they pay.
We can talk about that.
The animal shelter, what the county pays for.
They budgeted $170,000 last year.
And we pay $150? So we pay almost 50/50 for.
Yes.
20%
That's the
of
agreement,
population.
is that we're 50/50 and then cover any overages, split any overages rather, but I'm certainly going to look into that.
Are there other things like that where we share between the city and county where?
Those are the main ones.
Yeah.
And could you research a little bit about the 911, about what it would cost the city to do their own 911 calls?
It'd probably more than 500.
Yeah.
I'm going to be more. It'd be more than the 550 we spend. I mean, just the salaries and implementation of the program. I would say it'd be probably more than 550.
I don't know, if it only be fire and police. I don't know, I'd like to see a number on it, even if it is.
I'd have to go in, I could look it up, but I'm going to bet it'd be more than 550.
Couldn't you just have Eric Britzman come in and he can separate it out and probably tell you? I think we do almost 50% of the calls when we were having the conversation back in August, September, October with the city EMS. I think we do about 50% of the calls that they get from the city.
Yeah, but then you got the sheriff's department that does a whole lot more calls than our police department.
I'm sorry?
The sheriff's department takes more calls than the police department.
Not a lot more.
Yeah,
They take more, but not a lot more.
Well, that's just, I don't know, I just like to know.
We'll look into that.
So it's a large contribution with zero input.
A large contribution, like Mark said, was zero input, basically.
Have we always done the rescue squad thing?
Yeah.
It's been on there for a while.
Oh, yeah.
One of the conversations that kind of played out this summer was that we have a very well qualified and well trained fire department.
Yes, we do.
What exactly does the rescue squad do for that we can't already do in-house?
Inside the city, they do a lot in the county.
That's not what I'm talking about.
Well, I know, but they don't do that much in the city, correct, Chief?
Correct.
But they do.
They're part of our joint rescue team, but obviously we make up the bulk of that.
I'm just trying to look at it from, if you all need equipment or if we need to do pay raises, I'd rather take that money from those and say, that's the conversation I'm having right now in my head is, how do I continue pay raises? And if I got to pull from
It'd be different if our fire department, we can't do all that stuff.
We provide all the services.
That's what I'm saying, so I mean.
We
if I
provide
have-
everything that's needed in the city.
If it's gonna allow me to do a pay raise for you all, I'm willing to, you know.
So that's where we're at with.
I get where you're coming from, but
Sorry, Mayor.
no, you're good, we're just.
So.
This is this conversation, though, this is on
None
the
of
record.
this is set in stone yet. Like I said, it'll fluctuate. It'll fluctuate, like I said, with the change in the airport, about a $110,000 deficit. If the sales tax continues to look good, that would probably make up.
So let me ask you this.
But not much more.
If they get to keep that to use, if that's the way it's gotta be, how much are we dumping into the airport? Because my whole conversation is, does Zero need to be raising the rates, they need to be more self-sufficient?
Oh, it covers itself.
Okay.
What covers itself? The airport. The only thing it doesn't, the only thing we put in there for is capital projects. So as far as their operating expenses, they're about $40,000 to the good. But now as far as when we do capital projects, that's come out of the city funds, which is not, it's not required, my understanding is it's not required to cover capital projects to be self-sufficient, it's just their operating expenses. So operating expenses wise, they cover themselves and they're about $40,000 to the good this year. And it's what I'm anticipating for next year.
Going back to the rescue squad, I don't know, I can't prove that I'm right, but what the city and the county gives them every year, which I think basically helps with their insurance, gas, operating costs.
But it's 10 for county and 10 for the city.
Right, but the rescue squad does a countywide fund drive every year. You get it in the mail. And I don't know how much they raise on that.
I don't know. I have to go back and look at their financials.
That'd be numbers.
That'll play out, we'll get that to look at when that comes up.
The one thing.
Is that about right, Chris?
So going back, water sewer is overall going to be one of the hardest things the next few years. There's a lot of projects going on out there. If you're looking at the dam, the filtration system at Meadow Park, the changes that will happen with the park at Meadow Park when we have to rebuild some buildings there. My understanding is we're about to have at least another part of the sewer plant and renovations there. So there's a lot of capital projects coming up. When that depreciation and debt payments start hitting, it's going to be hard.
So you're saying all that, and then we got this dam project.
When you look at all this,
So the question still to me is how are we going to pay for it? You're saying 3% every year, that's just to cover the bases.
That's just to cover the bases.
Yeah, so I mean, there's a conversation on do we go it alone, do we partner, do we merge, whatever. I think council needs to understand that, and obviously the people in the community understand the conversation we're having, because I don't do well on hypotheticals or this little stuff in the air. I need to see numbers, like what kind of increase are we looking at, man? Are we looking at a substantial increase?
Mm-hmm. Very much so. So if you look
every year or just?
Well, to cover that depreciation and the loan payment will be just for in my anticipation, just for the dam and the Meadow Park projects that I'm aware of. And I think there's maybe more changes to that. Joe may have some insight on those, but just those projects alone, if you look at the dam being 60 million, I'm going to throw out rough numbers, okay? I'm not sitting down and doing exacts, but I'll throw out rough. 60 to 70 million for a dam. Water filtration system is $20 million. I think we have to do a finished pump rework, my understanding. Raw water, that'll be about $8 million, 5 to 6. So now you're going to get close to anywhere from $90 to $100 million.
That's over the next 5 years?
Yeah. If you look at just the debt payment alone on that, would be close to $5 million plus. Once those projects are completed, the depreciation will probably be $1 million or a little more. So when you look at those two together, that's $6 million. If you look at the revenue we bring in, that's 60 to 70% increase there just to cover the depreciation and the debt payment. That's not including any additional staffing we need, or anything like that. If we increase production or anything like that, and we got some water we're going to start doing some stuff with, and after increase production, increase salaries there for additional payroll, additional staff. If you had the sewer plant on top of that, it could be $30 to $40 million there. That's another $3 million. All of a sudden, you're hitting 100% of what we bring in now, and that's, so I mean, it starts.
I get it. That's.
It starts hitting fast. When you're dividing them on 14,000, it hits hard. But yeah.
That your number on the sewer right there, that's just for refurbishment updates?
That was I think a new
got.
plant. What I did is
a new plant?
I actually estimated what, because I think the plant, we may have to have a whole new one. I'm not sure. I've not been in complete discussion engineering. What I did is I said, okay, I actually did a message with Tim about this. I had looked it up online to see what the average cost was. I knew about what we would do on our, as far as what our outflows and stuff are, and I projected the cost. When I asked Tim, he came in about the same. So that's about $35 million, I think, for a new plant. So I don't know how much it would take to refurbish, even if that's logical on that or not.
You're spending a ton on it right now.
Yeah, all repairs to the water plant so far this year for just the sewer, so you're not water plant, the sewer. We have spent, let me get up to the sewer. There are my tabs. Pass me some. Repairs and maintenance, let's see, there's 418, that's 32 there on that one. And they're putting in some catwalk and stuff there this year too, which is, now your facility maintenance, about 3 there, repairs and maintenance 16. We spent about 50 to 60 on repairs so far this year, and they 25. So we're going to spend in addition to that. If you're looking at 100,000 just in repairs and maintenance, probably estimated just this year. And I think there's a lot more work out there that needs to be done. That's fine. That includes
your
replacements.
Trick stuff that we're guinea pigs on?
That's sewer?
This sewer.
Yeah, that ain't even touching that.
His original numbers, though, the 20 million that he quoted does include that.
That was the water filtration. Yeah. If we were to expand and have the production, have to do.
That's not even really expanding, that's just adding.
That's just adding forward.
It's adding new stuff, but not expansion.
Right.
For raw and finished purposes.
So, I mean, yeah, and like I said, this, with the projects that are upcoming, it's gonna take some pretty hard hits to the rates on the water sewer side. My anticipation anyway. I know Walford's looking at something, but I kind of look at things differently than Walford does. I actually expand my scope out probably further than they're going to, as to what I anticipate is going to happen. But like I said, right now, with if I increase sales tax 1%, we're getting closer to me feeling more comfortable with that. We would be at a very, very, very small surplus. We do not have any room to work with. Like I said, this is with no raises at all. This is just based on salaries as they are, and I did that based on in January's first payroll.
Well, I see you don't have capital improvements on there either.
No, because capital projects for here, as far as a structure budget, they don't count. This is just what we have to cover, inflows and outflows on a yearly basis. So I don't count grant money. That doesn't count. Capital projects don't count because they're one-time expenses or maybe a project that carries over a couple of years, but not a year in, year out that you have to count. These are just.
And that marketing and promotions thing, can you pull that up?
Yep.
It's right next to the cost savings.
So we got 4,000 for the kids fishing derby, which I think they may want a little increase there. For July 4th festivities, I increased fireworks. Their contract is going up a little bit every year. I increase a little bit. The fly-in actually comes as part of the airport. The fly-in does not cover itself. We spent 14,700 $700. We brought in like $5,500 in donations. You got the employee picnic, the Christmas party, billboard. So really, that's not a whole lot. The biggest there is the fireworks expense.
What is the billboard?
It's rotating. Did you say where
On
is
all
it? Yeah, it's a spot that rotates.
The airport open house flying, does that not come out of the airport budget?
Yeah, it's just listed here, but when I adjusted for the airport, I included that.
Okay.
So
if I pull up the airport thing, it would show up, it would not reflect the money amount.
No, because the airport itself, it's not listed under airport. We've always had it under marketing. I have asked about maybe if we needed to do that, because it actually pays for itself with airport money. It's not, when I made my adjustment for the $43,000, that is included in that. And it's got $5,500 in donations anticipated.
But that is still something to have a conversation about though, right?
Yeah, this is just a jumping off point,
Yeah.
this budget. I know it's
This is not
kind of
set in stone.
negative, but we're going to be digging a lot deeper, evaluating all of our contracts and just looking at any areas where we can cut any frivolous spending, which I don't think that there is any, but we're going to take a deep dive into it and see if we can make this a lot better.
On stuff like sales tax, why would it not be prudent what's the consumer price index?
3.3.
Well, what is that actually, goods and services, price of goods and services?
That encompasses a lot more than goods. There's a lot of factors. They change that all the time to make the calculation look better what it is. So, like, used to have fuel in it, that took fuel out, because it actually made it go down. So it took fuel out of it, but that's what they anticipate. It's consumer price. They kind of base inflation on that a little bit.
Okay, so forget, what about just taking our averages for projecting sales tax, take our averages over the last 10 years, I don't care, take a 10-year average, and then come up with some sort of number like that, because it seems like to me, I guess this is my 8th time, and not necessarily you, I don't know, I don't remember last year's, but I always look at this, and I always sit and hear the same thing, and I sit there and go, well, that's actually going to be $1 million more than what we're saying. And so
The state's projecting the 2%.
Okay, so let's just go with the state. Can we not go with the state?
Here's why I didn't. 2 years ago, we projected this very number, 13.170. We came in at 12.7.
Okay, I want you to show me that for the last 5 years, though.
It'll show an increase.
Yeah.
But once now that we've had stabilized with the new businesses that came in, it has not been, last year was a 1% increase.
Right.
If you look at 22, like 21, 22, there was a bigger increase because of the businesses that came in those years.
Right.
So those impacts that wouldn't be fruitful to look at because we don't have something like that happening right now.
Well, I understand, but we do have other things getting ready to happen, and we've been stable, okay? And so I look at, I don't understand, to me, December of '23 was an outlier, okay? It doesn't make sense. We grew by $180,000, we grew by 20%, roughly, or something like that. So, and then we went back to normal, and now we're coming back up from normal, and we've gone up over, if you take out that outlier, we're up, I don't know, I'm gonna say 20% in the last 4 years, and then up from that, so 25 in the last 5 years. So I'm just I don't understand, to me, because, so the only thing I sit around and say is, and I'm not trying to be, I want to be conservative, I want to be, but I don't want to be, I want to be able to have some sort of faith in the numbers. So, if then you're going to sit there and go, okay, we got to cut a bunch of stuff out because I'm going to put 0 or 1%, and then next year this thing's $1 million more, to me, that's aggravating.
It will not be $1 million more in sales tax. We don't have anything.
Well, that's a 10, you know what I mean.
Yeah.
If it's up 500,000 or whatever, if we go by, what would that, 13, so probably, if it goes up 4%, like it's going to go up 4% this year, right, you said?
It's on track, but that's just going to hit this number. That's not going to be over. That's just hitting what we projected. that 4% will just get us to here.
Okay, so we over projected
2 years
better.
ago.
Okay,
So as this year goes on, I'm willing to look at increasing that, like I said.
okay, so you're saying your numbers, I'm looking at actuals, and you're saying your budgeted number is.
I did not change it this year because, until I figured out what's going to happen. We're only halfway through the year. Last year at this time, we were up about 5% until December, and then we ended up 1% for the year. So this is early. Actually, this is really, really early. And I know we're halfway through, but it's early.
Right.
Have you changed that since you got the December numbers?
If I added 1% on here, that's 100. Well, let's do $130,000. Make it 13.3.
Well, he's doing, just remember, we always start out in the negative and work
That's
our way
right.
back. So just for those of you.
Yeah, I'm not.
I'm aware, for those on the media that look for sensationalism and want front page stuff, the reality is that we always start negative and work our way back.
So if I do a 1% increase, let me get my son over here. We're at 86, but you reduce that by 43 because the airport, we're at 43. So like I said, it's going, even though I change it, it's going to be a very tight window. We don't have
780,000.
No, and also if you look at a bigger difference between what you're kind of anticipating, we added. If you look at this next year for the fire department debt added on there, things like that will change what these numbers are. So all of that, actually, this is without any increases in salary. But as far as sales tax go, this is what's really tricky. And I do a lot of analyzing on sales tax. And I will say that even though sales tax has been bumping a little bit, especially the last couple of years, for some businesses, it's really been flat or down for what they produce. They've really not been increasing any. They've been very steady in what they did the last couple of years.
We've expected. There's been so much business coming in.
Well, the future growth that you're talking about, we won't be able to see anything from that for 3, 4+ more years. So we're not going to have. There's nothing that I know of that's coming in the next couple of years that's going to have a huge impact on sales tax.
Yeah, I know there's no Buc-ee's coming in. You sit around and Ward Waggles is really making a huge investment.
Yeah, but that'll take a couple of years to develop. Like I said, those kind of things won't hit for a couple more years down the road. So we should hopefully, as the growth hits, you'll start seeing those impacts. But it's going to take a couple of years for those to really start generating. And that's why and like I said, with the current, just the way prices are going, I know that's the big deal now is affordability, but some prices have come down, some haven't. All of that affects sales tax. Every bit of it.
But the state's number, unless we in Crossville are going to be we are below average, 2%. Now 2% is of the realistic actual value, not your budgeted from last year.
Right. There's 2%.
You were off last year.
So
I'm personalizing it. It's all your fault. So
on record.
Yeah, blame yourself on that.
So the state shared income or sales tax. I budgeted 1.3. I did increase that 200,000 for their share, but 2 years ago they were only doing a % increase. We did 6.
Yeah.
They did like 1.5% this year. I left mine the same. We might get hit there. They're projecting a 2%, but even if you combine all of theirs, they're just what we increased ours 2 years ago.
Yeah.
So their projections were closer 2 years ago than what ours were.
Yeah, I understand that. That's.
Yeah.
It just seems like to me we've exceeded. Now I know there's been a lot of factors. I know COVID came in, and I know there's been inflation, but there's still inflation. It's just less.
If you ever want to come by, I've got the history for the last 23 years that I've looked at.
Do you have like each individual business and stuff?
No, that I can't do. But as far as the the year by year, but anything prior to 2020, you might as well throw out the window because.
Right, I understand, yeah, it's a new world.
That have come in since 2020.
Well, you said about $500,000 is taken on property tax that we would have had because of those two businesses, right?
$60,000. I went from 3.66 to 3.6. I've been reduced to $60,000 to about what we're coming in this year. So.
No, you're fine.
We're right now at 3.49. We'll have some stragglers come in for late stuff, so I'm anticipating it may get really close to 3.6. Not quite what I budgeted, so I went back down because of those changes in our tax base.
And I think between the interest revenue, the wholesale beer, and the liquor tax, I think our revenue is down about $300,000.
Yeah, the total change, to be honest
That's
with you.
significant.
The total change in revenues.
That's the beer percent went down, right?
Right. The total change in revenues from what I budgeted here to here is $200,000 total. $150,000 that's interest, and $60,000 of that's property taxes. So even though I changed some of those, I increased some others too. So the overall impact in the difference, you say, well, actually, if you look at, this includes grants, so it's really hard to say. I have another sheet that I did that doesn't include grants. The total revenue change is about $200,000. Like I said, $150,000 of that is interest.
So is this because LGIP is going down?
LGIP is going down. It went down again last month.
Are we starting to need to look at moving our money more into the private sector to get a better interest rate?
I don't. The only thing, I can't lock it in. They're not going to pay anything on the savings account anywhere close to that private sector.
Like a 6-month CD or something?
Well, I fluctuate that LGIP all the time because if we have, what I try to do is keep our actual checking account as low as possible and maximize our interest. So we do transfers back and forth all the time. If we have like a huge, the spec building, a week or so ago, the bill was $1.5 million. So I had to transfer out. So if that's locked up, I can't do that transfer.
Gotcha, I got you.
So I'll look at cash every day to see where it sits.
Okay, any other questions? A couple things here I want to just bring back because I was having to mediate this last year in July. I don't want us going down to the third reading and we're starting to add and take away and get all crazy, okay? That being said, I want to thank Nathan and Val for doing this, but what I'm hoping to do is by the time we have our first reading, you all, council, you feel good about things. So that being said, a couple things played out. Mark, I remember you brought up that you wanted a kind of a different process or more input on the budget. Does that look like to you more of just having these meetings and you give your, are you wanting the outside agencies to present? And, because I want to make sure we don't get back to like last year, the third reading, where all these things are coming out that no one talked about for months.
No, I think just having outside agencies present as soon as possible so we can make the decision we're going to do more or less same. Because I think there was some information sort of came to light near the end of the budgetary process that prompted some of the last minute changes. So just that information as soon as possible, I think would be helpful.
There we go. So you heard that. So as soon as we get that, then we can do either a special call or not special call, a work session of some sort. Get that nailed out before maybe the first reading. And then the other thing was that we had some, I think, James, you had wanted to add or take away some things in the capital improvement. I think last year you were conversation about the fire hall or whatever. I know that there was some conversation about capital improvements there at the last minute. Those were the two things I remember coming into. So with capital improvements, I know that's not on here, but when are you going to look at trying to filter that in so we can have that conversation? So what I like by the first reading is that we feel comfortable and we don't have any third reading surprises where it's supposed to be a 10-minute meeting turns into an hour. So that being said, any thoughts on that or how you all want that?
Our first reading will be in May, so we've got a couple of months and we'll have a work session.
And the departments have turned in, said that they've turned in their CIPs that they're requesting for the next year. We have some of that already, including some additional budgetary items they've wanted and asked for.
And the adoption of the CIP usually occurs in April, so we'll review it even then as well.
To see what they're wanting to do.
But the adoption isn't, it can still be changed up to the third reading. Okay. So
well, the adoption of the CIP is even just its own.
It's its own, but it's not set in stone. You don't have to follow it.
What's the penny these days?
69,000?
69,000, it's almost 70,000.
Right.
60,000.
60,000.
60,000.
Yeah. That's just a good even number to use instead of trying to get into 61, which would just 60,000 usually with any change, that's a good estimate, especially when it fluctuates like it does.
And anything that we in the county co-fund or support together, I would like to see that on one sheet, line by line, as to what the entity is that we fund with the county, and how much we fund and how much the county funds.
Okay.
That would be
I'll try to get that from Jennifer. There's not that many of them, so I'll try to get that.
Yeah, I think it would be a big list.
Yeah.
All right. Just want to make sure so that we have a successful
And when you're researching Mike's question, please, about the 911 dispatch, I'm unsure of the status currently, but there is some PSAP money, 911 user money, that goes toward equipment. So if a different PSAP is set up outside of one primary, I think that different setup is entitled to some of that equipment funding, so that would be helpful to address his
So
inquiry.
again, with like equipment and stuff like that, that doesn't impact what I'm showing you now. That's a capital improvement or capital purchase. So if I'm looking at what the yearly cost would be, I probably would not include those because those are capital. It's not a structure what we'd have to do anything spectacular with. So again, I'm not trying to say that that's not a good thing to look at. I'm just saying if I'm looking at what the cost is year over year, and how does it hit to that 550, I wouldn't include equipment in it anyway because it does not part of the structural part of the budget.
But startup costs would be.
Yeah, startup costs we could do with, like I said, even when we cover the EMS, you can do that cash, you can do the borrowing. The borrowing does have an impact, but if you were to spend either grant money to do it or cash, that doesn't affect the yearly structural budget.
Well, if the city did do their own 911, we wouldn't have to build a building. I wouldn't be for that. We got a police or fire station, we put it in. It's just thinking out loud.
Okay, anything else? I think we all got a pretty good idea what we need to get done. I think we're at lunch 15 minutes early.
Yes. Chris is on his way back with cornbread.
All these things. I've got all that. Well, I didn't know what we're reading. Just like my John Dewey. Start down at school. Here's the deal about sort of explain what we got. Everywhere. Gone, I called him Monday. I'm gonna get that budget.
Pay attention on what contract you'll get on getting on and off of them. Bad hits, some of that you can't get on and off.
All right. We're ready? I'm going to hand this over to Tim.
That's the hardest thing.
What
we have out on Del Bar and out on Lantana. So the original line, low pressure line was built over to South Cumberland School from over on Myrtle Avenue. It's all a 4-inch up to this point, and then it drops down to a 3-inch coming over to South Cumberland School. Once Brown was constructed, or during the planning process for Brown Elementary, they asked the city to provide sewer service, and the school system built a 4-inch line along Dunbar, sort of goes across country, and then comes back out on Lantana right at South School. So we have this section of 4, have a little section of 3 here in the middle, and then the remainder of it's 4. It's about 7 miles long from Brown School coming in. The city currently has a plan to install a sewer line from the Meadow Park Water Plant. So as part of that project, we're coming up City Lake Road up to Lantana, And we're putting in a four-way valve arrangement so that we could possibly send that sewer back in, but we're also bringing the line on up to Ace Hardware. So our original intent with the wastewater from the water plant was to send it on up Lantana, and it goes into the gravity sewer about at the water tank. So that, when this project's complete, we'll have a 4-inch line that goes all the way up to the water tank, and depending on how everything's working on this system, we probably never will open up the four-way valves and send water from the water plant to Holiday, or over to Myrtle Avenue. So since the city has taken this line over, it was an all school system line, and as we annex, we would take over whatever we annexed over here on Spruce Loop. Since we have taken it over, we had an ARPA project for the Tansy Emergency Fire Station, and they have a pump, gray water pump. I also like to say this is a gray water line, so there's no solids going over to South. From South School on into town, it is a grinder. It's a grinder line, so it does have solids. So since the city's taken this line over, we've let the emergency building out in Tansy tie on. We've let Indian Woods, they should be tied on here this week. If not, it may have happened last week. And then the Tansy Golf townhomes, they tied on about 4 or 5 years ago. We've also annexed some property right here beside South School. It was about 20 acres, and we annexed it, and they were going to put in about 60 to 80 units, I believe. That's since changed here in the last 2 months. Part of their annexation was that they would upgrade the 3-inch sewer line, and they were going to build basically a commercial development. They weren't going to subdivide the property, and they were going to own their own pumps. It wouldn't be the grinder pumps that we would maintain. Here in the last 2 months, they've subdivided that into 4 5-acre tracts. It's still in the city, but by doing that, they sort of, we don't have to honor kind of services now, because they've changed direction from what we originally worked with them on. So there's a good chance that we won't do any sewer up here, and we can take back our promise that we were going to sewer their 80 units now because they're subdivided.
Is there anything to make that permanent, make that legal?
No, I don't think so.
Because they changed what they initially.
Yeah, they've changed, and it was 2 parcels, and now it's going to end up being 4 parcels. It's either 4 or 5, but they're all 5-acre parcels that don't have to come before the planning commission. So one of the other developments we were talking about was the Passon property, which is just past Brown Elementary here. And we were concerned about having sewer service for them, being a new development. We sort of said that we'd let existing developments connect as their system failed. And that prompted us for this report. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to Bob Threadgill with the GRW to explain the 3 options that he's looked at up to this point.
Thanks, Dan.
I didn't forget anything, did I?
No.
As far as existing?
Well, there is an 8-inch up there.
Yes. Yeah, along Myrtle, we actually have an 8-inch line.
Yeah, where the Holiday Hills ties in, that's 8-inch.
Yeah, probably the last 200 yards, maybe.
Further. See where it comes in up here? It turns into 8-inch down here on Spruce, all the way over. But it's all porcelain. When Tim approached us, he asked us to take a look at the hydraulics of the existing 4-inch line and determine if there was any additional flow that could be added to this existing 4-inch. Of course, our big stumbling block was over here at South Cumberland, which he discusses a 3-inch line. It's about 2,000 feet of 3-inch line, and that really causes some friction loss when you try to pump the water that we're pumping through this line. And there's a high point over here they have to get across, and you just can't add too much more flow because that 3-inch just chokes it down. So the options that we looked at the existing system as is, and what's on it now, and what has been promised, and looked at, which was Indian Woods. I looked at that, and they're actually fixing to do that. This one we looked at down here, Passion Development, which there's already some existing duplexes down here, and they wanted to expand it and add some more to it, which we looked at. And then we did look at that property that he just discussed, which was a Scarborough property. But like I said, they don't have to do that now at this point. But anyway, besides those systems, when you get on here in Spruce, there are some grinder pumps that are connected to this existing 4 and some on the 8. And there are some other developments right in here that tie into it, this existing 4-inch lines that are not shown on that map right there. But when I looked at it, I did a pretty thorough search. If you haven't seen the report, this is it. The executive summary, I looked at the different options that we have, which again, existing, what's there, how much flow can we get through. Basically, 80 gallons a minute is pretty much a restriction because of that 3-inch portion. So to get any more through it, we're going to need to increase that or change out the pumps at these different places because they just can't handle the head. It's going to be created. There's static head that you have to worry about, which is the elevation where the pump is versus the high point. That's your static head. And then you have friction head, which is when you put water through a pipe, it's going to choke it down. It's going to cause friction in there, and you add a lot of friction to it. So, and I've discussed all that in this report. If you want details, you can see it for yourself. So then I decided, after we looked at it, I went in and basically indicated if, for right now, unless you change out the 3-inch line, leave it alone. Your capacity, pretty much, as is. The Indian Woods, it will choke down what can be pumped out of the Browns a little bit when they add into it, but it still will get there. It just take a little bit longer to pump than it does now. So that's the biggie. And then I also looked at what we could do where we go cross country here from south over to Bent Tree, and then go up Scarborough, and then over to what is that, Lincolnshire. The Lincolnshire's got the high point, but there are existing homes that are on right beside the line that are not connected, but we could connect them if we increased that 3-inch. We could actually add a few here and there. So I looked at that as well. So the main synopsis of this whole report, summary actually, is if you're going to replace the 3-inch with a 4 or a 6, depending on, and I discussed that in the report, with a 4-inch or a 6-inch, you can add more capacity down here as well as up here. But if you really want to improve the system a lot so you can take more development, I said you need to build a new pump station here and take all the flow that's coming from the south and put it into a big wet well, a 10-foot diameter wet well. And we can take all the flow that's generated from here now into that wet well and pump it slower through the existing 4 and 8-inch line up there without having to expand it much. Besides just changing that 3 to 4. And you can take more flow. So that's my recommendation, was build a new pump station, because it was cheaper to do that than put in all new 6-inch line. Because if we came in and started here, existing 4, and then it goes to 3, and changed all that to a 6, or added another 4-inch all the way to the 8, it would be a lot more expensive. It could be done and you would have a lot more flow. But the 30-year putting in the wet well and a new pump station where at the south plant or south school, you could go about 30 years at the same cost it would be just to replace the existing 3 and 4 inch down all the way to here. It would cost it would cost about the same amount as it would to operate the pump station for about 30 years.
So both of those improvements are about $2 million, a little bit under $2 million for the pump station, or to upgrade the line all the way over to the 8-inch line.
And you said the pump station would not only help that south of it, but would also help north of it?
Yeah, because we could increase the head there, and that would get more flow through the existing 4-inch. Now, if you wanted to go ahead and increase it to 6, then you get a lot more flow. Right now, we're just talking about doing the minimum replacement of pipe, which would be replace the 3 to a 4, and then put the pump station in there. But we're talking, it's about a $2 million job to do that. It's not quite 2, but who knows? The way prices change nowadays, you never know what costs are going to be. Just based on our recent projects that we've had and costs that I've got some cost on pumps from a pump supplier that y'all use a lot, and they gave me some prices, and then I priced out the line plus all the valves and all the unknowns and we've come up with a cost, and it's like $1.7 to $2 million, depending on how things go. Right in that general ballpark.
There shouldn't be a lot of odor on that line.
Do what?
Shouldn't be a lot of odor on that line with it being mainly a gray water line, right?
Well, the gray water line is, the odor's already there. It's just a matter of, if we do put it in that pump station, we will have to line that wet well and probably put some kind of carbon filter on it to keep the odor out. Because when it dumps right now, it's dumping into the gravity sewer up here where the yellow marker is, and that's where it actually dumps into now. That's your main interceptor going to the sewer plant.
It's about at the end of the sidewalk down at the creek on Myrtle. You got idea where that's at.
But that's an 8-inch force main where it dumps in right there. Again, it starts over here at the Holiday Hills pump station. It's an 8. It goes all the way over there, and the 4-inch ties into it.
So the roughly $2 million you're saying is pump station and go from 3 to 4, or
Yep.
3 to 6?
3 or 4.
Okay.
If you want to do this, if you want to do the 6, which I did evaluate that would start here at the south and go 6 all the way to Spruce Blue, and that's basically about the same price.
Same price as doing the 4 to 3?
Well, what I'm saying,
Or 3 to 4?
plus the pump station. I mean, if you take the pump station out and just do increase the force main size, that's another option. And the force main will cost more initially, but it'll take about 30 years. If you put the pump station in and increase from 3 to 4, it'll take about 30 years to equal what it costs to put just the 6-inch force main, increasing it.
The 6-inch goes all the way, it's a lot longer.
Yeah. We're talking here about 2,000 feet of 4-inch that would go in to replace the existing 3, and then all the rest of this is 4. We would use it. But if you increased it to 6, you would start here and go all the way to Spruce, and would put in a 6, and that gets you over your high point. See, that's the stumbling block right here is this high point on Lincolnshire. And we got to get across that, and if you choke it down with a 4-inch, we won't get as much flow. But if we got a 6, the friction loss is very minimal, and we can get all the way here and enter their 4-inch, take it all the way in that way. So that's your options.
And that would give us the ability of hypothetically, all that around Laurelwood and all that gets annexed in, would that be able to take all this on over time?
Over time, slowly but surely. Yeah.
But I say yes, but at that point in time, we're gonna have to look at the gravity sewer that we're dumping this into.
Yeah, that's
Because, I mean, we're gonna have to follow it onto the plant, but, yeah, we would have this part upgraded enough to where we should be able to start taking that.
Because we're starting to see a lot of people ask for annexation because they're either having
Yeah.
their system fail or they're wanting to build and be on it. So I don't want to plan for short if we're going to spend that kind of money. I'd rather plan for
Some of those areas up here are already sewer.
So currently, all the way up here to this intersection at, is it Lincolnshire?
Yes, Lincolnshire, and Spruce.
We've annexed Spruce Loop up to that intersection, and we have lots on the western side. We don't think anybody's going to build on those anytime soon, but sewer is available to all the lots on the left or west side.
So when it makes a 90 on the Lincolnshire, when it drops down to a 3-inch?
No, it's over here on this other.
3 inches here at the school. It starts here at the school. This is the sewer, the pump station at the school, and it's 3 inch all the way to Bent Tree. And then Bent Tree becomes 4, and it's 4 all the way to here.
Okay.
Okay.
So it's actually cheaper to install a pump station and upgrade the 3 to a 4 right off the get-go. But if you look at the 30-year cost, and that's replacing the pumps, I think at 20 years or 15 years?
20 for sure, 10 if possible.
Yeah. So we'd probably be replacing the pumps at around 10, at around 20, or around 15, and then around 30. Well, when you look at that cost over the 30-year cycle, it pretty much equals upgrading the line by itself from here over here to a 6-inch. So, but you don't have any maintenance on real maintenance. You still have maintenance on the line, but it's nothing like a pump station. You know, we wouldn't pay Viola. It'd be part of their contract to maintain that pump station, which we wouldn't do that if we upgraded the line.
Generator.
Yeah, we might. Well, if our power goes out, we're hoping Tansy goes out, because we're real close to the pump. So if they can't pump, we don't need to pump. So being that close to being that close to the substation, I don't know that we'd actually need a generator with that mindset. None of our other pumps are really that close to a substation that would feed the entire area, so we're probably pretty good without a generator. But yeah, Darren would eventually want a generator. It wouldn't hurt his feelings to come in here 10, 15 years and say, I need to replace these pumps.
Darren's a big gone.
So even though it would cost a little more on the front end, I think your overall maintenance and your headaches of your departments would be less if you went ahead and you upgraded that section to a 6. And it opens up a little more leeway for these homes through here, through Bent Tree, and where we already have the sewer line.
Yeah, I mean, we could right now they're not tied in to the sewer, but there are several, and I have it in the report. I've got a table here. Let's see. The houses that are along the line on those different streets. It's in the report. I just can't find it.
We'll make the report available to you. It's I would say don't go past page 4 though.
It's very detailed.
Yeah.
But if you want to learn about hydraulics, it's in the report.
But now, when you started talking, you said basically you can just leave it alone, don't worry about it right now.
Well, I'm saying if what I said is you can't add anything else right now, based on what I've seen. They've added Indian Woods, and it will handle the flow. What it will do, though, it will slow this pump down when it's operating. Of course, that pump won't operate that much. This one operates about an hour a day right now, according to the information I got. They put an hour meter on the pumps, and it averages about an hour a day. But and when it pumps about 80 gallons a minute, if nothing else is pumping. But when something else pumps, like if you add Pansy on it, or Indian Woods, they both add to it, it's gonna slow this one down because of the head that's created between here and there, and the friction head between here where it discharges increases. We have a low point and a high point on Dunbar, and we've got a high point Lincolnshire that we have to get across, and so the flows slow down. And with that 3-inch right here going across that 2,000 feet of 3-inch, it really kicks it in the head with the friction head. It increases significantly, which causes issues. So that's why if we did replace all that from here, from Lantana all the way over here to Spruce, place that 4 and 3 with a 6, it would help a whole bunch.
So when the golf course townhome wanted to connect a few years back, we went out and visually watched the pumps and measured the tanks to determine how much they were pumping, so that it wasn't something that we calculated. We knew exactly how much they could put through. So the Brown School and the one at South Cumberland, and we actually operated them both at the same time, and there wasn't a whole lot of flow leaving Brown when the pump at South was running at the same time. If there's no more questions about this, Jim's here to, Jim Hilburn with DRW is here to talk about our facilities plan and where we're at with that. Last time it was updated and give you some details on our sewer plan.
Appreciate it. Appreciate the city of Crossville for that really nice work with you since 2006 when we did the first facility plan. I'm just going to give you a little bit of history. We started in 2006 with the first facility plan, and at the time you had a population of about 10,000 people. The average yearly flow at the plant was 2.3 MGD. And I don't know what it is now. It's not a whole lot more than that. Based on the added people, I think the I&I that we've been doing has been helpful. But as Tim said, it's also letting water out, so as much as keeping water out. But at the time we did the 2006 facility plan, we looked at a 20-year projection, which would have brought us up until today. We had a 3.5 MGD plant. We looked at several recommendations to upgrade the plant, upgrade the basins, add UV disinfection, which all that's been done. We also looked at what we could do after 2026, and we looked at expanding the plant, building another plant, 1.5 MGD plant on another piece of property. We looked at pumping down to the Caney Fork. We talked to the Fish and Wildlife and other people about discharging into the Ovid, which wasn't going very far at the time, probably not going to go very far now, putting additional water into that location. We looked at land application, and then in 2013, we did an I&I study, looked at flows into the collection system, where they were coming from, give us an idea of where to start rehabbing sewer lines. That was in 2013, 7 years later. And then in 2014, we did another amendment to get SRF funding to fix the sewers. So all that work beforehand, we got some money, the city got some money to do an update to fix the sewers. And then I guess just 3 years ago, we looked at, Bob did a study on the areas north of I-40 on how to get them into the city. And right now, we've got two projects under construction at Peavine and 127, Genesis and 127, boring the interstate to get flows from the north side into Crossville. And then just recently, 2026, we looked at, which Bob just presented, we looked at the upgrade for the south area, bringing additional flow in. So the last time we really looked at the plant and the collection system in general was in 2020 and 2006, and it was a 20-year projection, so that was 20 years ago. I don't know where else to go, Tim. That's kind of the history.
We did expand the plant, though, in 2010.
Right, we did expand the plant a little bit.
So it can take peak flows up to 15 MGD.
Yeah.
And it has a organic capacity of 3, a little over 3.
So what he's saying is we can flow 15 million gallons a day through the plant. It's just not as clean at 15 million as it would be at 3.
3.5, yeah.
At 3.5. It's really, our current permit's 3.5. And with that, the state has really worked with us. And they sort of set that permit and all the solids limits in our effluent off of what we can produce. So that, they're not setting a limit for us that's pie in the sky. So they actually come to the water plant and say, or sewer plant, and confirm what our effluent, what we can do as far as a good quality effluent. And we do have a good quality effluent. There's no doubt about it. So if we go for an upgrade so that we can actually treat more than 3.5 million gallons on an average day, because of the Wild and Scenic Act, the National Park Service gets to comment on our effluent. U.S. Fish and Wildlife will get to comment, and TDEC will get to comment. Pre-COVID, a couple of years before COVID, we had a meeting with all the players involved, all of the entities, and we had them all in the room. And we told them that we would like to keep the same loading and add more water. So if you think about poundage, we were going to keep the same poundage that we're putting in there today at 3.5 million gallons. We're going to dilute it with some more water and just put that same poundage in there. Well, they got to talking among themselves, and TDEC said, we don't really care. As long as it's that clean, we don't really care. Y'all can put it in there. We just don't want to see any erosion or anything like that on the banks, and we're not really putting in enough water to cause erosion or enough effluent. U.S. Fish and Wildlife said that's great. The spot fin chub is endangered, and back during the drought of 2008, it really went back down the Obed River. So if y'all putting this extra flow in, it's going to help this spot fin chub.
Go for it.
Go for it. The park was not so happy. They said, we'd like to see the river go dry a couple months out of the year. So we want the fescue, which is invasive grass, we want that fescue to die, and we want the native deep-rooted grasses to come back. So we really didn't get far with that meeting in trying to figure out a process to move forward, other than that we need to find somewhere else to put our effluent, because they couldn't agree on what we could do amongst themselves, much less with us trying to intervene. So after that meeting, we one of the studies that they looked at was actually taking the water to effluent to Caney Ford. Well, the closest place is UT Experiment Station. TDEC really wouldn't comment on it until we actually turn in the paperwork to say that's where we want to go. There's probably a pretty good chance that there's not enough natural flow there for us to actually release the effluent, but that's yet to be determined. That was one option. Another option was we looked at the golf course on Tennessee Avenue, Thunder Hollow, as far as spray irrigation. Well, the problem with that is you can't spray irrigate year-round. When you've got a wet season, you can't spray irrigate, so you're going to have to contain it somewhere in a tank or something of that nature. So So that was really only going to work out about 3 to 4 months out of the year, and we were going to have another option the other 8 or 9 months. So we can go out 70 west and probably get flows into Caney Fork. That would probably work, and that's probably going to be our next option. Either that or actually go back down Spruce Loop and go to Meadow Creek, which empties into Caney. If we go that route, that's probably going to help us for anything else that we ever do on the dam, because we're actually adding flow back into the creek that we're taking away from the lake. So anything that goes into the Caney Fork is on the west side of the Tennessee Valley Divide. Anything on the east side of the Tennessee Valley Divide is going through the national park. So Tansy, Daddy's Creek, Holiday, any of those areas are going through the national park. Anything you do that touches the water in that watershed, the national park will get to comment on. So.
And then we have to pay, for some reason, since we're split down the middle, we have to pay somebody extra.
But we have to pay for an interbasin transfer.
That's it.
The water, back around the early 2000, Atlanta wanted to get water out of the Tennessee River down next to Chattanooga, and it made the state implement an interbasin transfer permit program. So now we have to pay when we transfer water from one basin to another. So the water at the park, they set us up at no charge, no cost for historical, back early 2000. Anything over that, so we actually pull water from Meadow Park and we send it into the city, so that's one transfer. If we pull water from Tansy back over to Meadow Park, that's another transfer. The Grandview, yeah. We're selling water to Grandview.
Permits. We're the only county in Tennessee that has 300 basin permits.
And as of last year, I think there was only 14 total permits.
Wow. We got 3 of them.
Yeah, we got three out of the whole state, and it's all about our geography. We're up here on top of the mountain, and everything comes off in different directions.
Yeah, Dixon has that same issue. They have 2 different discharges. They had 2 separate plants. They did, and one goes into Nashville, and one goes to the Tennessee River.
So it might actually end up helping us if our effluent went back to Meadow Creek and put some flow back in there, because currently they won't let us say that we're adding back, but I think they would work with us so that we wouldn't have that issue when we start pulling more water out of Meadow Park. So just last year before last, we hit the 80% mark at the sewer plant.
2025 we did it.
So it's time for us to start planning on how we're going to handle that.
I think 20 years ago, the way we handled it was trying to address I&I. I think we've pretty well worn that out, and now we're back to looking at the plant again.
So updating the facilities plan would be the next logical step?
That would be the next step, and we'll be having some of these meetings with the regulators, and sort of get their temperature on how we can move forward. Might be different thinking right now with the National Park Service. They might be okay with it, knowing that the river doesn't ever go dry now, because we're already pumping in. They might be more open to it. So we'll have to see. If we have 2 plants, there's more cost involved in maintaining 2 plants. You've got to have. It'd be more efficient if we could just do the upgrade at our current plant than have 2 plants. So I think that'll be one of the first things we look at and sort of check the temperature of the regulators.
So the one interbasin transfer is really strictly about sewer, right? It's from waste pump
What's,
We don't have an interbasin transfer for sewer. You don't have to have an interbasin transfer permit for sewer. It's for a withdrawal, intake, water intake.
well, but what I'm saying is though, it's a de facto interbasin transfer because you're moving from the Caney Fork and Meadow Park, moving that water to the city, which some of it may lie in the Obed, in the Tennessee side, and then you're putting that water in the Obed River right through your wastewater system.
Well, I agree with you, but the regulators won't let us count water that's going into a septic system, which is in another, could be in another basin. They don't look at that as being credit. They almost look at it like we're sending it to a factory and they're hauling it off in a truck.
Okay. Well, that's what I was curious, if it was, you know, because you really are doing a de facto interbasin transfer by moving water from Meadow Park into the city, and then that, if it's on the Obed side, the Tennessee side, and then that goes into the sewer, so you are doing, you know, it's a de facto interbasin transfer of water.
Yes.
You know, even though it flows out the sewer pipe. But I was just curious, because you'd mentioned 3, and I was just wondering if one of those was really about sewer, but they're essentially making you do one just to move it from the Caney Fork to the Obed through to the customer, the water customer.
Yes.
Okay.
Third one's the Lower Hiwassee, where we give so water to Grandview. It's like a little tiny sewer. It's like 300 customers and have to do this bigger.
Hiwassee?
Lower Hiwassee, whatever the basin is called.
Yeah, we don't really want to talk about those permits too much in detail because we could probably see some small areas that could cause us to get a few more permits.
Yeah.
Very small areas.
So what's the end game here? We should have something back by when, and what does that look like? Just an updated plan? Is it a new, what do we call it here?
I would think we would need to update the plan, pretty much do another one. Yeah, it'd be updating the plan. Yeah, I think it would need to be as hefty as the original. While we could use a lot of that data, we'd have to go back and they want census data, they want, you know, a lot of stuff. So it'd be a detailed update, but I think the regulators would want to see something like that moving forward for sure. And that would be part of the study.
I think it'd be interesting to capture some of the COVID spikes that this thing doesn't have in it either, And post-COVID, I think a lot of people that's come here, I think they brag about the city, with the direction it's going. I think a lot of other people's followed them too, so.
I don't know what the population is right now.
It's just shy of 15,000.
15, so it's,
shy.
wow, it was 9,900 when we did the study.
Without getting into it, there's some economic development stuff that needs to be considered. I don't know how much we can share, but I just want to make sure that we're.
Yeah, we put that in the original one, yeah. We wanted to add all that. We looked at the city, and we even went outside of the county as a whole, and, you know, options, how much we wanted to go out and expand, which is already happening, you know.
We currently don't have any money in the budget for it now. So if you wanted to get a jump start on it, we could bring you a contract and do a budget amendment to get a jump started. How long is it going to take to actually create a new facilities plan?
Updated facility plan. I'm always on the short side about buses. What do you think, Bob? 4 months?
No.
More than that, 6 months?
At least,
Okay.
at least,
I was thinking
if not longer.
about the ballpark at 8 months with the regulators and the meetings that we're going to have.
Yeah, that's a good point. Meetings, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, don't forget what I went through with West Knox.
Oh, I know.
That was, we had a meeting with TVA. I mean, we were in
Yeah.
Chattanooga. I mean, we were all over the place. Took 4 years to get a permit
So
for discharging.
So at the very least, we'll have this in next year's budget. If y'all want to get a jump start on it, maybe we'll faster.
We'll take a look at the
Am I right,
budget and
Nathan?
see.
We don't have the money?
There's nothing budgeted for it now.
Any other questions from council? Are we happy for here? No? Okay, well, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Taking this one as well.
No, we got Gresham. Here. Come on up.
Thank you.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Thank you, Dan.
You don't want to plug up the computer, or you got a
Yeah.
thumb
Yeah, we got a computer ready to go.
Get closer. You can get it down. So, this is Mike Platt, Consort. We've been working with Mike on Interstate Drive Northwest Connector now for about 20 years, I guess. Started out working with Gresham, and he's going to give us a little presentation on a corridor study that we looked at from the intersection of Genesis, Interstate Drive, all the way over to Peavine.
Yeah. Okay. While Brady's putting things up here, thank you. I'm Michael Flatt, Consort Engineers. We're a civil engineering firm dealing in transportation and water. Thank you for allowing us to be here today to talk about what we call East Interstate Drive Extension. I brought with me a man to run the show here, Braden, and then Joseph and Sean are going to talk through the corridor. Basically, this would be the final link from 70 over west of town, all the way linking all of your connections to I-40 together, all the way to Peavine Road. We basically looked at this in 3 sections. The first section is right there at Genesis Road that extends just a little bit back behind the Speedway, that area. It's only about 1,200, 1,300 feet. The second section that we've identified would go from the end of Section 1 down across the little Obed River Basin and up the hill to Cook Road. And then Section 3 would go from Cook Road to Peavine Road. So that's the way we've broken down the study and looked at it. We looked at several different alignments. We looked at impacts from each one. We looked at where we, in Section 2 primarily, we wanted to find the best way to minimize impacts for any stream mitigation or relocation that would be required. Section 3, we looked at impacts to existing homes, residential, and/or any other development to find the path of least resistance through there and to make things as minimal as possible. The one thing we did encounter that didn't work as well was the change in elevation from Cook Road to Hyder Ridge. It's a ridge. It's truly earned that name. You climb about 190 feet there, and you just don't realize it. I never did, driving I-40 for years, but I-40's in a big cut, you know, right beside your water tank there, so you climb up pretty good. So we wanted to keep our grades reasonable for operations, function, capacity, things like that. So, we ready? Break?
So these were three, turn left,
We also looked at alignments that would allow for development on each side of the road, looked at depth that would be needed for development, knowing that if this corridor continues to develop like it's done so far, you're going to have some commercial within a certain depth from the road frontage, and then behind that would likely be some residential, single-family, multifamily, maybe even a little light distributing in that area. So, okay. Guys ready?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, so we'll turn over to Sean and Joseph to do the talking.
So Sean Mayer from Consort. Joseph was the engineer design second one, so as you see, we started at Genesis, segment one that's already designed. Kind of as soon as we get that speedway sign out of the way, we're going to go to construction on that. And then in trying to get down to Peavine Road and cut across, so the interstate coming down here, obviously, we've got to kind of get away from it a little bit. And so we took a couple curves to get around there and come down and Cook Road. We looked at some various alternatives as far as coming straight through, but then you're running into a pond. You have to take the church parking lot or maybe this house, and try to get this. And that's a good logical termini for that first segment too. Get to Cook Road, the high school, we know everything going there.
Where's the elementary school? Are we on the, we're still on the north side of the elementary school?
Yes, sir. Elementary school's a little bit further south on
Okay.
that side.
About down here. So then we'd stop and probably ideally go just past Cook Road, so you actually build an intersection. When you come back through later on, do segment 3, you just tack onto it. As Mike said, we kind of have looked at a couple different things. We looked at coming straight up at Hyder Ridge Road, see that? It gets a pretty big climb going up. We wanted to make sure that you're going to have trucks going on this, make sure that we kept it as low as we could. Tie in down here at First Street. There'd be a new intersection with First Street there, and then come into Peavine Road. You want to go through some design details?
Sure. Yeah, so first the big challenge was with the new development going across. You know, originally when we first started looking at section 1, the idea was kind of keep it straight through. Obviously we have a new, looks like a new facility going there, so now we're trying to miss it. And we also have a stream coming down this way. So the idea is to try to shoot between the two developments here, and then hit Cook Road with a tangent, a nice 90-degree intersection. As Sean said, we get a little bit past there, that way it's easy for us to tack into. We looked at a couple options, so that's for section 2. It's pretty, because we're constrained with what's out there currently. We looked at kind of shifting this around a little bit, but this is kind of we found to be the best solution. When it comes to section 3, we had a couple more options just because it is a lot more open on this side. But the trouble that we ran into as we looked at the topography in this area is that Hyder Ridge Road really comes up vertically as you travel up it, especially as you get towards the interstate. As Sean said, we looked at going through here, and the grades were at, what were you, 10, 11%, trying to get to the top of there. A lot of fill volume, earthwork, would have been pretty expensive to construct. So then we looked at, and again, another thing we have to worry about is TVA lines that are currently going this way as well, trying to miss any kind of towers that are in the area, because obviously we don't want to get involved with TVA any way possible. So then the idea was to try to hit it a little bit lower to get away from that big elevation change, and then it's just trying to tie in all our side roads as we meet this way. Go to the next option. So we did a second option. It's pretty similar, but as we get down towards the East First Street intersection, we kind of keep it down a little bit away from the interstate, kind of shoot past, and that way we hit East First Street as its tangent as it comes up to Peavine. So it provides a little bit smoother ride as we're going through here. There's more right-of-way impact with this option, however. We are going to be in the quarry area. We have property there as well. And I believe we have 2 right-of-way possible takes on this option, where the first one was only 1.
Yeah. Okay. Talk about the wetlands, Joseph.
So we have a sub come out to do environmental sub to look at go ahead and wetlands. Just did a quick infield investigation. The biggest area of concern is, again, it's going to be coming down this stream, and then right here where you kind of have 2 opposing streams that kind of flow parallel, the little O-bit, and then it finally joins together a little bit further south of here. From what our investigation said, is pretty much this whole area is wetlands area. So when it comes to design and construction of this, it's going to be either some kind of box culvert or a slab type bridge to try to minimize the impact on there. We are going to have to work with TDEC and get permitting in that region, because of it's going to be, there's a lot of wetlands in this area. And as we come through, again, we're trying to miss a lot of these ponds that are in the area that we have highlighted in blue, because that is going to be more time for permitting and time for design, trying to work with TDEC and get approval on this stuff.
It's a 5-lane section which matches what we had coming off of Genesis and so 2 lanes each direction with a center 2-way left turn lane.
Sidewalk on both sides.
Bike lane, sidewalk on both sides.
So if you build it, they will come. All right, let's talk about how much traffic we're going to have on this road.
So the estimates right now are about 9,500 vehicles. Currently, it'll pull about 7,000 vehicles per day off of the interstate. So between Peavine and Genesis, you have about 7,000 cars taking that as their path of travel to get from one end to the other. I think it'll pull another 2,500 cars out of the downtown area, coming up through and circling around. Yeah, so 2,000 and 7,000.
Can you go to the map? It's a little easier to understand, I think. If you look at the existing. So if you see right here coming into Peavine on the interstate, we got 36,000. Then here on the interstate, you got 47,000, and on the other side of Genesis, you're back down to 41. So you've at least got 6,000 in here.
So existing, you've got 6,000.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the minimum, like you said, the minimum, there's 6,000 change from this intersection to this intersection. So 6,000 people are either getting on or getting off, and this just between these 2 exits.
So that's probably local traffic.
Is that,
It's unbelievable.
is that Peavine or are we down in Cleveland?
This is Peavine, this is Genesis, and this is 127.
Okay.
So once you get to the east side of Peavine, your interstate traffic is 36,000. That's average daily traffic.
Yeah.
By now they're showing about nearly 5,000 on First Street, 8,000 on Genesis, and about 9,000 on Miller Avenue down here. So yeah, if you go to the slide that shows the projection.
I just wonder how much Cook is, just because crappy roads get in.
Yeah, it's hard to get to Cook Road. There's no easy way to get there.
Yeah, they come off first and short. So
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is a 2035 map, and they're projecting 9,300 on this new section of road, but also they're projecting in between Genesis and Peavine, interstate's still gonna have 52,000. That's 10 years out, 9 years out.
So are we thinking in conversation with TDOT? I know a lot of times they're looking at expanding this part of the highway.
But they
pull that money off the highway and have them help us with it?
TDOT studied I-40 4 or 5 years ago. They done their complete I-40 study. It already shows that we need 3 lanes in between our 3 interchange.
I just didn't know if that money could be justified as showing that's a lot of local traffic that we could get
Well, it is local traffic, but you're pulling it off the interstate, so I mean,
if they're gonna put money toward expanding the highway, would they be willing to do like they're doing right now?
There is a program, you were telling me, Mike.
Yes, Mayor. They have a program called Local Interstate Connector, where they state teams with the locals and they split the cost on a facility. It's a 50-50 split. It's no federal money in that, it's state and local. That's one of the programs they have. Depending on what else you attract in the area, you might be eligible for some funding for industry, things like that. SIA funding. Also, the thing is not the problem's not how much traffic is on the interstate itself, but the first thing you'll notice that operationally will bog down will be your interchanges and your rounds. I don't have to tell you the Bucky story, okay? So that one thing, really changed a lot right there in that interchange. So that's what we got to look at is the operation of the interchanges, safety and capacity as well. And there is money to upgrade interchanges that comes through for that as well.
So if we talk about the Northwest Connector, which we just finished Interstate Drive, we still got a piece of that that's not finished. So that whole project started about 2001, done a feasibility study. And we've got a contract with TDOT that says that if we'll design it, buy the right of way, they'll construct it. So they've done the first phase, we just finished the third phase, and now it's mysteriously left our list of projects, the middle phase. We've entered in application in the partnership program with TDOT, which is pretty much the same thing we already have a contract for, that we'll put forth the effort and so much money on a project, and then TDOT will put forth so much effort. We don't know what amount of effort is required of us yet or them, but we have entered it into that partnership. We're hoping that we have put forth enough effort like we did on the other two phases, and it will be selected and move forward. We'll get that center part moving. But we need to start having discussions about this one, but not until we get that middle section of our Northwest Connector completed.
And this section of the road is in our urban growth boundary?
It is in our urban growth boundary. It is on our can't remember the name of the plan.
Long range plan.
Yeah.
But I know we were saying we need to talk to, who's the county planner, what is his?
Tommy Lee.
Tommy Lee, about making sure that they have that, so.
Yeah, we'll share that with them.
So.
Where do these numbers come from? TDOT? You're trying to...
So the ADTs were collected, from TDOT's traffic database.
How current is that?
The latest ones are usually 2024, as far as I've seen. I don't know if they have 2025 on there. I don't think they've been updated, so the latest we have is 2024.
Mr. Faber, when we move forward with design and anything we got to do that maybe requires NEPA for funding options, we would do fresh counts then.
Well, I was just curious about on the Northwest Connector, the section 2, what the traffic count is there compared to what's projected on this new area right here. Because of what's going on Genesis.
Yeah, I think that's a low number. It is a 2024, and really the barrels didn't leave until middle of 25. So I think we'll see way different numbers.
And also, we had to make some assumptions, and we were rather conservative on, it's open land out there, what can come in there, and once we know a little bit more about that, if you say, hey, it's going to go residential or it's going to go commercial or what it's going to do, then we can work that in, to what you need to trips per day.
We're just mainly going residential nowadays. We're just building houses everywhere.
Yeah.
Got a quick one on his point that he made there. If you look on the section where on Mitchell's property there, it's limited access from, so you're not going to be able to build a driveway every, 10 feet.
Yes, that was me, love me or hate me.
I'm just saying that's the way it is.
I had to fight tooth and nail to get that because we didn't want a driveway every 10 feet coming through there. We thought designate places where all of those large tracts can develop with a city street connection, and then bring your roads off of city streets, and that way you can gather traffic up and get enough for a signal, and it's not just driveway.
So that's why we have a 3-lane road from 70 to 70 north, is because you can't just put a driveway anywhere. It's restricted, and we have places that the property owner can put in driveways, which will make them have frontage roads or connector streets to those. Once you get over to Interstate Drive, then we're 5 lanes, curb and gutter and sidewalk. It's a much different section, but TDOT's going to allow them pretty much to put a driveway anywhere they need one for commercial. So thus the 5 lanes. And the center section, is designed that way also, which would be from 70 north over to 127. It's 5 lanes with curb and gutters, just like Interstate Drive.
And we felt that area would likely develop residential, and would, you know, it just made sense to make a subdivision, you know, double load a street on each side and not stick them out on that main road. But whereas this will be highly visible from I-40, I think this is likely to be mostly commercial, and I'm not sticking my neck out because that's what started right there at Genesis Road. What's going in there is commercial, and so I think it'll be a very attractive corridor because it's going to, the visibility is tremendous.
So we have to at some point make a decision between option A or B?
No, not really on that. So we talked about the route, we talked about the amount of traffic. The next thing's the dollar figure, you know, and how we want to move forward. And
I guess my thing is, not to interrupt you, is with you all, we've spent the money and have people that know more than any of us do on where this road needs to go, because up to this point, we were just putting different colored lines on the paper and trying to connect from left to right. I just want to make sure that over the next 5 or 10 years, we have something in the permanent record, because my concern is some of this is in the county, and I would like for the county planner to make sure that they're not allowing something to be built right where we're going to put a road.
yeah,
So we got to do another, you know, that's where I'm just trying to, and I think the only way you put it out there is it's got to be in the permanent record, so we would have to, what, planning commission approve, city council approve, add it to our urban growth plan.
Yes.
That's what I'm saying, I just want to make sure that this doesn't get lost in the ether or put up on the shelf and forgot about, so.
Mayor, we know which alignment is the best.
Yeah.
But to not back ourselves in any corner, any good alignment study is going to go forward with more than one option.
Sure.
Such that you make your option that you really want look the best.
Yeah.
But then also you answer the question, have anybody picked it up? Did you look at anything else? Well, yeah, we looked. There's another options included, and those were the 2 best out of the 5 we looked at. We didn't put, so you do that to answer questions, to remove doubt.
And
That
to
might
show
come
you-
with funding later on.
Right, to show you did a full range of studies for any of the documents or environmental, anytime you have an environmental impacts, be it noise, visual, wetlands, they always want to make sure that you ran through a full gamut and say, what is our least impact or least avoidable impact?
And you had no problem with wetlands on the east side there at Flynn's, Crab Orchard Stone Company?
no, there are some.
Up there in the holler?
There are some.
We
wetlands there.
expect some there. We kept our investigation only on section 2 for this, our sub on this, because that's kind of our main focus for this part. We did look at the alignment section, the whole thing, but that's kind of, we expect there to be wetlands there, but we don't have absolute 100% proof yet.
There's cattails there.
That's a good.
Pretty good.
I would say there's wetlands there.
That's just saying.
Well, we just went to Cook Road, segment 2, logical termini for a segment to get something that you could build that would make sense for segmentation of this corridor. Obviously going all the way to Peavine's ultimate goal, but more of a long-range look.
We've had some internal discussions about possibly something commercial going on in here, and we needed to get over to Cook Road with this road. Well, if we're going to Cook Road, we can't say where we need to be on Cook Road until we make it all the way over to Peavine. So, I mean, that was the whole purpose of this study, is to figure out just where we need to be at on Cook Road.
Or somebody might put a billboard in the middle of your road, or a sign.
That is true.
Yep.
Yeah.
We have numbers on what it would cost per foot. I know, is it similar to, I know we have a rough idea right now.
Yeah, there's some rough numbers.
You can go to alignment study.
You know, Mayor, you're having such a good day, you know, break these numbers.
All along, baby. All
I
along.
just got here.
Section
That's
2.
the fun part.
This is just construction.
No,
No, it's
Oh, yeah,
full
full
cost.
cost.
So just rough order of magnitude at this point. We did, because we were doing conceptual design on, we have a little more rough idea of quantities as far as earthwork and pavement. Then throw contingency for all the stuff you don't. Put in design costs, construction management costs, And right-of-way costs, just kind of rough order of number, we're coming up with 13 million for section 2, 21 million for section 3. Those are escalated, right?
Yes.
So that's $26 escalated to 2030.
So from Cook Road to Peavine, we're looking at 21 million. The 13 million, that doesn't start at Genesis. We're about 1,400 feet away from Genesis. And we're just going from that point over to Cook Road. So the section that we're looking at, section 1, what's the estimate?
4.7.
Yeah, so we're looking at 4.7 for that first 1,300 feet.
Back to the wood line?
No, that's from Genesis over.
To the trees?
No.
So Genesis is where we start out with the curve, where we start that S curve to get around.
Could you go back to the line?
Property doesn't.
Yeah.
So,
You see the property line, that's where we end.
so we're 4.7 to here,
Oh, right there.
Yes, sir.
to there. Then we're 13 million from here over to Cook.
Because it's 5 lane.
Oh.
T-Dot's
And then from here on over to Peavine is 21 million.
Does that include right-of-way acquisition and everything, or is that just construction?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Oh, that land's expensive. And you guys feel like it's worthwhile to do 5 lane all the way, other than maybe going down to 3 lane in a couple of sections? Or is it not really worth doing in regards to cost savings? But I'm just trying to look at some of this area here, it's country, and obviously, as we get closer to Peavine, obviously it needs to go back to a 5 lane.
I think if we can get TDOT to pay for it, we need to
Oh,
look
I
at
get you.
5 lane
I
along.
like what you're thinking.
If we decide to go a different route, I think we need to look at that a little closer because there is room to narrow it up. The problem with that, if I remember right, if you're going 3 lanes, it's going to take 120 feet of right of way. And we're only looking at 94 feet of right of way.
So we will have easements with that. So
Yeah, we'll have easements outside of it, but you're taking a bigger piece of property for 3 lanes. It really doesn't make a whole lot of sense, but you've got these large ditches on the outside
I got you.
whereas with curb and gutter, you've got storm drainage that's holding it in.
May I follow up?
Yes.
A 3-lane road would serve you well for many, many years. Okay? But we don't have the crystal ball to know how quickly that corridor would develop and build out. Okay? But until it gets built out, any type of road will serve you pretty well. Okay? So could you do a 3-lane? Yes. Does that save money? Saves money right now. You're just pushing cost off down the road when you do it later. So you're not saving money, you're deferring money if your goal is ultimately to develop the corridor and have a 5-lane road like you have on the other side of Genesis Road. So it's how much you got now or how much you want to spend later, or like Tim says, if somebody gets you something, you get it all right now, get it all right now. But I think that's a decision that is worth investigating and balanced on what meets the needs of the community the most.
Okay, any other questions?
That's a pretty current picture.
Yes, this is a TDOT aerial picture. I think it's from March of last year, or somewhere around that time.
Okay, that's okay. Well, let's plan on doing something like this, not worry about getting some surveying and some right-of-way acquisition before somebody puts a warehouse in the middle of your road or a... Something to think about.
They've already graded a pad that made us sharpen up our curves to down there by the,
And on the other side.
yeah.
Yeah, we have
That's
There you go, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, we received the drawing from Tim, so we were able to kind of superimpose it over the aerial of where that's located. But that's kind of the drawing that we received on the civil side.
So to your point, Mr. Mayberry, it's already affected one thing right here. Because when we did that first thing, we were going to be up in that pad area there, so still have just a slight curve, so.
Might have avoided some wetlands, I don't know.
Yeah, we would have been, it would have been easier to kind of come over there and span the wetlands here than it is down here. This is a bit wider because you got two streams coming down to merge together. I know there's a big group here and here. You may be able to just span it with some box culverts on that side and avoid it, but about further environmental reporting, it's hard to know.
And as their plan develops, this curve could possibly move on up here and stretch the S out a little bit, for lack of a better term. But they're gonna have to come up with exactly what they're doing in order for us to do that. It's our understanding that they don't have a client right now for what they've done, what they've built. So it might be to their advantage that the road comes across the top of their pad. I mean, there's a lot of things that could happen there. So this is a study, and it can float around a little bit.
No pun intended.
We have new capabilities now. We can use the existing GIS mapping, and we have a tool called Concept Station that we can actually roll that section through the GIS mapping with the contours. And you see, we've developed cut and fill lines. And so we know when we get up to Hyder Ridge, those houses, how far we got to go to miss a house. You know, they're not perfect, but they're pretty good. They're within a couple of feet, you know. So it's a very useful tool for us to really have an idea of what the footprint will look like. And then we can pick it up and move it pretty easily as well.
I got it.
So next steps. Question mark.
I think, first of all, like the mayor said, this needs to go to the planning commission and third blessing and possibly city council. I'm not sure yet. We'll have some more discussion about that, but
Funding source and right-of-way acquisition, I would think would be.
if we, but let me say this: if we could do something to push the state to move forward with the center phase of what we've already got designed and what we've already purchased right-of-way for, that needs to be number one. This section needs to be sort of our number 2 priority. And if we're going to move forward with this, I think that we need to start some of the conversations with TDOT about partnering with this, if we can get them to keep the word on the other part.
And that's from 70 north to 127 north, right?
Yes, yeah, that's correct. So I think if we start those discussions and we show them what we think is going to happen to the interstate, I don't know what kind of pots of money might open up. And knowing that we've got this pad here, if that does become industrial, there's a pot of state industrial access money that could help there also, like what Mike said.
That's the plan. Do you have any other questions? All right, thank you all for being here. Appreciate that.
Thanks very much.
That brings us to our next break. We'll take a 15-minute break, start back at 1:30. We're about 15 minutes ahead. See you all. Morning. Better. Thank you. I still don't know how they can get away with that. Because I know we're at that meeting, you, me, and Alan, we beat them up pretty good. I would've thought that would've shook the tree loose, too.
I think the Speaker of the House just said we want this project in a partnership plan, because they're calling it a new partnership deal too, but we started back in 2001, and we got a contract.
I'll do a partnership on this, but the other one needs to.
Well, it's basically the same thing.
Is it?
Yeah. It's just a matter of how much do you do and how much do we do.
The root. Oh, yeah.
I'm gonna send you a link to the plan, to the plan.
But it's already been shared. That's, that.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
You got.
Well, no, it's no way, maybe,
You got Mike and Shane.
I just don't want to be the one that everybody comes on church there. I just don't want to be that.
You don't know.
It happens.
She's like, I don't really want to share it with her. Cards I didn't share it with his wife. I said, I don't know.
Yeah, don't get me on her bad side.
Oh, shit, that's a movie.
Yeah, it is.
I told you already.
Oh, you did?
And I said language earlier.
Oh, I did use language, didn't I?
You need to apologize.
Probably do what I'm saying. Forget, they say, forgive me, I'm sorry in Spanish.
I look like one?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's waiting on Mike, sorry.
I did get a t-shirt lately. I didn't get this. What is this? It's the hoodie.
You get check, is that James?
No. That's chili art.
For the majority,
That's Jones.
for the majority of my life.
I told you 45.
You're out.
Do you take it when you, do you take it with you when you?
No, I just got the t-shirt. It's okay. I don't even know the hoodie.
Okay.
Even though I love the hoodie. Ethan has one, I've been jealous about it. My favorite hoodie I've ever seen. I love the first time, what do you call it, the letters, the font? Looks good. I know everybody what they're thinking. Shut up, Rob Harrison. Quit talking.
All right, well, Mike will be up here in a minute. We'll go ahead and get started. We're gonna, since we're about 15 minutes ahead, we're gonna jump around. And the first thing we're gonna do is go to discussion regarding the format of city manager evaluation. And then we'll go to the codes department open cases, and then we'll shoot back to the Meadow Park Lake Dam project. So I'm gonna have Leah come up here. You're very cute today. Front and center.
But mine's free this time. So y'all should like that part of it. I emailed last week, there was some questions about maybe redoing the evaluation form that we utilize for the city manager. So I had put it on the agenda for discussion today, hoping that y'all would have an opportunity to take a look at it, of what the existing format is for the evaluation, and then also what MTAS's format is. So I did get MTAS's, I emailed those to you last week, just to get some direction, if you would like to see any changes to this. Obviously, Art has already recommended the agility section.
Yeah.
I'm not sure that I can put that on there.
I was thinking we do it like
I appreciate
that. Bicycles and all that stuff.
The existing format that we use right now has the 10 criteria for evaluation, and they have like 5 subsections under those 10 criteria. I think the one that MTAS uses had 15, and you only went into detail if you had a score of 1 or 5 on that. So I'm open to any recommendations or any advice on what you would like to see, or if you want to just go forward with what we have, changes, edits.
I know previously you and you both had some comments, and we'll go ahead and start.
Yes, please. Leah, my question was on the current format, the one we used last year. If there's a question and you just don't have a knowledge of that particular subject or haven't encountered it with the city manager, and you just leave it blank, it automatically assigns a 3 average score, which can either hurt a really good score or pull up a low score. So did the MTAS alternative, how did it handle?
Same way.
Okay. I I just disagree with that format, that's my own thought.
And TAS's is the same way, and I even looked up ICMA's, which is the International City Managers Association, and theirs is the same way as well.
I guess I disagree with all of them.
Do you
That's my point.
have a recommendation on
Yeah, I
something?
think if you don't have an experience, that one ought to be dropped out of the denominator. So
Okay.
whatever your total score is, it's just based on the numbers.
You take it out of the average?
That's my suggestion.
That wouldn't be a hard, because I mean, you get a brand new councilman, really that's not the case now, it was just the way it hit, because you haven't been here for 4 years, so. Like they put NA and it just.
And then they just take that section off?
Just a thought.
Any thoughts?
I think that's a great idea, because you just, I mean,
I remember my
you
first
don't
time doing the
have
same thing.
access to everybody. I mean, in
Some of the
other
questions
situations.
really aren't specific to us, are they? I mean, they're kind of,
I mean,
How
I
does
think
she-
it just probably depends on the relationship. I mean, I think
Yeah,
everyone
I-
has a good relationship on this council and with the city manager. Probably depends on how big an organization you are and what the relationship is, whether or not some of it would be applicable.
So Vernon, you had one more.
Well, just looking at the MTS, what about you only provide written narrative if you put a 5 or a 1? The descriptions of those are fairly sufficient, so I'm not sure, unless you all wanted to comment about an entirely different situation, why you would need to expound on your score.
Yeah.
There's a narrative that goes along with
Yeah.
that score, so that was my 2 points.
Yeah, I think on the MTAS one, it's pretty much stating, you need to, it wants you to give reasoning for why that individual is exceeding expectations in a certain category or not meeting expectations in that category. So just to be able to provide feedback in those areas.
I think, James, you had something.
I don't recall.
So the big thing I got was the format, which I think you brought those 2 things up. And the other thing was frequency, because when we renewed her contract.
So that's what I brought up a while back, that you're putting the cart before the horse, you're renewing a contract, you haven't even done an evaluation.
Right.
But that's history.
Okay. Why does this council want to put it in place that, I don't know, when do we typically sign?
Well,
We signed it in April, but it's good, and when does it start?
whenever you put a new city manager into place, we do one at 6 months after they're put into office, and then another 6 months after that. So that way it lines up with their 1 year of service. And then the annual evaluation just it's designed to line up with their anniversary. So if the anniversary is in April, I usually try to send it out in February. That way you can discuss it on the March work session if you need to. But if you want me to change that, like I said, I'm
we
okay
could
with
do,
that.
we could do it in December, still talk about it in March. And I would be here in December, so.
I thought that's why you're doing that.
Well, typically you have new council and mayor people will take over in December, so if they have to do it, would they get it by December or do it by?
I mean, if we did it just where it was discussed in December and then that following year, we're just moving forward. That has happened before to where we've had a city manager that had an anniversary toward the end of the year. We've had newly elected council members who did not want to do any type of evaluation because they had no experience with that city manager. So, I mean, a lot of it is going to depend on an anniversary date.
I say we make some changes on the format. I think we all kind of agree those are good points, but leave it as is.
Okay.
Right, you guys fine with that?
Okay. And then I'll make those edits and I'll send them out for your approval.
Okay, thank you.
We'll now have Codes Department open cases, and we got Mr. Curley's going to be emceeing the event. We have some other people involved. I think that'll be
Before we get started, I just want to explain why we're doing this. He has a whole list of open cases, so I just wanted him to share with you all where he's at on those cases in case you're driving around, you see any houses, and you're wondering what's going on with them. And then also to update you on homelessness and what the city is doing to try to clean some of that up.
Yeah, so as she said, I'm doing just a property maintenance report. It's not very glamorous. I don't have anything fancy to throw on the screen. It
It's like nobody's favorite thing, especially mine, but it's part of the job, so there we go. Just to recap from the last fiscal year, since this fiscal year started, we've had 60 cases open. There's only 19 of those cases still open right now currently. Just to give you an idea of what each one of those cases entails, there's 3 different ways we approach them. One is PCA SIG 54-113, which is a trash and grass ordinance. That's basically a neighbor's not mowing their grass and it gets above 2 foot tall. We send them a letter and give them 10 days. Once they receive the letter, if they've not mowed in 10 days, we can send Steve and the crew over there to mow their property for them, and then we build. That's the simplest one, but that's really only for trash, and then, not trash, but grass rather, and then any trash that's ancillary to that, issue. The main one we use is called administrative hearing. That's essentially a glorified notification system. There are some fines that can be issued there, but it takes months and months and months. It's more or less just notifying property owners that they're in violation of the various, we've got a whole property maintenance code book and then plus city ordinances and that. The last one, which we only have 1 case opened under it, and we've only ever done this 1 case, is called slum clearance. It's and Randy's here listening, he could tell you, slum clearance is a weird ordinance. It kind of gives the city the ability to be judge, jury, and executioner, and so the reason why we don't use it a lot is because it also leaves you open for potential lawsuits. The ordinance itself is pretty tight, but I mean, you can get sued for anything, and so we kind of reserved it just for the worst of the worst cases. We have 1 case open on that right now for a house beside the hospital that burnt. We've actually went through administrative hearing process on that, and she's been fined. Didn't pay the fine, so it just goes on taxes. The owner of that property, isn't wanting to really do anything to fix it up, so we're trying to run through slum clearance on that case. It's off Webb Avenue, if you've ever seen that house. It's got a lot attached to it with an old foundation on it as well. As far as the other open cases that we have, we've got 2 motor vehicle cases. That's if somebody's got an unlicensed, inoperable car sitting out in the open. One of them was a called-in case. The other one's a place on Highway 70 where a guy had like some automotive shop opened up that he was renting, and he doesn't use it anymore, but there's like 10 cars and one's almost out in the road. So that's motor vehicle cases. We've got 6 that are unfit for occupancy. That includes the slum clearance case we have. There's a house over on Broad Street that's been condemned since like 2018. And then there's a house in Glenwood that burnt. There's a house over off of Darrell Avenue that the owner died a couple of years ago, and it's in the process of trying to notify the heir. Then we've got 1 unpermitted work case. That's the 931 Sports Bar where they tried to open that up without a permit to change occupancy. So that being said, to kind of tie all that together, really the trash cases, which there's 10 of, 5 of those are dealing with the vagrant camps. I use the word vagrant instead of homeless because that's the code terminology for it. Those we've opened up under administrative hearing office cases. I'm not really interested in sending Steve to clean up a bunch of those camps. I would rather the property owners take them up. Like I said, 5 of those are homeless camps that we have open right now. The reason why those take a while, again, all of this has to do with notification. So each type of case we have to send either a certified or a registered letter, which takes time, and they have to sign for it. If they don't sign for it and the post office sends it back, we kind of have to start again and try to figure out how to notify somebody. So these cases can take weeks just to get started, just because we have to notify through these specific processes. And then once they're notified, they get 10 days to clean it up. And if they don't clean it up in 10 days, we have to notify them again, which takes more time. Then once they've been notified twice, we have to notify them again and give them 10 more days. And then if they go all the way through that, then we have to set up an administrative hearing with our administrative hearing officer, Tiffany Adams, and then she can set a time frame for them to fix it up. And if they don't fix it up, then they get fined, whatever the fine could be for that. It could be potentially $500 a day per violation if it's a commercial property. If it's a residential property and it's like the person's house they're living in, it's just $500 per violation. They don't stack. But anyways, like I said, we've got 19 open cases, 5 of them have to do with the vagrant camps, which I know is kind of the hot topic and kind of the reason for being here. I know that's probably why some of y'all have gotten phone calls recently. We've kind of attacked that a little differently than we have in times past. Most of our property maintenance is still complaint-based. We do a little bit of proactive stuff, but it's just very hard to do a lot of proactive stuff, just being in the two-person department. We don't really go out screening the areas, looking for stuff. But if it's something that comes to our attention, you know, as we're driving around, we'll open a case on it. But what we are doing now is taking complaints, I guess you could say, from the police department. As the police department gets called out to some of these locations and they see problems, they will notify us, at which point we open up a case. The unfortunate thing is, though, like with the encampments that we've got, the case gets opened up really against the property and the property owner. So really, my side of it has nothing to do with the actual people making the mess. It's just notifying the property owners that they have a mess. And so that's really kind of the bummer about it. Some of these people don't even know their property is getting junked up, and so I send them a paper that has a pretty threatening wording saying they could get fined, but that fine, like I said, it's a very slow-moving hammer. It takes like 6 months to even hit, if it ever does hit. So it's, you know, it's not it's not like I'm going to go out the next day and fine them for something. I don't really have the ability to do that. But that's where our cases stand right now. Does anybody have any questions or anything you want to ask about that?
You mentioned one about the garage that's no longer in operation, that's got cars sitting all around it.
Yeah.
That belongs to somebody else that called me the other day, and I said, call Carl.
I've talked to them several times, so they should.
So what do we do?
So I've actually given them quite a lot of grace in that. I've actually got to call that guy back.
But he's not operating a garage there?
It's an old storage building, and the kid was like, he's renting it, and he rented it to operate kind of a garage out of, but then he stopped doing that, and then the kid renting it subleased it to somebody else. And so, yeah. Yeah, the owner of it actually is the owner is the lady that lives behind it in the house there. Her son-in-law has been the one I've been talking to. They're trying to get a hold of. They've told them they've got to move the cars out, and they're trying to get that up. So I've given them a lot of grace. He asked if they're not going to move it. I referred them to the police department because I think you guys have a way of removing vehicles that aren't supposed to be there. I gave them y'all's number, said I think they can remove the vehicles for you if your tenants aren't removing them. But that's kind of where that is. Yeah.
So what I'm hearing is it pretty much driven, right? People have to call you all to initiate.
Basically, like I said, if we drive around and see something, then that institutes a case. We'll open a case up on it, but most of it's complaint driven. On the encampments, it's kind of hard for, even if you are driving around, generally they're trying to hide it, and usually it's like cancer. If it metastasizes big enough to be a problem to see from the road, then you've got big problems. But most of the time they're hidden. But the police notifying us about those has really helped out because they're the ones that get called in. The fire department, to a degree, getting called out to these places where people have, you know, medical emergencies and stuff like that.
But the thing is, the public needs to understand is that this can happen faster, better, whatever, if they call, at the very least, call City Hall or call your department.
Yeah, if they see something, if they call me directly, I can investigate it a lot quicker than
you'll communicate with police or fire. So it's, because just to say there was a team now, right? I know City Council knows that there's a team, so.
Consists of Carl, police, go ahead, say that. Yep. Chief Potter and Steve Powell. They've all been working together to try to tackle this problem. They've done a really good job so far communicating with each other.
What can you tell a property owner? It seems like what it is, it's property owners that have property in the city but aren't on that property on a daily basis, right?
Yeah,
so
that's usually what it is.
Is it fair to tell them, put no trespassing signs, put purple paint up, communicate to the city, get on that list?
That's the big thing,
right.
But then part of the problem with the list, and I'm sure O'Neill will tell you a little bit more about it, is that list is driven off of addresses, and a lot of these parcels don't have addresses. So it's hard for them to keep track of who they have permission to go and deal with or not. So I don't have any good answers on that issue, but I have been now that we're doing this. When I send out the letters, I send a second letter along with it that has the QR codes for the surveys with an explanation saying, hey, if you want the police to have permission to trespass people from your property, sign up with them, so they don't have to call you, they can just run people off your property, which.
So it doesn't happen again.
So it doesn't happen again, or if it starts happening, it can get nipped in the bud before it turns into something.
That's great.
Yeah, absolutely. So the QR code only works for places that has addresses. We've ran into that, me and Carl spoke quite a bit about it. So the dilemma that we have is the fact that we do run them off from a specific place, but there's nothing besides him getting in touch with the actual landowner for them to confirm or deny it. The QR code works for places that have addresses. So just for instance, there's one right past the hospital, and there's a 32-acre tract. I think that's the one I just sent you. It's like a 32-acre tract, and then you got like maybe a 5-acre in the front, and it's kind of who knows where the lines actually are unless you get it surveyed. But none of those have addresses, so there's no way we can log that through dispatch that, hey, these people are banned, nobody's supposed to be there. So I do think we've kind of like done the best we could with that. When I email Carl and they start their investigation, I also added on to our pass-on email, and that goes to the sheriff's department, to the police department. And so my guys that's coming in of the night time sees that email. They see, hey, we ran these people off, or we have an encampment here, there's an investigation open, and then they know that. So when the other day shift comes in, they have the communication through the email that, hey, they're not supposed to be there, we've removed them. Just had the one on Interstate Drive where it's taking some time. Sometimes those property lines, they can move 500 feet this way and be on somebody else's property, and you kind of got to start that whole thing over again.
Even on that one, they're in the county now.
What's that?
Even on that particular one, they're in the county now, right?
They're in the county. Like, I think that's not as hard of a deal for us. Like, we can make a call to the county and tell them, like, hey, can you come help us, or do you mind if we step over here and, like, for the landowner's sake? The problem is that when they move from one parcel to another parcel with a different owner, we want to make sure that we're not violating anybody's civil rights by saying, hey, you're not welcome here, you need to go, because that would be a case of argument coming in. It may not happen, probably not happen. We want to make sure it doesn't happen. So we want to make sure we get in touch with the property owner. And for the most part, they've been extremely happy that we've contacted them and, applauded Carl and the rest of the city for us letting them know, because they have no idea. There was one off Lantana that I'm going to email you here in just a little bit about. They've moved their camp just a little bit, but you can't see it from the road. Can't see it at all. I happened to see it the other day, just saw somebody walking down that little alleyway that I know there's no houses down there, and I stopped and made contact. So we're reporting them every chance we get and doing our best to follow it through, so at least we have a method and a way of logging the stuff that what we once did not have.
So the best advice to landowners who may not have an address per se for their parcel of property would be what, Jonathan, about trying to let you all know, I don't want anybody on my property?
Just let us know. We can pass that on. For the most part, it's the big parcels of land that people don't visit every day is the ones these people are camping out on, because hence how they don't get caught for a while. They can call us and let us know. We can pass it on. Might not be a bad idea to visit a city-owned parcel, like maybe that, I say database, but a way of logging it somehow for our own sake. That might be something worth visiting, but it might be a little work as well.
Some of them didn't have an address. I thought every 5.28 feet was a new address, no matter where it was at.
I don't know how long that'd be a 911 address.
That's 911 address.
It physically does, but it's not assigned until somebody asks for that to be assigned.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think
how it's assigned, but not that it's assigned unless a homeowner requests it, like for a culvert in place.
So should we tell them?
That's been the hard
part.
They won't.
Well, you can. I think some of the dilemma with the property and the 911 addressing, because I've talked a little bit about, is the fact that if you have a 32-acre parcel of land, clearly every so often is inked up for addresses, but you can't have that one for this parcel of land and then it sell and then like a different landowner for another one.
They generally won't issue an address.
Yeah.
At one point, they weren't issuing your addresses till the building was started. So.
They have to have a driveway first.
So that survey that we have, is that where they can put on their parcel, or is that what you all are using?
They cannot use the survey for the parcel.
Okay.
It has to have an address, is what you're
Because
saying.
dispatch has no way of logging it for a CAD.
So you said email, who do they contact? Because I get phone calls and
just call the city manager. But, you know, obviously we have this now, so moving forward on the record, what is the best thing to do for someone who has a large parcel, like you said, that's in the city? Who do they contact?
The best people to contact would be codes.
Okay.
Where we've always had a stumbling block is,
I can direct it.
yeah, he can, and that was, usually how this started was a great ideal because we didn't even know we could utilize codes in that manner. And the biggest thing is like when they was camping over at the railroad track, it took us 4 to 6 months to get permission from the railroad to get them moved.
You come right down 70 East past the bowling alley?
Right here.
Oh, right here.
Across the car wash.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And we finally got the railroad to come down and say, we own this. And we got permission they wrote us a letter, everything that the railroad owns, they give us permission to run people off. But the big tracts of land, which is what they're attracted to, is they go in, trash it up, and in 5 days they can trash it up worse than a tornado. It looks awful. And until we had codes involved in it, we didn't have a mechanism to do anything about it. We didn't know who the owners were. You could go through the county maps and stuff like that and find out who the owners were. But sometimes it was an heir to somebody that lives in California, and we had no way of tracking it. So codes has got a better ability to do that than we have, and then they pass it along.
Outside of complaints, what are we doing as a team to actively seek out the vagrants? I mean, I'm assuming you all see a suspicious person, you can stop and you can ask, right? I mean, there's things that you can do already within your toolbox as a law enforcement.
Absolutely, that's what we're currently doing.
Okay.
So my guys will text me. The one down past the hospital was a text message originally with grid coordinates of where it was at. So guys are passing on to their emails, and then we're emailing the codes, and they're starting an investigation. But we're actively going out to camps and telling them hey, we'll start an investigation. Make sure you're allowed to be here, kind of thing. Clearly, we can't run them off at that point until we get it confirmed.
But if you see drug use and stuff, you can go ahead and arrest them and things like that. Right?
We can arrest them and take them in, but their belongings and stuff becomes an issue at that point in time as well.
If we encounter them on a medical or a fire-related event, we're doing the same thing and just passing it through from that phase to that point. Of course, if we're there on those, we try to tend to have law enforcement with us on the early phase of that as well.
So if you get called to one of these camps, which I'm sure at times not directly at the camp close to it, then you can kind of say, hey, there's a camp down there.
Yeah, and we're doing that much more frequently than we ever have. We're getting those pretty frequently.
And we know about them, if we're going in, we know it's going to be a camp, we can ask for law enforcement.
Yeah, we always request they go with us when we're going in, because you're going into an unknown environment, typically in a remote area anyway, so it's always good to have security with awful.
And unfortunately, a lot of the situations is mental illness is put them there to begin with. And I really don't want them to go in by themselves. Our guys are a little bit more trained for that.
Isn't there even a more deeper underlying issue on all of this that nobody wants to talk about?
Oh, sure there is, but this stuff that nobody in this room can do anything about.
Nobody wants to talk about it.
Well, there's build it and they'll come.
There's something there, I just want to see y'all working together. It's just, I'm getting a lot of positive. I know there's some initial frustration from some business owners, but I think all in all it's been very positive. So keep up the great work, y'all. Thank you for doing that. I know it's not fun. So, anyone else for council?
Jonathan, just as y'all have a ban CAD for if someone wants, if Real Key wants someone banned from their property, and y'all go through the ban and serve them notice and put them on a ban CAD, is there such a thing, or could there be such a thing, if a property owner owns a parcel that does not have a 911 assigned address, that descriptors could be given, and that parcel could be placed on a no trespass CAD, so that then y'all could reference that by either grid coordinates or GPS or something to know, hey, do we have permission to run people off that?
there's a possibility that you could, if they query searched a band cat based upon a name, that you could add and like the parcel in there somewhere. The problem is it still has to be attached to an address for the cat to be open. Now, maybe if that's something we spoke with them about, and we had maybe one address that you wanted to use, like that might be something feasible, where we could like say, hey, Central, can you log under this address, ban this person from this parcel? That might be something that's feasible, and that address clearly couldn't be attached to anything else.
Right.
Maybe it's the police
The other part,
department.
like that one there, they have several different entrances into it. So if, you start running into, are they on that piece of property, or are they on somebody else's property? Are we legally covered?
Well, I think we're doing a good job with that and making sure we're getting.
No, I'm talking about the big pieces of property. There's so many different places.
Right. Well, the grid coordinates is probably the best thing.
Yeah, we had a little hiccup with grid coordinates and GPS coordinates because they're different. We're putting grid coordinates on, and I think sometimes you can read GPS coordinates and it kind of throws you off a little bit. But on the emails that I've been sending them, I'm trying my best to include a map snapshot with a marking of where it's at, and so that helps assist us with that.
Thank you.
All right, awesome, thank you. Great. All right, now we'll move into discussion regarding Meadow Park Lake Dam project timelines and associated costs. I kind of asked Tim to put something together for council, because we're getting to a point now where we need to have a schedule, a calendar, costs associated. I got a feeling what probably the next 2 years we'll be having to make some decisions. Right?
Yeah, and it got pretty complicated, and I was afraid y'all might ask some questions I couldn't answer, so I've invited Kevin back, Kevin Young, and he's going to go through a little bit of the history, tell you where we're at, and
One of those unclaimed.
Water?
Yeah.
Probably that one.
Thank you.
And give you a schedule with some amounts moving forward.
You brought a map?
Only if somebody asks me a question that I need a map to answer.
You're good.
Okay, thank you, Tim. Tim had suggested I put something together that we could do in about 30 minutes. Is that what you all had in mind? What I want to do first is spend just a few minutes talking about where we are. This is a complicated project, and I told you the first time I met you all that the last one of these I did took 14 years, and I didn't think this one would take that long, and I still don't think it's going to take that long, but it's going to be closer to that than not. So there are a lot of moving parts, and so if that suits you all, let me just start out by talking about why you need this project. I mean, we've certainly talked about that enough, but let's remind ourselves. You all are currently using about the county, not just the city, but the county is currently using about 7.1 million gallons a day of raw water, okay? And the projection for 2075 is that the county will need 13 million gallons per day of water. Now, you have 3 water supply reservoirs in the county. Holiday, according to the Corps of Engineers and their consultants, has what's called a safe yield of 5.34 million gallons a day. Otter Creek has a safe yield, according to the Corps and their consultants. We didn't do any study on those 2 reservoirs. That has a safe yield of 2.25 million gallons a day. We did do a study on Meadow Park Lake to determine what its safe yield is. And we and our consultants that specialize in that sort of evaluation determined that its safe yield under the current conditions, 2.8 million gallons a day. When I add those 3 numbers up, I get 10.39, and we're not that close. So let's call it 10.4 million gallons a day.
In 50 years, you're going to need 13 million gallons a day. Right now, you only need 7.1. You're in good shape today, but developing a water supply is a decades-long process. And so that's why we are where we are today, and why it's important, if you want to ensure that there's an adequate water supply in the county over the next 50 years, that you move forward with it, because it takes a while. So 13 minus 10.4, we need 2.6 million gallons a day of additional water supply. So in accordance with you all's direction about 6 years ago, that the purpose of the project would be to supply what was needed over the next 50 years. We have worked with Corps of Engineers who are really, really picky about what a purpose for a project that they permit is. They wind up in federal court over a couple of words in a purpose. They've got, Casey Ahorn told you about the dam out in Colorado that they had it half built. The federal judge stopped them because the federal judge felt like the purpose was misstated. So we've spent a lot of time on this. And it's pretty simple. The purpose of your project, until you tell us otherwise, is the overall purpose of the project action proposed in this application is to provide approximately 2.6 million gallons a day of additional safe yield, and some people call that firm yield, raw water supply to meet the projected raw water demand needs for Cumberland County for the next 50 years with water of a quality comparable to the water now delivered to its customers. So that is the purpose that this project is evaluated to meet. Now, in finding the project that meets federal and state requirements for permitting when waters of the United States or waters of the state of Tennessee are impacted. That includes wetlands and streams. You have to, they will only permit the project that you've demonstrated is the least environmentally damaging practicable project. And practicable takes into account cost, logistics, and technical feasibility. Okay? So we've got to be real careful as we prepare this application to make sure we're paying attention to that. So how do we get there? Well, we go through what they call an alternatives analysis. The first alternative that you look at is, well, we don't do anything. And that's a real easy one to address for y'all, because if we don't do anything, you won't have enough water. For current usage, you'd have to restrict water usage. In 50 years, you will not be able to supply water to the people in Cumberland County. So that's not a feasible, practicable alternative. Water conservation. The United States Environmental Protection Agency is the only agency that can veto a Corps of Engineers permit. They've only done that in the history of the agency since the early 70s, like 2 or 3 times. It's not something we're worried about. But you kind of have to jump through the hoops that they hold up. And one of the hoops that they hold up is that we have to look at water conservation. So that's been looked at. And a fully implemented, non-leakage, unaccounted for water, that's flushing fire hydrants, folks that steal water from you through fire hydrants, those sorts of things. To reduce that, to control that better, to reduce leaks. And if any of you all have been on the council when a leak detection program's been undertaken, that is a long process. They are often not successful in reducing water that's leaking out of your system just through leaky pipes. But it is something that's worth doing. It's part of maintaining a water distribution system. Education, teach people, don't waste water. It's not an infinite supply in Cumberland County. And then a conservation ordinance. In other words, you require all builders to put water saver devices on everything in the house, those sorts of things. So that would be a fully implemented conservation program for y'all. And over the next 50 years, the best case that we can come up with for that is about a 2.5 million gallon per day reduction in water needs. But you still need 2.6. So you can't solve your problem over the next 50 years just by conserving water, okay? So that's not a practical alternative. Groundwater. Well, everybody here in this room knows what's under the ground in Cumberland County. It's sandstone, and the soil's pretty shallow over it. Groundwater is not something that you see too many folks using as a water supply, and certainly not cities. In the past, it has been used when cities were smaller and communities were smaller, but today, for a city the size of Crossville and for the customer base in Cumberland County, you're not going to sink wells in Cumberland County and find that water. The USGS, on the request of the Tennessee Valley Authority, several years ago undertook a study, and they determined that there was the possibility that in Fentress County, along the East Fork of the Obie River, there might be a place that you could put a well field. It was going to take 5 wells, and you might be able to generate the amount of water that we're talking about, the 2.6 million gallons a day. The issue there is there have never been any test wells drilled. It would take several years to determine if that water was even there. And then when you built the well field and pumped it back up onto the plateau, you're looking at somewhere in excess of $120 million in just project cost. I'm not even considering electricity. We don't think that's a practical alternative. So let's keep going and come closer to something that we could say is practicable. Pipelines to existing reservoirs. We have looked at a pipeline to Watts Bar, Center Hill, and Great Falls. I'm just going to very quickly tell you what we've discovered in doing a concept level design. Pipeline to Watts Bar, that would be 152,000 feet of 24-inch ductile iron pipe. It has to be ductile iron because of the pressures involved. The power cost to pump, not 2.6 million gallons a day starting tomorrow, but a pro rata amount so that in 50 years we're pumping 2.6 million gallons a day. We start out pumping about 11,000 gallons a day in the first year, okay? So just want to make sure. First thing would go through my mind is if I was sitting there, well, we're not going to need 2.6 million gallons a day the first year they put this in. What's he talking about? You'll need it on the last year. The first year you won't. And so looking at it on that pro rata basis, you're looking at about $88.5 million in electric bills over the next 50 years to pump from Watts Bar. And to build it to start with, you're looking at about $120 million. Center Hill, 208,000 feet, 24-inch pipe, going to spend over $100 million in electric cost to pump it over the next 50 years, and it would cost about $155 million to build it. Pipeline to Great Falls, $130 million construction cost, $90 million in power cost over 50 years. That's 171,000 feet of 24-inch pipe, and an intake and several booster stations in between for all 3 of those alternatives. So using cost as part of that definition of practicability, we don't believe those are practicable solutions to Cumberland County's problem. New storage impoundments. We looked at 2. We looked at one on Clear Creek and one on the Caney Fork River. The ability to permit either of those, Caney Fork didn't get brought up, but Clear Creek did at the meeting where you had the Commissioner of Environment and Conservation and the Deputy Chief of the Regulatory Division for the Nashville District of Corps of Engineers here. You all heard what they said. I'm not going to even address that. I'm just going to talk to you about it in a practicable way. Clear Creek, to get 2.6 million gallons a day out of a reservoir there, you need about a 155-acre reservoir. We know it would impact at least 12 acres of wetlands, and that comes from the national inventory of wetlands. It would probably be twice that when you went out in the field and surveyed it. 12,000 linear feet of Clear Creek would be impacted. 2,000 linear feet of tributary streams into Clear Creek would be impacted. You'd have to build a 90,000 linear foot, 24-inch pipeline. The cost would be well in excess of $100 million. That's if you could permit it. Caney Fork, you'd have to inundate about 125 acres. We know from the National Wetlands Inventory that we'd impact at least 8 acres of wetlands. We'd impact 18,000 linear feet of Caney Fork River channel, 3,000 linear feet of tributaries into the Caney Fork. You'd have to build about 67,000 feet of 24-inch pipeline, and again, the cost would be well in excess of $100 million. So those are 2 more alternatives that we considered. The last alternative that we look at is improvements to existing reservoirs to facilitate water harvesting. Well, you don't have the perfect situation to implement that alternative. You have an existing reservoir that can be raised, not a park. You already have a contract with the owner of Lake Tansy, the landowners organization there. You already have permits from the state of Tennessee to transfer water from the Obed River watershed into the Caney Fork watershed, which you'd have to do. You already have in the ground the pipeline and the pumping station, the intake over in Lake Tansy to move water over. The only problem you've got with optimizing that is that when you need that water, you wouldn't, under the terms of your agreement and permits, be able to get it from Lake Tansy. Okay? But if you had a place to store water, a significant amount of water, then when that water is available from Lake Tansy, you pump it over and store it, and when you need it to meet the demands in the future, it's there. All right? So raising Meadow Park Lake, that impacts, and in this case, I'm going to be very specific because all of the field work has been done to measure the impacts. We're going to impact 8,506 feet of streams that flow into Meadow Park Lake. We're going to impact 21.58 acres of wetlands. We're going to inundate an additional 195 acres of land when we raise the level up about 15 feet. All right? Now, how did we come up with 15 feet? We developed a computer model of the water that flows from the watershed of Lake Tansy into Lake Tansy and from the watershed of Meadow Park Lake into Meadow Park Lake. We took the topography around the lake and built that into the computer model. So if I said I'm going to raise it a foot, how many gallons of water would be stored there if I raised it a foot, taking into account the actual topography. Then we went back to 1930 and looked at stream flows in the Upper Cumberland and used those stream flows, and there are gauge stations that go back that far, USGS gauge stations. We got data from them. We use that, and then if we say, okay, how much water was flowing in a stream that had a gauge on it per acre of watershed on any given day since 1930. Looked at it every day, 1930. How much water per acre of watershed. And it turns out that prorates pretty well into any other watershed in Cumberland County on a per acre watershed basis. Is that making sense about how we related streams that had gauges on them. The streams that flow into Meadow Park Lake, none of them have gauges. We don't have any gauge data. So we had to go get measured data and prorate it on a per acre watershed into Meadow Park Lake. Did the same thing on Tansy, so we know how much water was going into Tansy. And what was the water level due to that going into Tansy? And we can only take the top 4 inches off during the months that we can move water out, up to 5 million gallons a day. So all that was built into our computer model. We ran it since 1930. And I could show you all, and if I realized we were going to have this, I'd put it on a PowerPoint slide, but I can show you, if you want to look at it later, on a piece of paper. You can develop a curve where height of dam and additional safe yield down here, height of dam here, and at some point, no matter how much higher we make it, we can't get any more water out of it. All right? And so it turns out that at about elevation 1834, which is about 15 feet above the water level in Meadow Park right now, we can get the most we can get out of this arrangement, which is 2.6 million gallons a day. That meets your needs for the next 50 years. We have estimated, and I'll go over this in some detail here in a minute, that the cost of that project, all in, including mitigation, engineering, construction, monitoring, $60 million. So this is the argument we will make to the Corps of Engineers why this is the least environmentally harmful alternative that is practicable for Cumberland County. So I'll stop a second and see if anybody's got any questions about it.
So you said Wattsbar and Center Hill's around 300 million, and you've got down to Meadow Park at 60, correct? Total electricity and what?
Yes. And I haven't done the electricity estimate yet. We're not through.
On Meadow Park?
On Meadow Park.
Okay. So it's 300 approximately versus 60?
Right.
Plus electricity?
Plus electricity. It's not going to be anywhere close. We're pumping basically from one elevation to another elevation that's almost the same, instead of several hundred feet of difference.
Did you say we're getting 2.8 million gallons per day out of Meadow Park and 5 million out of Holiday?
That are available to allow you to take that much without going dry in any of the 5 exceptional droughts that's occurred in Cumberland County since 1930.
I've got a quick, I brought this in. There is a difference though between safe yield and firm yield, correct?
Not in my mind, okay. Not in the Corps' mind.
Okay, I was just wondering, because sometimes some people use the term, I've read where it said that firm yield was taking into consideration a specific drought event, like a 100-year drought. If you say it doesn't matter, that's fine with me.
I don't like, what is a 100-year drought? Right. An exceptional drought is defined by the federal government as the drought that should happen once every 100 years. Y'all had 5 of them in the last 100 years. So I don't know what that.
You said you're going to be able, by raising the dam 15 feet?
Yes, sir.
That's the max. I mean, that's all you're going to get out of the watershed.
Right. If we raised it any higher, there'd be no purpose for
that. So you're saying that you're going to increase the safe yield by 2.6 million gallons a day by raising it 15 feet?
Yes, sir. And that's with water harvesting.
Well, that's what I was wondering. That's what
it only works with water harvesting.
So you just said that you can't get water from Tansy when you need the water. So how are you going to do that?
We're going to get it when we don't need it and store it in that 15 feet. Then we got a big old water when we need it.
So you're not depending on the watershed at all to...
Yes, sir. We get 2.8 million of that total of 2.8 plus 2.6.
That's what we got right now.
That's what you got right now, and you still don't have that.
So you're just saying that in lean times, then you're gonna be able to harvest from Tansy?
No, so we're gonna harvest from Tansy every day that permit will let us. And we're gonna store it in that extra volume.
And if it's full?
It won't be full very often, 9% of the time.
Okay.
As long as you don't take 4 inches off of Lake Tansy, no more than 4 inches.
Yes, sir.
Sounds logical.
Anything else before we start talking about what we're gonna do next? Nope. All right.
May I ask a question?
Can't hear you, Randy.
You just muted yourself, Randy. There you go.
I'm sorry. Have we determined if there is enough available land, or how many condemnation cases will be required?
You all own most of the land out there. You're gonna have to deal with Floyd Turner, Terra Shield Inc., Floyd Turner. He's got 3 pieces of property.
Floyd Turners, huh?
I don't know if it's 3 Floyd Turners or just one guy owns 3 properties. Sequatchie Limited Liability Corporation and Timberland Investment Resources Limited Liability, Joseph Bruno. You all, the city of Crossville owns the rest of that, and it's 49.95 acres of land that'll have to be acquired. I knew he was going to ask me that, that's why I had it.
Is that Floyd Turner the logger? Okay.
Anything else before we talk about what's next? All right, this is our proposed schedule of tasks to finish this project. Got some more things to do there, just pass them down. I'll give you one more. Ken, do you need one of you?
Thank you.
So I'm gonna, since you've got a piece of paper with it in front of you, I'm gonna go through this pretty quickly. Right off the bat, the next thing that we have to have to finish our permit applications, we have to have what's called a mitigation plan. And that's what the feds and the state are going to require to compensate for the streams and wetlands that will be inundated when Meadow Park Lake is raised 15 feet. All right? So that plan, in you all's case, because the mitigation is more than just a creek crossing somewhere or even a small city park that might infringe on an acre or 2 of wetland. We're talking about enough impact on wetlands and streams that you're going to have a special project. And the federal government calls it a permittee responsible mitigation plan. There aren't enough wetlands and streams in mitigation banks, or another thing very similar to a mitigation bank, except it's run by a not-for-profit instead of for-profit. It's called in lieu fee. But they do the same thing. They go out and they restore wetlands and streams, and then they sell the credits that generates. All right? But if it's a not-for-profit, it's an in lieu fee project, and if it's a for-profit, it's a bank. There are not enough credits for streams and wetlands in banks or in lieu fee to meet the needs of this project. So your only choice is to do what's called permittee responsible. The way that gets done is you hire a specialty contractor who looks at the credits you need, and we have told the contractors that proposed on this project you needed 6,000 credits for streams and 45 credits for wetlands. And they look at that, and then they go find properties or property that they feel like has enough damaged streams, typically damaged by livestock, or damaged wetlands, typically damaged by farmers who drained them so they could farm them. Soil's usually pretty good in a wetland if it just wasn't wet. And they find that property, In this case, we required them to have options to purchase that property, show us that they had them, and we wound up with 3 firms that met the requirements of your proposal, and the one with the lowest price turns out to be a consortium of firms and organizations that the University of Tennessee Institute of Agriculture put together. And they want to use property they already owned, the experiment station out here on Highway 70, as the source of the streams. The 2 commercial firms that we looked at, they had to go buy several hundred, if not 1,000 acres to provide land for them to find streams and wetlands to restore on to get these credits. University of Tennessee didn't have any property cost involved, and so their proposed price is considerably less than the private firms that proposed. All right? So we need to write a specific contract that completely, as best as possible, protects the city's interests. The city attorney needs to review that when we get it drafted. It will be a technical-looking contract, so we'll take the first shot at it, but we need the city attorney to get the legal parts of it right. And we think that process will probably take about 6 weeks. And then, since we're dealing with the University of Tennessee, they've already told me their general counsel is going to have to review it, and there'll probably be some negotiation in it. So we're thinking about 10 weeks to have a contract in place. We need that contract in place because the next step is going to be submitting a partial application, Department of the Army application, to the Corps of Engineers, so that we can go on and get this project on public notice and see what sort of comments we're going to get back from the public on the project as soon as humanly possible, so we have as much time as possible to address those comments. So we hope by around the 24th of April to have that contract with UT in place. We're going to use information in their proposal to partially complete the Department of the Army permit application. This will not be a complete application. You won't be able to get a permit from this, but it will allow them, they have told us, to public notice it, so we can get public comments in. We hope that public notice is, and it has a 30-day fuse on it, and we hope that by the middle of June, that notice is closed and we know what the public comments about the project are going to be. We hope by the end of October that we have a draft mitigation plan from that contractor from the University of Tennessee. They told us they think it'll take them 6 months to put that plan together. So by the end of October, we hope to have that, and at that point, we'd be able to submit a complete application to the Department of the Army permit application to the Corps, and then what's called an ARAP, Aquatic Resource Operation Permit, to Tennessee Department of Environment Conservation. We hope to have that submitted by October 30th, at the end of October. We hope, and we have no control over this, but we hope, since the Corps will have seen this thing since the end of April, that by the end of January of next year, we get comments back from them. And we're keeping the permit writer for TDEC, keeping him involved. I talk to him almost every week to tell him what we're doing next. So we hope in 3 months we'll get some comments back from them. And then it would probably, based on my experience, I just read the last one of these I did, and the extent of work that it took to answer the comments, we think it'll probably take about 3 months to respond to their comments. We'll have to go dig up some new information. It won't be easy, but we think 3 months for that. So we hope by the end of April of next year, we've addressed their comments. And they're going to stew on it, and we hope that they don't stew too long, and by the end of July of 2027, they issue your Department of the Army permit, and they issue, and the TDEC issues the ARAP, and in between all that, TDEC's going to have to issue something called a 401 water quality certification. And the Corps won't issue the Department of the Army permit until they get the 401 water quality certification. But that should all, it's certainly plausible that by July 30th of 2027, we have a permit in hand. Now, I want to stop there and say, if you look up at the head, it says estimated earliest possible completion date. A lot of stuff we don't have any control over, and y'all don't have any control over. And it might wind up and stretch out past that. But we think this is reasonable if everybody that's involved in it does things in a reasonable amount of time. It will become apparent, I think, when we do the next schedule, which is schedule of funds availability, why this is kind of the place that you all have got to decide to either move forward and complete this project or just stop it. So you've got until next July the 30th to make that ultimate decision. Now, it's going to, and we'll talk about this in a minute, but now's a good time to bring it up. It's going to cost you $500,000 to get there. But it's going to cost you many, many millions of dollars, $59.5 million to go past that.
July 30th or April 30th?
July 30th is when we think that you would get your permit approval. We would turn in the final response to comments on April 30th.
Let me ask a couple questions here before we get too far. So we committed to 110K, that was approved this month. That gets the ball rolling, right, Tim? And then we're looking at April or June at the additional 300,000.
Let's do this. Let's talk money now. We'll just stop right there on schedule and talk money. How many more we need over here? So, as the mayor just said, you all have already committed $100,000 to us, $10,000 to the city attorney to review it. But by April of this year, when UT starts on the mitigation plan, you're going to need to have committed, not written a check for, but committed to spend $300,000 on that mitigation plan. And then the contract that we write will say exactly when parts of that $300,000 will be paid to UT. But they told us in their proposal that they wanted probably half of it early on, and then the other half when it's finished. If the city wants to do something different than what was proposed, that becomes a negotiating point in the contract negotiation. And then the Corps will have comments about their mitigation plan, and to address those comments, they have proposed another $100,000 payment that, based on the timeline that we're looking at, you all would need to have committed but not necessarily written a check for on January 29th, 2027.
So what you're saying is we would have to get our financing approved and checked off by that date?
For these amounts.
I understand that, but,
Right.
but we will have, Nathan, jump in here, we will have to go to bond. I'm assuming this would be a bonded thing? That
We will have to eventually,
Yeah.
I mean.
So we're looking at, what, 3 months timeline from start to finish? So we got to be aware of that?
Yeah. We'll have to eventually do bonds, it'll take several months to do those.
So by July 30th, we would have to have our bonds in order.
if you all are going to move forward with the project, I think that would be the prudent thing to do, yes.
So really, April 27, we have to start that process.
Once they approve the permit, how long is it good for, state?
That's a good question. Going to get to that in a minute, but I'll do it right now. These cores do have, these core permits do have a time period that you're supposed to complete the project. On a project this big, it is typically 3 years. You can't finish this project in 3 years. The Corps of Engineers knows that. The last one of these I did, from the time we got the permit to the time we finished it, was 9 years. I had to go back and get 2 more extensions. The Corps doesn't have any problem giving you an extension as long as you are showing that you are progressing on the project. But if you were to say, wait a minute, we're going to stop. We've got the permit, we're going to stop for a while. And if 3 years went by, and that is, they get to decide what the term is. I'm just sharing with you what my experience with them is. And you get to the 3 years and you've not really done anything, they probably would not renew your permit.
What about if you spend 3 months financing, looking for financing to move forward? Would they look at that 3-month period as time working on the project?
They're going to look at it in 3 years and see how much you've done. So 3 months wouldn't matter one way or another.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was getting at with them.
Yeah.
I mean, you 6 months to get your finance lined up. I mean,
right.
You're working towards
that's not going to get you in trouble.
Yeah.
That's not going to get you in trouble. But if you go 3 years and you'd have to have your finances lined up in 3 years.
Yeah.
And if you haven't done anything towards designing and building the project, then I don't think, that's just my opinion, but it would surprise me if the Corps renewed your permit if you hadn't made what they would consider normal progress.
Tim, is this 300,000 that we have to release, is that already allocated for in our budget?
Yes.
And then Nathan, is there anything that we would have, this council would have to be aware of for this size? I'm assuming the comptroller's office would be in conversation.
Yeah.
So walk us through that. So, I mean, we would have to get an initial approval from them before we go to get bonds, or we get bonds and they could still shut it
They
down?
approved the bond issuance, so we couldn't get the bonds without their approval.
Okay, so they'd be lockstep, okay.
And let me ask how you all would like to proceed at this point. That gets us a year or so out from now. Does it make more sense for you all to just have this information now, or would it be helpful for me to walk us through it all at this point? I burned up my 30 minutes, that's what I'm asking.
Information.
Yeah, I think the questions I needed to ask are good.
Okay.
I would like to repeat again, this is the fastest we would need the money up until the point of receiving the permit. And this is probably going to be delayed out a month here, a month there. I don't look at it. This is the earliest we're going to need these funds at any given point in time. Let me put it that way. But we might juggle some other things. If we move on forward with the construction, we might juggle some other things around, like move the actual acquisition of the property up earlier. Just like Randy was asking, we've got 4 property owners we've got to deal with, and I'd rather deal with them on the front end than wait until we've got a contractor that's ready to go out there and start clearing trees. So keep in mind that this is probably going to be stretched out a little bit. It always seems to work that way for the city.
No, I get it. We need to be prepared by April 2027 to figure out how we're going to pay for this. So, anyways. Any other comments?
The mitigation part of this is you got phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, so the mitigation you're expected $5.9 million.
Total mitigation is
$11,400,000. 11,400,000. 11,400,000. 11,400,000. 11,400,000. 11,400,000. 11,400,000. 11,400,000. 11,400,000. 11,400,000. 11,400,000. 11,400,000. 11,400,000. 11,400,000. 11,400,000. 11,400,000. 11,400,000. 11,400,000. 11,400,000. 11,400,000. 11,400,000. 11,400,000. 11,400,000. 11,400,000. 11,400,000. 11,400,000. 11,400,000. 11,400,000. 11,400,000. 11,400,000. 11,400,000. 11,400,000. 11,400,000. 11,400,000. 11,400,000. 11,400,000. 11,400,000. 11,400,000. 11,400,000. 11,400,000. 11,400,000. 11,400,000.
I've got their proposal in my briefcase, but if you're pretty sure of that number, I won't go to the trouble to dig it out. That sounds right.
I'm pretty sure.
How much you say?
11,400,000.
Which was significantly less than the other two.
Yes, sir. $5 million.
Yeah, and less than the anticipated cost initially, right?
Yes, we had suggested that you all budget $22 million.
That was his last suggestion. His first one was somewhere between 25 and 50 million, and we were able to get TDEC to go to terms with the Army Corps.
It was about a $30 million savings. And I think I shared this with y'all in the last meeting I spoke to you. I said that's the most money I ever saved anybody in an hour-and-a-half meeting. But when the new TDOT management started to see it the same way the Corps saw it, that was a $30 million savings for the city.
You guys have any other questions?
Thank you all.
Go ahead.
I got a question for you. The 15 feet, when did we go to 15 feet? We started out, I mean, I've been there a long time, it started out at 20 feet.
Right.
Then it went to 18 feet, and then 16 feet was the last that I heard on discussion last year. You just said 50, I'm just asking.
Right. After we got the modeling results back, and to answer your question, when, we got the safe field analysis back February of 25.
So the 15 covers what we need, 15.
Right.
That's why, that's what I was wondering, why the 15 instead of 16 or 18 or 20.
And we were guessing until we got the model results back.
Okay.
Thank you. I guess the next thing we have up is updates from the city manager and any other business that to be discussed.
The only thing that I wanted to do is set a date for the next quarterly work session. I'd like to do a strategic planning session, so we'll need a little bit of time to get someone lined up to do that. So,
Can we use UCDD again? Can we not?
we can, yeah, but I need to get it on their calendar.
So what month do you look at, April, May?
April, I would prefer April or June.
What's April 9th look like for you all? Tuesdays and Thursdays better? Or Tuesdays are better? Okay.
This is for what? Oh.
What is April 14th look like for you all? So we have a city council meeting that day. I can't do,
What was wrong with that first week, or 7th and 8th, 9th?
we can do, Tuesdays are good for him, or Tuesdays good for you. We do the 7th. That's the same day as a work session. Are you fine with that? We'll just, okay.
Sports authorities also that day.
June?
Okay, we have a meeting after hours, so they can do a different day. They can change their meeting date. I'm sorry.
Just have lunch and supper that day.
What, do you want to do it the 14th? I'm flexible.
Well, it seems like it's just
7th or 14th is good for me. How are you on the 7th or 14th? You prefer 14th over 7th?
I would prefer the 14th, yeah.
Can you do 14th?
I'm good. April 14th?
It just seems close, that's 2 months away, I mean, right? I mean, it's quarterly, okay. Then we won't have another one until when?
July, August, September.
But it's because you want to do the strategic plan, right?
Right.
So 14th, you okay with that?
April 14th?
April 14th, what are you looking at? What, about 8 to 12, or we want to?
Go ahead and save all day if you could,
Okay.
just in case.
Next
Then
work session?
probably in a month or so, I'll know a little bit more.
I'm gonna put 7 to 7.
Okay.
And then you guys could start donating your monthly allowance, like I said, back toward the
Yeah, and breakfast, you know, maybe breakfast too.
Yeah.
Do we want to do it here?
Yes. We like the ability to stream it.
April 14th. Gosh, I don't like it.
Okay, it's on there.
That's all that I had.
I'm gonna call this save the day.
Okay, that's all you got?
That's all I got. Yeah, we'll go over to fire station 2.
Any suggestions where we need to park?
In pocket.
Back front, side?
Not in the ditch.
Just kidding.